Chapter 392. Just as the Infernal King's true energy was about to weaken, the sword pierced through his protective true energy and reached the gods' sea of energy. They had missed the opportunity, but this time they couldn't miss it again. The shadow-bearing sword pierced through his body and spun rapidly, causing blood to flow out. Seeing this, Xiazi stepped out. His demonic sword swept out with a torrential demonic might, aiding his momentum. Ci. As the sword pierced through his body, blood gushed out. The Hell King's Qi was damaged, and his true yuan was shaken violently. The Hell King took half a step back, enduring the pain in his chest, and forcefully counterattacked. A majestic palm energy was released, and the two were severely injured. They were sent flying and vomited a mouthful of blood after landing on the ground. At this moment, the azure sword appeared, and the four essences of water, wind, thunder, and fire surged, once again attacking the Hell King's injured Qi. The Hell King's Qi blocked the azure sword, but the injured Qi was too weak to block the attack. Ning Qin flipped his left palm and slapped the tip of the azure sword. With a Ci sound, the azure sword penetrated the barrier and pierced into the god's body. With a groan, blood dripped from the Hell King's mouth. He grabbed the azure sword, and divine flames rose around him. He flipped his palm and slapped out. Ning Qin couldn't block the attack in time and was sent flying. His clothes were dyed red, and he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Ning Qin, Xiazi, and Mu Qingxue were shocked. They barely managed to stabilize their bodies and slashed out again. Their swords crisscrossed and swept towards the injured god. The Hell King raised his hand and dispersed the two swords. The true yuan around him became even more unstable. The god's body was showing signs of defeat, and the God-Slayer battle was showing signs of victory. The three suppressed their injuries and pushed their true yuan to the limit. The next attack would end the Hell King's undefeated legend. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He turned his hands, and the sword left his hands. They circled around his body. Wind and thunder surged, and water and fire surged. Endless majestic power was born and died. With the support of the purple Qi, the god-slaying technique shook the heavens and earth. 4 scrolls together, no life in heaven and earth. The strongest move gathered the power of the 4 scrolls and great Xia's 1,000 years of luck. Heavenly might surged and spun rapidly in the air. In the next moment, the blade and sword carried the power to split open the heavens, turning into a dazzling streak of light that shot out. At the same time, Mu Qingxue took a step forward, leaping into the air. Her sword condensed to the extreme, and the sword wings behind her scattered, turning into streaks of sharp light, gathering on the shadow-bearing sword. In the blink of an eye, she fell from the sky. Autumn water flows through the 2 instruments. The sea of clouds reveals the heavenly light. At the same time, the ruler unleashed the demonic aura around him. Endless demonic aura soared into the sky and into the 9 heavens. The ultimate move of the Confucian sect appeared once again. The devil's sword trembled, and its sword light shone brightly, reflecting its demonic might. The 3 people's most powerful moves intertwined and converged. In the end, they turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed apart heaven and earth and descended upon the divine body. Facing an unprecedented threat, the Nether King's expression turned serious as well. Amidst the raging wind, the godly flame roared out. Its destructive might cracked the void and suppressed everything in the world. The 2 extremes collided, and the violent shock waves destroyed everything in their surroundings. The bodies of the 3 could not withstand the impact, and the corners of their mouths were dyed red. Shadow of the remnant wind. Amidst the shock waves, Mu Qingxue took a step in the air and turned back. With extreme speed, she condensed the last of her strength into her sword and penetrated the divine body once again. A pool of blood dyed the body of the Cheng Ying sword red. The sword had penetrated an inch, but it could not advance any further. Seeing this, Ning Chen and Xiaozi endured the heavy injuries on their bodies and quickly rushed forward. Their swords and sabers flowed together to support the Cheng Ying sword. The sword penetrated inch by inch, indicating the success of the battle of blasphemy. Just as dawn was about to appear, the 12 wings of sin spread out behind the Nether King. In an instant, divine might erupted, blocking the sword in front of the sea of Qi. The fluttering black feathers were formed by the godly origin energy, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 12 wings of sin also disappeared. The deity raised his hand, and an extreme divine might roared out. The 3 people were sent flying, and their blood fell like rain. The divine might was irreversible, and in the end, they failed on the verge of success. Blood dyed the ground red. The 3 people landed on the ground. Blood flowed down the sword and dyed the ground red. In the end, the humans were defeated in this calamity. You tried your best, but unfortunately, the result is already decided. The Nether King waved his hand, scattering the dust in the air. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, a look of approval flashed across his face. In tens of thousands of years, this was the first time someone had injured him to this extent. This trip to the human world was not in vain. The bleak night wind blew the fallen leaves. The 3 heavily injured figures were covered in blood, especially Mu Qingxue, whose foundation was slightly weaker. His consciousness was on the verge of fainting. "Zi, take Mu Qingxue away." Ning Chen struggled to support his body and looked back at the emperor. "You." Zi seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. "Today, no one will be able to leave." The Nether King raised his hand, and the 9 heavens, lightning struck down. With a rumbling sound, the ground under him was hit by another calamity. Rocks flew everywhere, and the lightning turned them into ashes and disappeared. On the deity's right hand, the 9 heavens divine lightning screeched like 1,000 birds. It was extremely ear-piercing. The destructive divine move opened the road to the underworld. In the end, with a light sigh, Ning Chen no longer hesitated. He stomped his foot, and the scroll of life opened up. Extreme cold air spread out, and the heaven and earth trembled. The wind and snow surged, and the entire Qizhou mountain range turned into a world of ice and snow in the blink of an eye. Rising into the sky, knowing Destiny's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his body was surrounded by wind and snow. He looked like a deity who had descended to the mortal world. The aura around him changed from life to death. The aura of the 3 scrolls of heaven, earth, and supreme all merged into the forbidden move of the scroll of life. Destruction of life. 100 years of foundation scattered in a day, and 1,000 years of fate disappeared in a night. The move that gathered the strongest foundation and fate surpassed the heaven and earth, and broke through the limits of human beings. The wind and snow were dyed red, and it became the most powerful move that could kill gods and Buddhas. The Nether King looked at the white figure floating in the blood mist, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Humans had surprised the deities once again. The power of the forbidden move could destroy the heaven and earth. The space around knowing destiny kept collapsing, forming a huge hole. Only the wind and snow, stained with blood, rose endlessly, and its power was terrifying. Seeing that the power of the forbidden move had surpassed the limit, the Nether King raised his left hand again. The divine flames surged, and the blue heavenly fire reflected the falling thunderbolts in the sky. Suddenly the thunder was loud, and the fire burned the sky. The divine power shook the entire divine land. The last ultimate move collided. The forbidden move of the scroll of life surpassed the heaven and earth, and even the deities couldn't completely block it. They were forced back a few steps, and the entire Qizhou mountain range collapsed. A huge crack appeared on the mountain range, and the Heaven's Gate was destroyed. It completely sank into the ground and became history. In the aftermath of the collision, knowing destiny flew out. His body was dyed red, and his blood spilled over 100 feet. Ning Qin. Xia Zi shuddered and quickly flew over to catch the falling figure. She said with a worried expression, "Hurry, go." Knowing Destiny spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. I said that no one can leave today. As soon as he finished speaking, the Nether King appeared in the raging sandstorm. His palm energy roared and attacked the three. In that moment of crisis, an azure arrow containing unparalleled power shot over. Everyone's true yuan was concentrated in the arrow, and it crashed into the deity's palm energy. The aftershock dispersed in all directions, shattering the mountain. The palm energy disappeared, and the arrow light also collapsed. Take Ning Chen and Mu Qingxiu away. We'll cover the rear. Li Luo, Luan Fengqin, and the others appeared and said. Xia Zi didn't say anything. He took the other two and turned into a streak of light, quickly retreating. You think you can leave? The Nether King snorted coldly. Divine flames surged out of his body, and he slapped out with his palm. Rivers and mountains drink hatred, blood maple October red. Moon shadow, vast armies might. Luan Fengqin, Jianghua, and Marquis victorious returns expressions became serious. They attacked at the same time, and 3 blades slashed down at the destructive flames. At the same time, Luo Xingqian drew his star mark bow. Li Luo and Xian Tian both poured their true yuan into the scarlet arrow. The 2 attacks intertwined. After attacking, no one dared to delay and quickly retreated. With a shocking explosion, rocks flew everywhere. The divine flames collided with the blades and arrows. True yuan shook endlessly, and the ravaged earth once again suffered a great calamity. The shock waves from the shocking battle lingered for a long time. In the raging sandstorm, the Nether King calmly stood. In the end, the deity still won. Suddenly, blood spurted out from the Nether King's Qi Si, and the vermilion liquid in his mouth dripped down. Ugh! The Nether King snorted and retreated half a step. His aura became violently unstable. What a good, knowing destiny, Marquis. What a good forbidden technique. This time's trip to the human world is getting more and more interesting. The Nether King waved his hand to seal the wound on his chest. He looked in the direction that everyone had left and took out the Taoqia's origin. In the next moment, the deity's body scattered and disappeared. With one of his 2 Qi Sis broken, the deity had returned to temporarily heal his injuries. Because of Ning Chen and the other 2's efforts, the destruction of the human world had to be temporarily stopped. The deity's departure caused the world to tremble. In the battle between deities, the human world had lost. However, it also allowed the human world to see hope. With his 2 Qi Sis broken, the Nether King's body was no longer perfect. The battle between the 3 of them provided the best reference for the human world's experts to face the deity again. Grand Xia, knowing destiny Marquis manner. Xia Zi brought the unconscious Ning Qin and Mu Qingxiu back. As soon as he landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Luo Fei, who had been forced to stay behind by Li Luo, was startled. She quickly went forward to support him. Save them! Xia Zi's figure fell down. He had also fainted. At this moment, Li Luo and the others also returned. Sensing the 3's weak auras, they didn't say anything and immediately went to heal them. The Grand Xia is no longer a safe place. Before the Nether King comes again, we must leave as soon as possible, said Luo Xingqian. Where in the world is a safe place? Asked Luo Fei. To the 4 extremities. At this moment, Worryless walked out and spoke. Everyone frowned. They didn't understand why. Although the 4 extremities were far away, this distance didn't have any effect on a deity. Luan Fengqin suddenly thought of something and looked at Worryless with disbelief. You mean to say that we should seal the passage between the 2 realms? Yes. Worryless nodded, his expression grave. Borrowing the karmic luck of the Holy Lands, with my current strength, I might be able to seal the passage between the two realms for a while. Although I can't truly block the Nether King, I should be able to buy everyone some time to breathe. Chapter 393. Within the Grand Xia Imperial City, Li Luo, Xian Tian, and Luofei were separately treating 3 severely wounded people. Surging true qi constantly flowed into their bodies. After a great battle, the 3 of them had nearly exhausted all of their true essence and blood energy. Ugh! In front of Li Luo, Ning Qin unconsciously let out a muffled groan. His cultivation technique rapidly dissipated. He had forcefully used a forbidden technique, so he had to bear the consequences. Not good. Luan Fengchen and Jiang Hua quickly went up and poured their true qi into Ning Chen's body. The 3 of them worked together to stabilize Knowing Destiny's injured body. A quarter of an hour later, Ning Chen opened his eyes. Enduring the pain, he held his fingers together and condensed his qi. Before his qi dissipated, he injected the last of his energy into Xia Zi's body. In the next moment, a phoenix cry rang out. The red light left his body and reformed with his remaining life force. The Earth's soul left his body and merged with the phoenix body. His main body's aura dissipated and he fell into a deep slumber. According to Forgotten Sorrow, prepare to seal the passage between the 2 realms, said Ning Qin. Your body also won't be able to last much longer, said Li Luo gravely. It's fine. This isn't the time to worry about this. Let's leave first, said Ning Qin. What do we do about this place? Asked Luofei worriedly. The Nether King is naturally arrogant and won't attack ordinary mortals. Furthermore, he was heavily injured in this battle. His next target will definitely be the Phoenix origin. If we stay here, we'll just bring disaster to everyone. Ning Qin narrowed his eyes. In today's battle, the Nether King's dual qi seas had been destroyed. He needed the Phoenix origin even more to repair the flaws in his 7 ultimate divine bodies' true qi fluctuations. Once the Nether King repaired the flaws in his divine body, he would definitely pull back the other 4 realms. At that time, the power of a god would completely descend, and no one would be able to stop him from destroying the human world. They didn't have many chances. Before the Nether King pulled back the other 4 realms, they had to send him back to the 7 ultimate celestial realm. It's a bit inappropriate. Back then, in order to tie down Yao Man and the others, we left Rong Lu behind. Although our greatest enemy is the Nether King, and we have to put aside our grudges. Rong Lu has been eyeing the Phoenix origin for a long time. We have to be on guard. Speaking to hear, Luan Fengchen glanced at Luo Xingqian and couldn't help but sigh. The world was truly unpredictable. Who would have thought that the enemy he had been so wary of would now become an ally? Ning Qin pondered for a moment and said, Mu Qingxue and Zi are too heavily injured and need to find a safe place to recuperate. Going to the 4 extremities is the best choice. I will deal with the matter of the Rong Tower carefully. The overall situation is more important and cannot be delayed. In that case, let's move out immediately, said Jiang Hua. Marquis, you must be careful. Rua, she stepped forward with tears in her eyes. Yes, Ning Qin nodded. He glanced at everyone and said, let's go. In the next moment, streaks of flowing light shot out of the Marquis estate and rushed towards the Ascension Valley. The group of people who carried the last hope of the human world had taken away most of the combat power of the Divine Land. Before the final battle with the Netherworld King, the strength of the human world could no longer be damaged. When they were passing through the sky above Desolate City, Ning Qin suddenly stopped and looked at the white-robed man below. He said solemnly, Senior Mu Bai, we are preparing to temporarily seal the passage between the 4 extremities and the Divine Land. I wonder if Senior can come with us? You all go ahead. I still have things to do, so I won't be going. Mu Bai calmly said in front of the sword pool. The feeling he gave off was completely different from the last time he acted. He was absolutely restrained, like the most ordinary mortal. No one could sense any sword intent from him. Luo Xingqian narrowed his eyes. This feeling was familiar. Although it wasn't obvious, it was very close. Ning Chen also saw the difference and sighed in his heart. He didn't try to persuade him anymore and continued to fly away. The crowd quickly followed behind him, and before long they disappeared from sight. Ascension Valley. One figure after another flew into the spatial passage. When they reappeared, they were already at the peak of the four extremities. When everyone appeared and saw the situation in front of them, they were shocked. The spatial turbulence that had blocked the passage between the two realms in the past had completely disappeared. The void in front of them was completely erased, making them feel endless coldness. Without a doubt, there was only one person in the world who could do this, the Netherworld King. Don't look anymore. Let's go, Ning Chen said, and with a stomp of his foot, he quickly flew into the distance. Everyone nodded and rushed forward together. For Extremity's holy land. The instant they appeared, Rong Lu sensed them and opened his eyes. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of everyone. Oh! When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. The tense atmosphere made everyone turn solemn. Luan Fengchen, you better give me an explanation, said Rong Lu gloomily. Senior Rong Lu, the Netherworld King's calamity is imminent. Let's put aside our personal grudges for now, said Luan Fengchen. Where's that bald monk Jian Bodhi? Why isn't he here? Does he not dare to come? Snorted Rong Lu. Senior Jian Bodhi has already died in battle to stop the Netherworld King, said Ning Chen calmly. Rong Lu was startled. His thoughts suddenly became complicated. After fighting for 100 years, hearing the news of his opponent's death was like this. There was a trace of carefreeness, but there was even more regret and emptiness. From now on, there would be no one who wouldn't let him go. I don't care about your matters. Don't disturb me. Rong Lu turned around and returned to his palace. The instant he turned around, he sighed inwardly. His complicated feelings were indescribable. Brother Jiang, bring Miss Luo to heal those two. Luan Fengchen instructed. Then he looked at the people around him and said, Everyone rest first. Ning Chen, worryless, come with me. Everyone split up. Luo Fei and Hua brought the unconscious Mu Qingxue and Xiazi away. As for the remaining people, other than Ning Chen and worryless, they stayed behind to rest. In the depths of the four extreme Holy Land, at the bottom of a rugged valley, Luan Fengchen, Ning Chen, and Wang Yu walked over. Not long after, strands of dazzling, five-colored aura appeared, giving off a strange pressure that made it harder for people to approach. After another 100 steps, a huge stone bell appeared. Five-colored light circulated around it. It was extremely extraordinary. The stone bell had already become one with the Holy Land's terrain. It was a treasure that suppressed karmic luck. It was difficult to move. Ning Chen frowned as he looked at the karmic luck around the stone bell. This wasn't right. The Holy Land had existed for over 10,000 years. The karmic luck it had accumulated should be far greater than this. Do you still remember that white mist insect tide? Luan Fengchen could see what Ning Chen was thinking and sighed. Ning Chen was startled. Then he seemed to think of something and his expression changed. Could it be? You guessed right. Those things were fed by the Holy Land's karmic luck. I only learned of this recently. If the power of karmic luck isn't used properly, it's truly terrifying, sighed Luan Fengchen. A cold light flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. It was no wonder he had tried so many methods, but the white mist insect tide had never died. Instead, it had been destroyed by the berserk karmic luck of the barbarian dynasty. Those things really were monsters fed by karmic luck. With a wave of his hand, Nianqing flew out and landed on the stone bell. A moment later, the surroundings changed. Endless five-colored karmic luck flowed out from the stone bell and poured into the saber. Forget the sorrow, said Ning Chen. She nodded and stepped forward. She raised her delicate hand and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth's world. The five-colored karmic luck turned into a huge vortex and sped up the fusion. An hour later, the karmic luck in the stone bell had almost dried up. On the stone bell, Nianqing's 5-colored brilliance flowed, dazzling people's minds. "Let's go." Ning Chen waved his hand and put away Nianqing. He turned around and went back the way he had come. Luan Fengqin and Forget the Sorrow followed him and left together. The three of them left the Holy Land. Without stopping, they rushed to the west where the two territories connected. At the same time, in the homeland of Western Buddha, in a huge ancient palace, one terrifying aura after another descended. Each of them was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Their terrifying pressure caused the space in the palace to distort. The demon Buddha of the Demon Temple, Zi Tiangong of the Divine Palace, the Light Elder of Tianfu Mountain, and two powerful existences from the Forbidden Lands gathered in the ancient palace to discuss the matter of Pluto. "Light Elder, why did you open the passage between the two territories without permission?" asked Zi Tiangong coldly, looking at the illusory youth beside him. "Amitabha, does the master of the Divine Palace also have times when he is afraid?" said the Light Elder with a faint smile. "Bald donkey, don't forget how the 5 territories were destroyed 30,000 years ago. You should know the consequences of Pluto descending on the homeland of Western Buddha," said the Demon Buddha coldly. "I know. That's why I tried my best to stop him. You and I should both know that the space barrier between the two territories can't stop Pluto. If the divine prefecture of the eastern region is defeated, the homeland of Western Buddha will undoubtedly be the next to suffer," said the Light Elder calmly. The smile on his face disappeared. "It's already happened. It's useless to argue. If you have the time, let's discuss how to deal with the threat of Pluto this time," said one of the illusory figures from the Forbidden Lands coldly. "Pluto has descended this time and still hasn't made a move to pull back the 4 territories. Most likely, something unexpected has happened. We are limited by the imperfection of heaven and earth, so we can't break through. When Pluto comes to the human world, he may also be limited by this. If that's the case, perhaps there is a possibility of stopping him," said the woman who hadn't spoken. "What do you mean?" asked Zi Tiangong with a frown. "Select the cultivators from the homeland of Western Buddha and send them to the divine prefecture of the eastern region. If possible, try to send a cultivator who is close to the realm of consummation," said the woman seriously. At their level, it was impossible to cross due to the space barrier. However, it was possible to send a cultivator who was close to the realm of consummation. "It's too difficult." Zi Tiangong didn't immediately reject it, but he didn't agree either. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the repulsive force when crossing the space barrier between the two territories. It wasn't easy to send a cultivator who was close to the realm of consummation. In addition, there was another reason that wasn't easy to solve. The people sent to the divine prefecture of the eastern region this time were sent to their deaths rather than to deal with the Netherworld King. The choice of these people, especially this master who was close to the fulfillment realm, was not something that could be reached with just a few words. How to find him and which side to send him was not something that could be agreed upon. Chapter 394. In the ancient hall, the 5-party talks were at a stalemate. Everyone knew how precious an expert close to perfection was. Once they were sent to the eastern divine lands, the possibility of them coming back alive was minuscule. "I will choose this person." Just as the stalemate was about to be broken, the woman who made the suggestion spoke again. After she finished speaking, she changed the topic and said, "However, it's absolutely impossible for an expert who's close to the perfection stage to stop the Nether King. Shouldn't you show some sincerity?" "Oh, who is the woman's choice?" Purple Sky Palace's eyes flashed with surprise as he asked. "You will know soon," the woman said coolly. "Since the woman has made such a sacrifice, Tianfu Mountain cannot be stingy. We are willing to use the sin-cleansing spirit rhinoceros to help the woman," the Light Venerable said. "Buddha bone, sacred weapon." "Ha!" The Light Venerable is so generous, the Demon Buddha said with a fake smile. Tianfu Mountain is not like the Demon Temple. I think the Demon Buddha's sincerity will surprise us, the Light Venerable said with a smile. Humph, bald donkey, you don't have to provoke me. I will not refuse the responsibility that the Demon Temple should bear, the Demon Buddha said coldly. The Divine Palace will also fully support this operation. The sincerity shown will not disappoint the woman, Purple Sky Palace also said. That is good. 2 days later, in the ancient land of Chongling, the woman will wait for your arrival. With that, the woman's figure slowly faded and disappeared in a flash. Amit Ba, I will also take my leave. The Light Venerable's figure dissipated and left the ancient hall. We will meet again. The other illusory figure in the Forbidden Land also disappeared, retreating in a low-key manner. After the three left, Purple Sky Palace's expression turned serious. Demon Buddha, do you know when the woman has an expert close to connate perfection under her command? The Demon Buddha shook his head and said in a low voice, This is the first time I've heard of it. This woman has always been mysterious and difficult to see through. In the deepest part of the ancient land of Chongling, a beautiful woman stood silently. Her delicate hand flipped through strange seals. Threads of light seeped out of her body and then condensed into a body. The face was 30% similar, but 70% different. It was less cold and more peaceful. The one-body double transformation technique had reappeared in the mortal world, but it was even more complete than the incomplete version in the hands of Ning Qin and the Eternal Night Hierarch. Its aura was close to that of the Great Circle of the Three Disasters. It was hard to believe that this was only a clone. Female Chong, don't you think your actions are too risky? An aged voice rang out from the ancient land. I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more, the female Chong replied indifferently. Within the ancient land, the aged voice sighed softly. It knew that any further persuasion would be useless, so it fell silent and no longer spoke. In Tianfu Mountain, the bright moon shone high in the sky. Traces of blood were overflowing. The influence of the divine land had begun to manifest in the homeland of West Buddha. The place closest to the sky was already vaguely visible. This calamity of the mortal world would not end with the divine land, but as the beginning. It would completely turn the 5 regions into hell. The steps of the gods destroying the world would eventually reach the 4 regions. The success or failure of the divine land was not just the success or failure of one region, but the survival of the entire mortal world. The Light Venerable stood at the peak of Tianfu Mountain. He glanced at the 2 people leaving below the mountain and sighed softly. In the end, he had concealed today's decision. At the same time, in the 4 extremes, at the peak of the 9 heavens, the important task of sealing the passage between the 2 realms had reached a critical moment. Ning Chen's luck turned into sentiments. Dazzling, 5-colored energies surged out. Vast fortunes were like endless waves. At the side, Wang Yu channeled the origin power of the Tao body at the same time. As the wind and clouds changed, a giant whirlpool appeared and continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of the universe within 1,000 miles. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of the universe and the fortunes of the holy lands merged and poured into the spatial passage. At this moment, the world between the 2 realms rumbled and shook violently. It startled the gods who were still recovering their vital energy. Oh! In the dark abyss, Lord Pluto opened his eyes and exclaimed softly. In the blink of an eye, his divine body dissipated and disappeared. At the same time in the barren city, beams of sword light shot into the sky. Endless sword will shook the 9 heavens and the divine land. The legend of the sword reappeared in the mortal world. All the swords within 3,000 miles did not listen to their master's commands. They unsheathed themselves and flew into the 9 heavens. Thousands of swords gathered in the sky, forming a sword cloud that covered the sky. Thunder rumbled and rumbled. The strongest sword in the history of the divine land stepped out. His white robe fluttered under the night sky. Black energy gathered, and the body of Lord Pluto appeared. Feeling the omnipresent sword will, a strange look flashed in his eyes. In the sword pool, the chaos sword essence flew out. The moment it entered his hand, the blade changed. In the dazzling brilliance, the blade finally opened. The sharpest sword surpassed all the weapons in the mortal world. Before the sword moved, cracks appeared in the space. "Swordsman, is this your challenge?" Lord Pluto asked. "Please," Mubai said calmly. "I accept." "Don't disappoint, Lord Pluto." After saying that, Lord Pluto raised his hand. Violent winds and raging mists appeared. Shocking divine power rose endlessly. Even the heavens and earth shook and collapsed. Sword style! Before the divine move was used, the sword in Mubai's hand moved. The chaos sword slashed out a dazzling light. One sword, 10,000 calamities. The sharp sword light slashed apart the heavens and earth. It descended upon Lord Pluto's body and crashed into the raging mists. The sword light shattered, and the divine move was used. The indescribable power shook people's hearts. Sword style, limitless sword. After the divine move was used, Mubai's body moved. The limitless sword appeared. It was the fastest sword in the world. Wherever the will was, the sword would follow. It broke through the limits of space and drew a white shadow under the night sky. It was so fast that it surpassed the limit. Lord Pluto raised his hand and used his true yuan to block the sword. After a moment of deadlock, his true yuan shook violently and became extremely unstable. Sword style, formless sword. Mubai's primal chaos, sword core, disappeared. Thousands of sword images condensed into one. They condensed, then condensed again and again. The sword slashed out, gathering the world's sharpness. It instantly broke through Lord Pluto's true yuan. When the sword entered Lord Pluto's body, blood gushed out. After an inch, it couldn't move an inch further. Not bad. Lord Pluto grabbed the sword with his right hand. Thousands of sword intents appeared in front of Mubai to protect him. However, Lord Pluto's divine power was unstoppable. The sword intents continuously collapsed. Mubai's clothes were blown away. In the distance, Gen E and Gen Air's eyes were heavy. However, they didn't go up to help. They knew that this battle wasn't something they could interfere in. Moreover, their master wouldn't allow them to interfere. In the sky above Desolation City, the battle was still ongoing. Sword intents intersected between Lord Pluto and Lord Pluto. Each move was stronger and faster than the previous one. The heaven-proving sword had 9 heaven-proving sword forms. When one form was used, another one would follow. Even Lord Pluto didn't dare to be careless when facing Lord Pluto. With a flip of his palm, Lord Pluto once again used his ultimate move. The flame of burning heaven appeared with the power to destroy the world. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed. The ultimate divine power was beyond what the mortal world could bear. The divine prefecture trembled and the world wailed. Sword style! Mubai's sword moved. Sword intents surged out of his body. They connected the heaven and earth, shaking the universe. 10,000 swords greet the ancestor. Lord Pluto had already used the 6 heaven-proving sword forms. What was about to come were the final 3 forms that surpassed the limits of a human strength. Even before Lord Pluto's move was unleashed, the space within 1,000 li trembled violently. Above the 9 heavens, 10,000 swords rapidly revolved, forming a huge sword vortex. The heavy aura made people feel as if the end of the world had arrived. In the next moment, sword lights descended from the sky. They avoided the divine flames and reached Lord Pluto's body. With a muffled groan, the divine flames broke through the sword intents and landed on Mubai's body. Blood spurted out, dyeing his white clothes red. At the same time, 10,000 swords descended from the sky and crashed into Lord Pluto's protective true yuan. Sword lights and divine power collided. The sword lights couldn't withstand the divine power and crumbled unceasingly. Right at this moment, Lord Pluto's true yuan suddenly trembled violently, showing signs of instability. Lord Pluto frowned slightly. His body moved, retreating for the first time since the start of the battle. Lord Pluto's illusory body was like a flowing shadow. It was difficult to see with one's eyes. However, the sword streams formed by 10,000 swords followed him like a shadow. One sword pierced through Lord Pluto's protective true yuan, bringing forth a waterfall of blood. Lord Pluto's left arm was bleeding, dyeing his divine clothes red. "Is this your sword?" Lord Pluto waved his hand and scattered the remaining sword lights. Soon after, he stroked his left arm and the wound healed. "If this is all you have, then I'm letting Lord Pluto down by waiting for so long." As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Pluto circulated his true yuan. In an instant, divine power descended from the heavens and thunder clouds rolled. Streaks of lightning descended from the 9 heavens and gathered on Lord Pluto's palms. The crackling thunder illuminated the entire horizon. God's move destroyed everything within 1,000-li desolation city. Peerless city of Grancia collapsed. Under the divine power, it suffered the most terrifying calamity. Sword style! The divine tribulation descended. Mubai's eyes were unprecedentedly calm. He took one last look at the divine prefecture below him. In the blink of an eye, his sword intent spread out endlessly. Everything within 1,000 li was transformed into a world of swords. One sword to prove the heavens. Lord Pluto's white clothes dissipated. The 8th sword style that had never appeared in the world was also Lord Pluto's final sword style. 1 represented the origin of numbers. 9 represented the extremity of numbers. Heaven and earth had an end, the extremity of numbers. Lord Pluto's final sword style was the strongest sword style. 1 sword to prove the heavens. The man and the sword were one. A dazzling ray of light streaked across the sky. It was so resplendent that the 9 heavens and 10 earths lost their splendor. The strongest sword style made all the swordsmen in the world feel the sword intent that surpassed everything. They all looked at the horizon in shock. Above the 4 extremities, Ning Qin, who was about to completely seal the passage between the 2 realms, felt the familiar yet strange sword intent. His expression dimmed. Junior Ning Qin respectfully sends off Senior Mu Bai. Knowing destiny bowed, sending off the legend of the sword. From now on, in the divine prefecture, the sword had an end. Above the divine prefecture, the sword light and the divine technique collided. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The divine lightning dissipated and the primal chaos collapsed. The final sword style disappeared. Ugh! The world of swords collapsed, but Lord Pluto let out a muffled groan. Blood gushed out of his chest. He took half a step back and stopped himself. Specks of starlight gathered in front of Lord Pluto. An illusory figure condensed into Lord Pluto's final appearance. The sword in his hand pierced Lord Pluto's chest, but it missed by a hair's breadth. "Swordsman who has entered the Tao, leave your name," said Lord Pluto. "Mu Bai." Chapter 395. The final sword caused Mu Bai's primordial spirit to disperse. Tens of thousands of swords wailed in the divine land as they bid farewell to the legend of the sword. The sword in front of the Nether King's chest turned into stars and disappeared. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. Within 1,000 miles, the wind and leaves turned into swords. All things in the world turned into swords. Beams of sword light rose endlessly. At the end of the legend, the primordial spirit dissipated. The ultimate 9 swords finally appeared. The spiraling swords came and went without a trace. They came and went without a trace. One after another, they spun rapidly in the sky, forming a huge sword cloud storm. Oh! The Nether King looked at the spinning sword cloud, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He raised his right hand, and his divine power swept out. The moment it met the storm, it disappeared. When a swordsman entered the path, at the final moment, he surpassed the limits of humans. His primordial spirit merged with the world, turning into the ultimate 9 swords that trapped the gods. Is this your final obsession? The Nether King put down his right hand and stood in the sword cloud. He did not attack again. No one knew if it was because he could not break through, or if the gods were moved by the persistence of humans and decided to give them one last chance. The gods were trapped. At the top of the 9 heavens, Ning Chen and Worryless worked together and finally succeeded in sealing the passage between the 2 realms. The longing saber entered and suppressed the providence of the divine land. The Nether King's power is too strong. The seal won't last long. Before that, we have to find a way to destroy the 7 ultimate divine body, reminded Worryless. Let's return to the divine land first. We'll discuss it again, said Chaotic Wind Dust. Okay. Ning Chen put away his thoughts and nodded. The 3 left and returned to the divine land. They did not have much time left. The next time they faced the Nether King might be their last battle. In the divine land, above the vanished, desolate city, the sword cloud storm trapped the Nether King. After a day and a night, the storm gradually weakened and reached its end. At that moment, with a boom, space trembled violently. As the heavens and earth shook, cracks appeared in the void. The next moment, space collapsed as figures flew out. 9 3-calamity eminences, and dozens of 5th tribulation eminences. Their powerful auras shook the entire divine continent. Just as space was about to be sealed, a woman slowly walked out and stood in the void. Her beautiful face was as calm as water. In the ancient land of Chongling, women finally appeared in the divine land. Have the strong warriors of the divine great land withered to this extent? Behind New Chong, one of the 9 3 disasters scanned the ground with his divine sense, but couldn't find a single true expert. He couldn't help but sigh. Why can't I sense the Nether King's aura? Asked a 3 disaster expert from the Demon Temple. Over there. New Chong looked to the east and said, within the sword clouds, Underworld King also sensed the foreign experts that descended. With a wave of his hand, he scattered the strands of sword energy that continuously swirled about his body, walking out step by step. Oh, the Grand Underworld King is actually trapped by this kind of sword formation. His reputation as the Underworld King is nothing more than an illusion, mocked one of the 3 disaster experts. The situation is unclear. It's still too early to jump to conclusions, New Chong said calmly. The expert from the Demon Temple sneered. Although he didn't say anything, he didn't care about the woman's words. He had never heard of Changyu, a half-step complete earthly sovereign, as New Chang's subordinate. However, with Changyu as the leader, he couldn't openly question her. The Nether King seems to be injured, said the 3 disasters of Tianfu Mountain after sensing the abnormality in the Nether King's aura. As expected, Yu Tianhong, the first swordsman from the Feihong Palace of the Divine Palace, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "It seems that the Nether King's arrival in the human world is just SOSO." New Chong frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy. She didn't know why the Nether King was injured, but she knew very well that if they really underestimated the Lord of the 7 extinctions celestial realm, who had destroyed the 5 regions, they would definitely die faster than anyone else. Let's leave first. When we find the 3 disasters of the divine prefecture of the eastern region, we'll discuss how to deal with the Nether King together, New Chong said calmly. Compared to them, the cultivators of the divine prefecture of the eastern region must have fought with the Lord of the Abyss and knew many things that they did not know. Before they truly understood the situation of the Lord of the Abyss, the best choice was to avoid him for the time being. I'm afraid there are no more 3 disasters in the eastern region. Moreover, the Nether King is injured. This is obviously the best time to strike. How can we miss it? Yu Tianhong said with a serious expression. Brother Tianhong is right. Now is the time when the Nether King is at his weakest. Once we miss it, we won't have such an opportunity again, said the 3 disasters of the Demon Temple. Are you going to disobey the orders of the 5 Supremes? Nu Chang's eyes narrowed as she asked. We wouldn't dare. However, the best opportunity to defeat the Nether King is right in front of us. We can't turn a blind eye to it, said Yu Tianhong coldly. Have you finished the discussion? Just as the group was in a stalemate, a black aura gathered in the sky. The Nether King appeared and spoke calmly. Nu Chang's eyes turned cold. It was too late to leave now. Set up the array, said Yu Tianhong coldly. With that said, the heavenly sword was unsheathed. A sword beam shot into the clouds. Soaring Goose Hall's number 1 swordsman held his sword as his aura rose endlessly, reaching the 3rd disaster realm. At the same time, the other 3 disasters of the Divine Palace walked out. 2 swords appeared, echoing the heavenly sword's sharpness. The 12 Fifth Tribulation Eminences worked together as their swords moved, dazzling the world. The Divine Palace's Big Dipper sword array appeared once again. Sword beams intersected in the world, trying to trap the gods. The Nether King remained as immovable as a mountain. His protective, quintessential essence condensed and blocked wave after wave of attacks. The battle fell into a stalemate. When the 3 disasters of the Demon Temple saw this, they gave the order and led their troops to help. The sharp edges threatened to take one's life. Your swords have disappointed God. The Nether King waved his hand and repelled the incoming attacks. Following that, he flipped his palm, and extremely destructive divine flames shot out. When the divine flames appeared, everyone's expressions changed. A nearby Divine Palace expert from the 3 disasters of the Divine Palace couldn't dodge in time. He brandished his sword to block the divine might, but with a loud bang, his sword shattered and he died. The Divine Palace's Big Dipper sword array was famous in West Earth. However, after seeing the sword on the sword, the Nether King had clearly lost interest in the sword array in front of him. He no longer held back when he attacked. Blood-stained figures fell from the sky. The Nether King's coldest side appeared once again. The divine move howled and surged forward. Anyone who touched it would be injured and die. The Nether King raised his hand and said coldly, "You're next." Retreat. Seeing that nearly half of the sword array had been destroyed in the blink of an eye, Yu Tianhong suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted anxiously. Too late. The Nether King's figure flashed. As black aura surged, he instantly arrived in front of the number 1 swordsman in the Divine Palace. He struck out with God's palm, taking his life. Seeing that his life was imminent, Yu Tianhong circulated all his energy and circulated the heavenly sword in his hand to block the divine might. At that moment, a golden sword appeared. Together with the heavenly sword's edge, it blocked the divine might. With a bang, the 2 of them retreated a few steps. The corners of their mouths were dyed red, and blood gushed out of their arms. Oh, a weapon that can cleanse sins and sever karma. The Nether King looked at the sword in the woman's hand as a strange glint flashed in his eyes. "The Nether King's eyesight is admirable," said the woman as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Your weapon isn't bad. Unfortunately, you will still lose." With that said, the Nether King raised his hand of God again. Endless waves roared out. The 10,000-foot tall waves shook the world. "Let's go." The woman didn't want to continue fighting. She quickly retreated with the heavily injured Yu Tianhong. The remaining 7 3 disasters and less than half of the 5th Tribulation Eminences didn't dare hesitate. They immediately retreated from the battle. However, How could those who had blasphemed God's face leave so easily? God's attack descended, destroying everything in its path with an unstoppable force. The 2-3 disasters and many fifth tribulation eminences were unable to retreat in time. They flew out with a bang as blood splattered across the sky. When the woman saw this scene, her expression didn't waver at all. She quickly retreated without any intention of stopping. The remaining experts' hearts were abnormally heavy, but they knew that they would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they stayed. They sped up and left together. The Nether King stood there and watched the group of people leave. His cold expression didn't change at all. With a wave of his hand, the heavily injured figures floating in the air shattered and scattered, turning into a rain of blood that rained down. The next moment, black gas surged, and the Nether King's body disappeared. A group of people appeared in Great Xia's northern borders. After landing, they vomited blood. They were still shocked and couldn't calm down. No one expected the Nether King to be so powerful. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes. With a wave of her hand, she threw the heavily injured Yu Tianhong to the side. If it weren't for the fact that she needed people, she really wouldn't want to save these trash. People who only had cultivation but no brains were really disgusting. There were only 6 people left from the 3 disasters, and almost all of the 5th tribulation eminences were wiped out. In just one battle, they had lost half of their combat strength. It was obvious that their future path would be even more difficult. The Nether King's strength was indeed beyond imagination. However, what made her more concerned was that such a powerful Nether King was actually injured. It seemed that the experts of the Divine Prefecture were more valuable than she had expected. Next, she had to find the top experts of the Eastern Divine Prefecture as soon as possible, especially before the Nether King attacked again. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee that the people behind her would survive the next time. In the 4 Extremes sacred land, Ning Qin stood alone and pondered. At this moment, the Chaos Scroll trembled. Blue stars flew out one after another, condensing into a familiar figure. "It's time to make up your mind," said Fan Lingyue calmly. "I've taken in a disciple for you. Do you want to see her?" asked Ning Qin softly. Fan Lingyue was silent for a moment. Then she said, "Let's see her once. It can be considered the last farewell before we leave. All this time, I couldn't agree with your ideals. I didn't expect that in the end you would still have to do this," said Ning Qin self-deprecatingly. "To achieve great things, there must be sacrifices. This time, you and I will be buried with them. We can atone for our sins on the road to the Yellow Springs," said Fan Lingyue calmly. "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Ning Qin sighed softly. "World peace," said Fan Lingyue slowly. It was a wish that had never changed. It sounded so ironic when it came from the military advisor of Northern Meng, who had started the war between the 2 dynasties and killed millions of people without even blinking. However, Ning Qin believed that since the day they met, he had never doubted it when he heard this sentence. Huh. Hearing this again, Ning Qin smiled faintly. He quietly looked at the Divine Prefecture in the distance and didn't say anything else. Chapter 396. In the Divine Prefecture, snow fell like goose feathers. Ever since the everlasting night, the weather was getting colder and colder. The casualties caused by the natural disasters were getting more and more serious. In less than 2 months, the tribulation of Yama had almost wiped out all the cultivators in the human world and brought unprecedented despair to mankind. Battle after battle, the god-level strength displayed by Yama destroyed mankind's resistance with an overwhelming advantage and wiped out the hope of the human world little by little. In the northern border of the Great Xia, the cultivators from the West Land had rested for a few days. Nu Chan looked at the figures who kept returning and narrowed her eyes slightly. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture had all disappeared. It was really unbelievable. Maybe there are no more 3 disasters in the eastern region. Yu Tianhong, who had taken the elixir of the Divine Palace and had almost recovered from his injuries, said. "Impossible," Nu Chang denied. Why? Yu Tianhong frowned slightly and asked. The eastern region has not been destroyed. This is the best proof, Nu Chang said coldly. With the power of Yama, destroying the divine prefecture was just a matter of raising his hand. The reason why the eastern region had not suffered a devastating catastrophe was that the cultivators of the divine prefecture had restrained most of Yama's energy. Let's split up and go to the imperial court in the human world to find out the reason. When she spoke up to this point, she glanced at them and her expression turned cold as she said, It's the most sensitive moment right now, so I'll give all of you a piece of advice. Put away that superior attitude of yours. This isn't West Earth, and no one will care about your identities. If we get into conflict with the experts of the divine prefecture because of you, then don't blame me for being merciless. Don't worry, Changnu. We will pay attention to our words and actions. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stiff, the cultivators of the 3 disasters of West Buddha Mountain came out to smooth things over. Nu Chang did not say anything more. She walked lightly and disappeared after 2 steps. Leave the Beimeng royal family to me. Yu Tianhong followed her and went north. Everyone split up and did their own things. They tried their best to find the remaining cultivators of the divine prefecture. In the main hall of the Weiyang Palace in the Great Xia Imperial Palace, a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Her unusually powerful aura made Qingning, who was accompanying Zhang Sun, look serious. I am Changyu, from the homeland of West Buddha. Nu Chang revealed her identity first. Seeing the strange woman in the hall, Zhang Sun's expression did not change and said calmly, Qingning served tea. Many thanks. The woman responded, then walked to a chair at the side and sat down. Qingning walked forward and took the tea tray from the palace maid. She placed it in front of Changyu and politely said, Please. Thank you, Mississippi. Nu Chang also noticed the unusual aura of the woman in front of her and said. Qingning nodded and didn't say anything else. She did her own thing and returned to Zhang Sun's side. Miss Changyu, may I know the reason for your visit? Zhang Sun asked. I want to know the whereabouts of Marquis, Jiming, and the others, so that we can discuss how to deal with Yama together. Female Chang did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. After coming to the eastern region for a few days, she had a rough idea of who the main powerhouses of the divine land were. This Marquis Jiming was the primary candidate she was looking for. Miss Chang Yu has come late. 7 days ago, after the battle between Jiming Marquis and the Nether King, there has been no news of them. I have already sent people to search for them for several days, but to no avail. Zhang Sun sighed. Oh, Nu Chang frowned and asked, Where did this battle take place? Qizhou mountain range, Zhang Sun replied. In that case, Chang Yu will take her leave first. Sorry to disturb you. While speaking, Nu Chang stood up and was about to leave. Wait. Qingning, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Nu Chang stopped and turned to look at Qingning, waiting for the reason. When Yama attacks, his genuine qi will shake violently and even break off. However, this time is very short and difficult to grasp. I hope this information will be helpful to you, Qingning said calmly. Nu Chang narrowed her eyes and said, Thank you. After Nu Chang left, Qingning helped Zhang Sun up and walked towards the bedroom. Your Highness, his speculation was right. Those from the homeland of West Buddha sent people here after all, Qingning said softly. In front of benefits, there is no difference whether it is a sage at the great fulfillment or the most ordinary person. He understands people's hearts better than anyone else, Zhang Sun said calmly. I hope these people can hold on until Ningqian and the others come back. Qingning sighed. The barbarian dynasty, True Extreme Country, Menyon Country, and West Earth also found nothing. No one knew why the cultivators from the divine prefecture suddenly disappeared. In the northern Meng imperial court, Yu Tianhong arrived. Ming Yu's answer was almost the same as Zhang Sun's. However, unlike Nu Chang, The first swordsman of the Feihong Palace of the Divine Palace obviously disagreed with this answer. He thought that the Northern Meng imperial court was deliberately hiding something. The atmosphere of the conversation immediately became tense. Although Mingyu was still young, she was definitely not someone who was afraid of trouble. Facing a top cultivator of the third disaster, her expression did not change. In the depths of the Northern Meng imperial palace, a dynasty's treasures floated up and down. The suppressed treasures could appear at any time. In the end, Yu Tianhong suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and turned to leave. It was a taboo for cultivators to fight in the imperial palace that possessed the country's treasures. In addition, Chang Yu had already warned him. He could not ignore it. After Yu Tianhong left, Mingyu walked out of the main hall and looked to the east. A trace of sadness flashed through her dark eyes. "Your Highness, don't worry. He will be back soon," Purple Crystal said softly. "Yes." Mingyu nodded and suppressed her thoughts. Her gaze became firm again. She was the empress of the Northern Meng Empire. She had to be strong. Within the four extremes holy lands, peak experts were taking advantage of this last bit of time to recover from their injuries. Among the many auras, there were two people missing, Ning Chen and Jiang Hua. "There's no need for you to come along. I know the way." On the way to Heavenly Stellar City, Ning Chen glanced at the man beside him. "Ha, you're just a meat bun right now. Whether it's the Nether King or Rong Lu, both of them want to catch you. With your current body, who do you think you can defeat?" Jiang Hua smiled. "That's a bit reasonable, but it sounds a bit awkward." Ning Chen smiled. "The words are crude, but the logic is not crude. I haven't studied much, so I'll just make do with it," said Jiang Hua. Just as the two of them were halfway there, a blood-red light filled the sky, covering the blood moon. A boundless, blood-red world sealed off their path of retreat. "Jiang Hua, you really have a crow's mouth." Ning Chen sighed as he looked at the changes around him. "Knowledge, Marquis, hand over the Phoenix Origin, and I'll spare your life," said Rong Lu coldly. "If I could live after handing over the Phoenix Origin, I would have already given it to you." Ning Chen's expression wasn't flustered at all. Right now, only Rong Lu dared to take the Phoenix Origin. He had been stuck in the four extremities for so long that he didn't even know what the current situation was. Rong Lu frowned, feeling that something was wrong. There was no point in dragging this out any longer, so he didn't hesitate any longer. "Brother Jiang, I'll leave it to you." Ning Chen decisively took a step back and stood behind Jiang Hua. His face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat. "Ning Chen, do you know what I admire the most about you?" Jiang Hua waved his hand and Qing Yu came out of its sheath, blocking Rong Lu's palm. But a wild wind blew and the ground beneath them cracked. "To accomplish great things, I don't care about trifles," replied Ning Chen. "Ha! The thing I admire the most about you is that your face is even thicker than a city wall." Jiang Hua's saber changed directions and a moonlight flashed. Rong Lu retreated, dodging Qing Yu's saber light. With a clench of his fist, a blood-red saber appeared in his hand. "If you don't want to help, then back up a bit. Don't affect my performance." Jiang Hua's expression froze when he saw Rong Lu's saber. His voice was filled with disdain. Ning Chen didn't say anything and retreated another 100 steps. He didn't have the slightest intention of going up to help. This phoenix body was already on the verge of collapse. If there wasn't a need, he couldn't help. As for Rong Lu, ever since he had escaped from the lightning tribulation, his body had been heavily injured. His strength was clearly not at its peak. Even if Jiang Hua couldn't defeat him, he could at least stall for some time. Within the blood-red world, the two sabers constantly clashed. One was heavy, while the other was light. Jiang Hua knew he didn't have the advantage in terms of cultivation base, so he didn't clash head-on with Rong Lu. After over a dozen exchanges, Rong Lu's expression sank. He condensed his blood yuan into his saber, and a dense, blood-red light flickered. Ugh! Just at this moment, A saber pierced through his body, and blood spurted out. A red-haired figure silently appeared behind Rong Lu. How could it be you? Rong Lu turned around with great difficulty. His face was filled with disbelief. Luan Fengqin pulled out the saber that had pierced through Rong Lu's back. He looked at the Rong Lu and sighed. Rong Lu, I really hope that you didn't follow us today. Huh? Blood flowed out of Rong Lu's mouth. Looking at the three, his laughter became crazier and sadder. It turned out that his every move had been calculated by others. It turned out that he had never been trusted by others. Ugh. A splash of blood dyed the sky red. Everything was red. This was the last scene that Rong Lu could see. In this chaotic world, if one did not look out for himself, the heavens would destroy him. Was he wrong? He wasn't wrong. Ningqin walked forward and looked at the Rong Lu, who was in a daze. He said calmly, Rong Lu, let me tell you one last thing. The Nether King needs the Phoenix Origin to repair the flaw in his divine body. So, even if you take the Phoenix Origin today, it will only be a wedding dress for the Nether King's disciple. The last sentence entered Rong Lu's ears. Light flashed through the Rong Lu's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. So he didn't have time to say anything else. As his last bit of consciousness faded, he was completely annihilated. The Rong Lu only understood in death. Luan Fengqin, you've lost this bet, said Ningqin. Are people's hearts always so untrustworthy? Sighed Luan Fengqin. It's not that people's hearts aren't trustworthy. It's that before benefits, people's hearts aren't trustworthy. There are many benefits in this world. Power is a benefit, longevity is a benefit, and even gratitude and grudges are also benefits, said Ningqin. It was like the life-knowing cultivators. When had they ever avoided benefits? The only difference was that the Rong Lu used longevity as a benefit, while the life-knowing cultivators used emotions as a benefit. Ningqin walked forward and pressed his palm down. Blood-red light flashed, and Rong Lu's blood yuan transformed into stars that merged into his body, rapidly repairing his injuries. Chapter 397. Rong Lu's body disappeared and the blood origin entered, knowing destiny's body. Luan Fengqin looked at the young man in front of him, and for some reason, a deep chill flashed through his heart. He never knew that a person's rationality could be so terrifying. He would not be emotional or impulsive. He would not even be affected by human emotions. He was like a cold machine, accurately calculating every step. On the side, Jiang Hua felt the change in his good friend's heart. He could not help but sigh, but he did not say anything. He had learned more about knowing destiny from General Xan. Although he did not completely agree with knowing destiny's cold rationality, he could understand it. No one was born this way. However, in this chaotic world, there was no room for naivety. If knowing destiny did not give up everything, the great Xia might have already collapsed. Let's go. Ningqin glanced at the man beside him and said, N. Jiang Hua nodded and stepped forward to follow. The two went far away. Luan Fengqin looked at the two leaving and was silent for a long time. Perhaps he should be glad that knowing destiny's schemes would not be used on his own people. Half a day later, Jiang Hua and Ningqin came to the general family of Tianqin City. Today, under the subtle influence of Jiang Hua, most of the matters of the general family had been handed over to Jiang Hexin. This little daughter of the general family, who was bullied in the past, had grown into an indispensable part of the general family. In the front hall of the general family, Jiang Xan, who was dealing with the family affairs, saw the two appear in the hall. Her eyes immediately turned red. The housekeeper in the hall put away the account book and left. Master. Jiang Xan ran up and hugged the red-clothed young man in the hall. She immediately showed her little head and greeted Jiang Hua softly. Brother. Huh. Jiang Hua smiled helplessly. This sister of his was the closest to his master. You've grown up. Ningqin rubbed the hair of the girl in his arms and said with a gentle face, The little girl who he had taken away from the general family had finally shed her inferiority complex and confusion. She had truly become a proud daughter of heaven. Ning Qin gently pushed away the girl in his arms and said softly, "Jiang Xian, Master has brought you the person you want to see the most." As soon as he finished speaking, the Book of Chaos moved slightly. Specks of starlight overflowed and converged into a familiar figure. She was dressed in blue clothes and had an elegant appearance. She was as beautiful as before. Fan Lingyue, the most stunning woman in the divine continent for thousands of years. Master, Jiang Xian was startled to see the person who had suddenly appeared in front of her. She immediately knelt down. She had seen a portrait of her master in the northern Ming Emperor's palace. It was almost identical. "Jiang Hua, let's go out," said Ning Qin. "Yes." Jiang Hua glanced at the woman in the hall, then looked away and said, "I'll treat you to a drink." "It's rare for you to be so generous. It would be impolite to refuse." Ning Qin turned around and walked out. "Ha! It's not easy to earn some family property. However, I'll have enough wine today," laughed Jiang Hua. After the two of them left, Fan Lingyue turned her gaze back and looked at the young lady in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gentleness as she said, "Get up." "Thank you, Master." Jiang Xian got up and stood there somewhat nervously. However, she couldn't help curiously sizing up her master whom she had never seen before. In the back hall, on the roof of the west wing, the blood moon scattered a waterfall of coldness. Jiang Hua casually tossed a jar of wine over and said, "Is that the Fan Lingyue who forced you into desperate straits several times back then?" "Yes." Ning Qin opened the jar and drank a mouthful of wine. He felt a burning sensation in his throat and asked, "Is she beautiful?" "Yes." Jiang Hua nodded. "Beautiful women are the most terrifying. That's what Mother Zhang told me." Ning Qin smiled faintly. "Who is Mother Zhang?" Jiang Hua's face flashed with curiosity. "Zhang Wuji's mother," replied Ning Qin. "Who is Zhang Wuji?" Jiang Hua was even more puzzled. "A silly boy from the neighboring village, when I was young." Ning Qin drank another mouthful of wine and casually spouted some nonsense. "You're drunk." Jiang Hua heard something and stretched out the jar. Perhaps after I'm drunk, I'll know whether or not I'm dreaming." Ning Qin clinked the jar in his hand with Jiang Hua's and smiled. In the front hall, Jiang Xian saw her master. After a short moment of nervousness, she also recovered her young girl's nature and curiously asked about this and that. Fan Lingyue answered every one of her questions with unprecedented patience. No matter if it was ordinary trifling matters or questions about cultivation, she answered everything she knew without holding back. After asking about many things, Jiang Xian worshipped her master's talent more and more. She discovered that as long as she could ask a question, there was nothing that her master couldn't answer. After she finished asking questions about cultivation, Jiang Xian suddenly thought of something that had puzzled her for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, she finally couldn't help but ask very carefully, "Master, are you and Master really just friends?" In her heart, her master and master should be a pair made in heaven. Even if they used to be on different sides, they should still have good feelings for each other. Fan Lingyue smiled faintly. She could hear the meaning behind her disciple's words. A young girl at the age of yearning for love would always yearn for a beautiful ending no matter what. "Jiang Xian, you're still young. There are some things that you might not understand. Feelings are a very luxurious thing for me and your master. Or rather, it's a burden that we can't bear. However, you're different from us. You still have a long life ahead of you. You have to believe that there will always be someone in this world who is worth entrusting your life to," Fan Lingyue said softly. Hearing her master's words, Jiang Xian nodded as if she understood. The confusion in her eyes was hard to hide. In the front hall and back hall of the general's house, the four people talked until the wine jars were set high. The cold moon hung high, the cold wind gradually rose, and the withered leaves fluttered, covering the sorrow of the world. Ning Chen and Jiang Hua drank while talking nonsense. Perhaps the two of them didn't even remember what they were talking about. It had nothing to do with the suffering of the world or the underworld king. They only talked about which courtesan was the most beautiful in Fallen Moon City, and which wine was the best to drink in Heavenly Stellar City. Men talked about women and wine, and it should also be about women and wine. If there's a chance, I'll definitely go to Fallen Moon City and see if the courtesan you're talking about is really that beautiful. Jiang Hua's face was full of disbelief. You can doubt my character, but you can't doubt my taste, Ning Chen said as he drank the wine in his hand. There's no need to doubt your character because you don't have any. As for your taste, I'll evaluate it after I see it, Jiang Hua smiled. The wine is good. If I can survive this time, I'll send some to Old Man Lu. I haven't been there in a long time. Ning Chen lay down and closed his eyes, talking to himself. In the cold wind, Jiming fell asleep and didn't say anything else. He didn't know how long he hadn't closed his eyes, but at this moment he didn't open them again. Jiang Hua smiled faintly and drank mouthful after mouthful of wine. He also didn't say anything else. In the Divine Continent, in the Eternal Night sect, the Underworld King had been recuperating for several days. Other than the irreversible damage to his Qi Si, all the wounds on his divine body had recovered. By Jiang, the Underworld King said calmly, your subordinate is here. Bai Jiang knelt down and said, come with me to open the passage between the two territories. Didn't you always want to kill Luali with your own hands? I'll give you this opportunity, the Underworld King said calmly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for fulfilling my wish. Bai Jiang's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said, respectfully. At the same time, Nu Chang and the others, who couldn't find the experts of the Divine Continent, rushed directly from the Chizhou mountain range to the Eternal Night sect. According to the aftermath of the battle, even Nu Chang had to admit that the experts of the Divine Continent didn't have a high chance of surviving this time. However, it wasn't that they didn't gain anything. At least the experts of the Divine Continent left behind the Underworld King's weakness, so they wouldn't be completely unprepared like last time. In front of the Eternal Night sect, figures landed one after another, wanting to challenge the Underworld King's power again. A black aura surged, and the Underworld King appeared. He glanced at the group of people blocking his way, and his calm eyes flashed with indifference. Humans always didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It seemed that sparing their lives last time was unnecessary. Be careful, the Underworld King's injury seems to have healed. The three disasters of West Buddha Mountain warned with a serious expression. They wanted to take advantage of the Underworld King's injury to launch a surprise attack, but they didn't expect the Underworld King to recover so quickly. Nu Chang waved her hand and said coldly, follow the plan and set up the formation. The sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros was unsheathed, and dazzling golden light rose endlessly. The divine weapon of Tianfu Mountain, the weapon that could cleanse sins, reappeared in the world. Yu Tianhong pulled out the heaven sword at the same time, and his genuine vitality reached its peak. He took a step forward and started the battle. The other 5 of the 3 disasters watched attentively, and they condensed their genuine vitality, ready to attack at any time. The heaven sword was about to reach him, but the Underworld King raised his hand and blocked the divine weapon. He gathered the genuine vitality in his palm, and his power surged out. It seemed like a casual move, but it was so powerful that it was shocking. Yu Tianhong had been prepared. The moment the deity attacked, he withdrew his sword and retreated quickly, avoiding the descending divine power in advance. The next moment, the sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros swept past quickly, and the divine weapon that could kill sins shone brightly. You've improved, but unfortunately you're still too weak. The Underworld King waved his hand to shake off the divine weapon of Tianfu Mountain. He turned his palm over, and the divine light illuminated the world, suppressing the Buddha's light and destroying the world. Nu Chang retreated quickly to avoid the divine light. She couldn't avoid the divine move from 1,000 feet away. She activated the sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros Holy Chi and blocked the destructive divine power. The overflowing blood dyed the divine weapon red. At the same time, the other 5 of the 3 disasters moved. They blocked the 5 vital acupoints of the Underworld King, but the protective, genuine vitality surged out, and the divine weapon couldn't go any further. In the moment of the stalemate, the Heaven's Sword arrived, and its sharp edge pierced the deity's heart. The Underworld King raised his hand, and the divine move gathered. Nu Chang turned back, and the sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros gathered the genuine vitality of the deity again. The 3 waves of attacks took turns, and under the great consumption, the genuine vitality of the deity was finally shaken. His attack was weakened, but he still knocked Yu Tianhong and the other 5 people away. After the divine move was made, the genuine vitality's vibration intensified. The sin-cleansing spiritual rhinoceros pierced an inch, but just as it was about to touch the body of the deity, the sword stopped and couldn't move forward. The Underworld King's hand grabbed the divine weapon, and blood dripped down from the sword. The Buddhist Holy Chi and the divine power kept colliding, and the karmic sword was extraordinary. The wound on the deity's hand couldn't be healed immediately. Chapter 398. In front of the Eternal Night Cult, the experts of West Earth teamed up to fight the Nether King. Wave after wave of attacks were launched without any gaps. The number 1 swordsman of the Divine Palace turned into a stream of light. His heavenly sword slashed out streaks of sharp light as he tried his best to seal off the opportunity for the deity to attack. Nu Chang transformed Buddha Mountain into a weapon to cleanse sin. Dazzling golden light followed like a shadow as it continuously attacked the deity's vital points. Is this all you have? The Nether King raised his hand, and his true essence surged. The 7 divine weapons suddenly became sluggish. Shortly after, the divine aura spread out, and everyone was sent flying. They vomited mouthfuls of vermilion red. It was the powerlessness of humans to defy the heavens. Even someone as strong as Nu Chang, a peak expert who was half a step into the great perfection realm, and 6 of the top experts of West Earth, who knew the deity's weakness, still couldn't shake the divine aura. The Nether King lost his patience. He flipped his palms, and raging waves surged out from the surroundings. The divine aura shook the 9 heavens. Seeing that the divine aura was about to descend, Nu Chang raised her cultivation to the limit. The spiritual light of cleansing sin sublimated to the extreme. The holy light pierced through heaven and earth, resisting the divine aura, illuminating the world. Yu Tianhong and the others concentrated their true essence at the same time, gathering everyone's strength to increase the power of the divine weapons. The 2 extremes collided, and a huge explosion occurred. The sky collapsed, and the earth collapsed. The ground cracked, and sand billowed, spreading out for thousands of feet. With a crack, the divine weapons broke and flew to the side. This was the most despairing ending. Humans couldn't defy the heavens. Before the deity, they could only accept the judgment. Figures fell to the ground one after another. Blood spurted out from their bodies, dyeing the dust and sand red. They were forever buried in the East Domain. Only the 2 of you are left. The Nether King raised his hand and flipped his palm. Heavenly fire surged. The next move would completely end the lives of the blasphemers. Immeasurable life, immeasurable death, reincarnation after reincarnation. Seeing that her life was at stake, Nu Chang used the spiritual heart in her body to activate the life-saving move that she could only use after reaching the great perfection realm. Suddenly, an ancient and majestic dragon gate appeared, blocking the divine flames. The 2 extremes collided, and the space rumbled. The dragon gate responded and dissipated. Nu Chang and Yu Tianhong had already disappeared in the sky. The Nether King coldly snorted. His figure flickered, and an afterimage flashed as he quickly followed. When Bai Jiang saw this, he stomped his foot and also followed. The hearts of the two people who were seriously injured as they fled to the east became heavier and heavier. The power of the gods was not something that could be resisted by the power of human beings. Could it be that the destruction of the human world 30,000 years ago was going to happen again? It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or some other reason. But the two of them escaped to the Ascension Valley. If they went further east, they would reach the easternmost land, the end of the world. At the same time, cultivators from the Divine Prefecture walked out of seclusion in the holy lands of the four ultimate realms, indicating that the final battle was about to begin. Luo Li and Li Luo fused together, gathering all of their power, reaching the peak of their lives. Their might continuously rose, reaching the peak of the third calamity. The hierarch of the Eternal Night, the number one cultivator in the Divine Prefecture, and the former number one figure of the Eternal Night cult. Although he had a mortal body, he was astonishingly powerful. If it were not for the lack of time, perhaps the Divine Prefecture would really have a supreme cultivator in the great fulfillment realm. Are you ready? The red light gathered, and Knowing Destiny appeared. He looked at the figures in front of him and said calmly, "We can set off at any time," said the Eternal Night Hierarch. Xiazi also walked out, surrounded by demonic qi. The demonic mark between his eyebrows became redder and redder. What little humanity he had left was about to disappear. Too many people had been sacrificed in this divine tribulation. Now, no matter the price, they had to send Pluto back. Everyone moved and headed to the top of the ninth heaven. The final battle had finally arrived. In front of the Ascension Valley, a god appeared. Yu Tianhong and Nu Chang had nowhere to go. The god's might shook, and the two of them flew back more than 100 feet. Blood kept dripping from the corners of their mouths. The two of them were severely injured and covered in blood. Before the god, the three calamities and the great fulfillment realm were just illusions. Pluto glanced coldly at the two people who had been sent flying. He ignored them and walked to the passage between the two realms. He flipped his right hand, and the divine flame roared out, crashing into the seal set by Knowing Destiny. With a loud bang, the heaven and earth of the two realms shook. The seal flickered continuously, showing signs of instability. At this moment, a 5-colored flowing light swept out from the space passage. It was extremely sharp and carried a majestic fate energy. It slashed toward the god in front of it. Pluto raised his hand and blocked the divine weapon. The god's might spread, and the Nianqing flew out and stabbed into the ground. The last remaining fate energy dissipated. At this moment, many figures walked out of the space passage. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared again. There was no turning back. This battle would be the last chance for the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to stop the god from destroying the world. If they failed, the human world would be doomed forever. Are you finally willing to show yourself? Knowing Destiny, Marquis. Pluto looked at the red-robed young man behind the crowd and said lightly, "Sorry to keep you waiting," Ning Chen replied calmly. "This is your last chance. Don't disappoint the god again." Pluto raised the hand of God again. In an instant, the heaven and earth collapsed. The Ascension Valley disappeared for no reason, and the land within 100 miles collapsed violently. Heavenly fire rose all over the sky with destructive power. The ultimate gods might once again made people feel the despair of the end of the world. Just as the gods' might was about to appear, Knowing Destiny did not wait any longer. He leaped into the sky and stood at the end of the sky. Blue starlight overflowed from his body and condensed into the most beautiful figure. Knowing Destiny and military counselor worked together for the first time after 6 years. The scroll of light and the scroll of chaos slowly merged. Suddenly, the rules of heaven and earth collapsed. A strange destructive aura descended from the sky and enveloped the entire land of the divine prefecture. "I'll take my leave first." Fan Lingyue looked at the young man beside her. A smile flashed across her beautiful face. "Take care," Ningchen nodded and said softly. Fan Lingyue took one last look at the divine prefecture below her. Her figure immediately dissipated and merged into the two scrolls. In the next moment, the divine prefecture suffered a great calamity. Tens of thousands of people cried in grief. Figures collapsed one after another, and blood splattered. Regardless of gender, age, or age, millions of bloody light soared into the sky. Endless sorrow and resentment instantly covered the moon in the sky. The shocking scene shocked everyone. Only the pair of emotionless eyes in the sky looked at the desolate scene of the divine prefecture without any change. Emotionless, heartless, and fickle. At this moment, no one could understand the figure in red in the sky. Could it be that knowing Destiny's heart was really made of iron and stone? Oh! Shen Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light. Under the suppression of the resentment, the rising divine flame immediately weakened. The moment he attacked, his true essence shook violently. The hierarch of eternal night, Siri, Marquis, Kaishian, and the others came to their senses. They joined forces to block the attack and retreated 3 steps. The true qi in their bodies surged violently. Nian Qing flew up. Knowing Destiny held his blade and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yama. The extremely fast blade slashed across the sharp edge of death. Somehow, the blade had turned blood red. The resentment weapon strengthened by resentment was so cold that it made people tremble. Seeing this, Luan Fengchen and Jiang Hua also waved their blades and rushed forward. They defended knowing Destiny with all their strength. Yama shifted his body and dodged the sharp edges. He turned his palm over, and a vigorous palm power surged out. Marquis Kaishian, Xiantian, and Xiazi blocked the attack. With a bang, they retreated several steps, and the corners of their mouths turned red. Outside the battle, the falling star drew the star mark. The green arrow light gathered and shot out in an instant. The true essence around Shen Ming's body appeared and blocked the arrow light. Before he could counterattack, the blood-red resentment weapon closed in on him and blocked his chance to attack. The bright and chaotic scrolls merged into one. Fan Lingyue's last consciousness scattered between heaven and earth, adding the resentment of millions of creatures to the body of Yama. Shen Ming's body was restrained and couldn't use his full strength. He showed signs of defeat for the first time. Dawn appeared. The hierarch of eternal night circulated the true essence around him. Red lightning rumbled, and the smoke cloud divine spear shone with red light as it slashed toward Shinming. "Luali, your opponent is me." Bai Zhang's figure flashed and blocked the divine spear with his sword. Wu Guan, whose cultivation had doubled, coldly looked at the first person in the eternal night hierarch in 1,000 years. The hierarch of eternal night's expression also turned cold. Without any nonsense, his body moved and the divine spear fell with great force. The swords and spears clashed again. The sharp edges kept flashing around the two. Their grudges were hard to resolve. Only death was the end of their hatred. The two sides had different opponents, but they were equally tragic. Drops of blood spilled and dyed the ground red. In front of Yama, there were 3 blades. One was attacking and the other 2 were defending. Each blade was faster than the last. Marquis Triumphant Return, Xiantian, and Xiazi used all their strength to block the attacks. The falling star formation was clear on offense and defense. In the distance, Luofei, who was the only one who knew Ning Chen's plan, stood outside the battle. She watched with rapt attention, but didn't participate in the battle. Not bad, huh? Yama grabbed the blade of resentment weapon and waved his hand to send Zhang Hua and Luan Fengchen flying. The divine flame around him rose again and slammed toward the knowing Destiny body. Vast military might. Marquis triumphant returns figure flashed and blocked the attack with his blade. A brilliant slash fell and blocked the divine power. Void extinction Xian Tian. Xian Tian coordinated with him. An endless sword flow crashed into the destructive divine flame. Demonic sword reincarnation. The emperor activated his demonic vitality and blocked the divine power with a reincarnation sword. With a bang, the three figures retreated more than 10 steps. Blood kept dripping from their arms. After the divine power was used, the blade of resentment weapon broke through the protective true vitality and pierced into Yama's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Xiazi rushed to the front of the god and stabbed the vital part of Yama's heart with the demonic sword. Do you think it's that easy? Yama's face turned cold. He endured the pain in his chest and pushed the demonic sword away with his palm. In the next moment, there was a loud bang in the sky. Lightning fell from the sky and gathered on the god's palm. The divine power spread out and forced the people who wanted to help to retreat. Knowing destiny, Marquis, your existence makes the process of the gods destroying the human world more interesting. However, it's time to end it. Yama raised his hand and pressed it on Ning Chen's chest. An endless gravitational force spread out. Suddenly, the knowing destiny body collapsed. Yama, the human world won't be destroyed. You can't win. The phoenix origin left his body, and Ning Chen's figure kept flickering. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared and returned to the god's body. With the origin back, Yama opened his eyes and a terrifying divine power spread out. The 12 wings of sin spread out on his back and disappeared in an instant. Yama, the lord of the 7 ultimate celestial realm, and the god of creation of the 5 regions. At this moment, the last flaw disappeared. The vibrating true vitality around him gradually stabilized. Chapter 399. The underworld king used all of his power, and his divine might shook the world. Black energy continuously spread out, exuding a destructive pressure that frightened even gods and ghosts. The aftershock of the attack caused everyone present to be pushed back by more than 10 steps. Blood continuously flowed from their mouths. The most extreme result was that the 7 ultimate divine body was complete. His true yuan was endless, vast, and heavy. It's over. The Nether King raised his hand and thunder roared. Dazzling lightning bolts shot out and blasted the people in front of him away. Blood splashed out, dyeing the sky red. There was no longer any hope. The destruction of the world had already become a foregone conclusion. Xian Tian, who bore the brunt of the attack, forcefully withstanding the majority of the divine might. His sword broke and he fell to the ground. Xian Tian. Grief flashed through Luan Fingchen's eyes. He waved his hand and the resentment soldier flew into his hand. He took a step forward and turned into a streak of light, slashing toward the god. You can't. Jiang Hua was startled and rushed forward to save him. Are you angry? Are you filled with regret? Unfortunately, you've already missed the last chance the god gave you. The Nether King flipped his palm and divine flames surged like an ocean. Jiang Hua was immediately sent flying. Blood spurted out as he crashed into the ground. The shock waves sent Luan Fengchen flying back dozens of feet as blood flowed out of his body. Jiang, Exen, before he could finish his words, the light in Jiang Hua's eyes dimmed. A genius of a generation, the hope of the general family for 100 years had died. Jiang Hua. Luan Fingchen's heart was filled with pain. He staggered back, but he couldn't defy the heavens. He couldn't resist his fate. Only anger and regret could devour his heart. On the other side, the Eternal Night Hierarch saw the sudden change in the battle. He quickly rushed forward to help. At the same time, Bai Jiang moved. Blue blood sky tears streaked across the sky, blocking the path ahead. You won't be able to go anywhere today. Wu Guan swung his sword to block the attack. The divine weapon glowed with a green light as it drew out streaks of cold light, adding a touch of sorrow to the tragic battle. The sword stabbed into his body, causing blood to gush out. The Eternal Knight, Hierarch, grabbed the sword with his left hand and slashed down with the smoke cloud divine dagger axe. Luali, don't think that you're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Whether it's courage or anything else, I've never been inferior to you. Bai Jiang snorted and blocked the dagger axe with a flip of his palm. He didn't give in at all. He wanted to defeat his opponent. Bang! However, at this moment, a green and red figure separated from the Eternal Knight Hierarch's body and pressed a palm on Wu Guan's chest, bringing forth a great waterfall of blood. Bai Jiang didn't have time to react. He was sent flying backward several paces. His body flashed, and his spear slashed through the air. A head flew up into the air, shocking the world for the last time. All that remained was regret and unwillingness. Wu Guan had lost his life, and the enmity between them had dissipated. The Eternal Knight Hierarch didn't linger in the slightest and rushed to the rescue with his spear. This was their last chance, and they couldn't afford to lose again no matter what. Scarlet lightning surged, and the divine halberd slashed down. The deity flipped his palm to block it. The boundless scarlet lightning was unable to move even half a step forward. Wild sand spreads 10,000ly. Marquis, victorious, returned, stepped forward, and brandished his saber, causing the sand to churn violently. With a slash of his saber, the earth split open. You did your best. The Nether King remained motionless like a mountain. He raised his hand and grabbed the brilliant world blade. With a loud clang, the blade was broken. His powerful palm imprinted on Triumph Return's chest. A pool of blood splattered as he retreated several steps. In front of the divine might, it was difficult to return victorious. The great Xia, war god, looked at the ground in front of him with reluctance. This life was over. There were regrets, but no regrets. Triumph Return. The Eternal Knight Hierarch revealed a sorrowful expression. The situation in front of him was so difficult that he couldn't see the slightest bit of hope. Sword style, heaven overturning sword. At that moment, a sharp sword light rushed over from afar. Soon after, two different sword lights appeared and intertwined, transforming into a dazzling sword that slashed towards the deity. Jian Yi, Jian Er, and Mu Qianshang appeared on the battlefield. The three swords joined hands to resist the divine might. The Nether King waved his hand, scattering the sword lights. He turned around and released his true yuan. Boundless divine might surged out, attacking everyone present. With a loud bang, everyone retreated. At the moment of crisis, 5 more silhouettes appeared and stood around the deity. Qing He, Zhongyong, Jiyu, Taiping, and the few remaining martial marquises of Grand Xia had all arrived. Even the Beiwu Marquis, who had betrayed Grand Xia, had come. At this moment, they had cast aside their enmity and joined hands once again. Pillars of light soared into the sky. The 5 martial marquises, strength soared to the extreme. The heavens and earth sensed it and sent down a demonic tribulation. The 5 pillars of light pierced through the heavens and earth. The martial marquis's karma brought about an unprecedented great tribulation. The resentment that filled the sky seemed to have found an outlet and crazily gathered. The heavenly demon tribulation instantly transformed into a terrifying destructive force that drowned the 5 martial marquises. Within the 5 pillars of light, the Nether King felt his body sink and his aura become suppressed. World wave. East flow. Under the demonic tribulation, Qing, he took the lead, and the 5 martial marquises moved together. They forcefully endured the pain of the heavenly tribulation and instantly arrived in front of the deity. Using themselves as the weapon and the demonic tribulation as the power, the raging waves surged out. This was the scene of humanity's will reaching the pinnacle. Even the deity was moved. The surrounding divine flames roared, and his palm shook the raging waves. He used his full strength without holding back. This was the deity's respect for the opponent in front of him. The powerful resentment added to his body. The Nether King took half a step back. The true chi in his body trembled violently and forcefully blocked the might of the demonic tribulation. The heavenly demon tribulation dissipated and the divine flames engulfed the martial marquises. A drop of blood quietly fell from the corner of the deity's mouth. He was actually injured by the demonic tribulation. "You guys' name," the Nether King said seriously. "Grand Xia, Martial Marquis." Ching, he opened his mouth, and in the next moment his body scattered. Bei Wu chuckled and then also disappeared. In the end, he was still unable to get rid of this title that he had carried for half his life. "I'll leave it to you guys." After the final words of farewell, Jiyu, Zhongyong, and Taiping scattered and disappeared from the world. The Grand Xia martial marquises were finished. Thousands of miles away, Marquis Anling and Kongyu looked at the disappearing pillars of light and became silent. A newly conferred Martial Marquis and a future Martial Marquis. At this moment, they finally understood why Marquis Jiming was unwilling to express his opinion on the matter of the two being conferred marquises. In front of Ascension Valley, the divine tribulation shook the world. Heaven and earth wept in grief. The unceasing falling figures were the stubbornness of humanity. Facing the deities, they would rather die in battle than lower their heads. The three swords once again trembled. The star mark bow was drawn, and the arrow pierced through the sky. Bearing the will of the martial Marquis, the battle began again. The eternal Knight Hierarch and Xiazi clashed with their swords. Demonic power and red lightning surged as they joined forces to shake the deities. Blood was spilled and injuries were swallowed. At this moment, there was no way back. There was no other thought. There was only battle until death. In the distance, Yu Tianhong and Nu Chang, who were shaken out of the battle by the aftermath of the battle, looked at the fierce battle between the divine prefecture's powerhouses and the deities. They were shocked beyond words. Outside the battle, no matter how fierce the battle was, Luofei did not make a move. She stood there motionless. In the sky, the brilliance of the bright and chaotic scrolls that had merged into one became dimmer and dimmer. Fine cracks appeared and spread horizontally and vertically. The two scrolls that caused chaos in the human world had suffered too much backlash and were on the verge of collapse. The bloody light of the resentment of millions of creatures gradually weakened. The Nether King's body became stronger and stronger. As the palm roared, the heavens and earth trembled. Divine power descended. Jian Air could not dodge in time. Seeing that he could not escape death, he used a broken sword to block the attack. With a bang, he was sent flying. "Senior brother." Jian Air's pupils shrank. His body was also sent flying by the aftershock. Live on. The broken sword shattered and the swordsman fell. The desolate cities, sword one, disappeared. In the most tragic battle, the sunken ground was dyed red with blood. The will of the humans made the deities look askance. Since the creation of the world, this was the first time the deities put down their pride and treated the people in front of them as real opponents. Divine flames rose in the sky, and their power rose rapidly. Although they were suppressed by the resentment, they were still shockingly powerful. The Eternal Knight Hierarch and Xia Zi joined forces to block the deity's attack again. However, after a loud bang, the smoke, cloud divine spear, and demonic sword could not withstand the deity's power. They cried out continuously, and cracks appeared. In this hopeless battle, sword light and halberd light intertwined. This was the humans' last struggle to delay the deity's destruction. Time's up. It's time to end this. At this point, the battle was about to come to an end. Pulling back the other four regions was imminent. Pluto didn't want to delay any longer. He waved his hand and forced the people in front of him to retreat. Then he raised both his palms. With a rumble, thunder fell from the sky and gathered on the deity's left palm. Then, Divine flame surged out and turned into a huge vortex. It roared and swirled on the deity's right hand. Both moves were used at the same time. The earth moved and the mountains collapsed. In the distance, Luan Fengchen saw this. He used the two blades in his hands to support his injured body. He took a step forward and entered the battle again. The resentment weapon and the blood blade slashed out, and a dazzling blood-red light pierced towards the deity's heart. With a clanging sound, the deity's protective true yuan blocked the blades. However, at this moment, the divine spear pointed to the sky and forcibly absorbed the remaining power of the deity's attack. In an instant, red lightning surged, and its power increased several times. Extreme lightning, sacrifice to the heavens. The deity's most powerful attack appeared in the world again. The hierarch of eternal night slashed down with a spear. Red lightning with endless destructive power roared out and crashed into the deity's protective true chi. When the two attacks collided, the divine spear shattered. At the same time, the red lightning broke through the deity's protective true yuan and penetrated the deity's body. The Pluto groaned. Blood flowed out of his mouth. It was the first time he had been seriously injured since the battle. With a cracking sound, the lightning illuminated the dusky horizon. The deity endured the severe pain in his chest and used both of his techniques at the same time. The extremely powerful divine technique pressed down with a loud bang. In an instant, the space around him collapsed and disappeared. The land within 100 miles was devastated. The attack that could destroy the world was not something that humans could resist. Seeing that their last hope was about to be destroyed, the deity's endless resentment in the world fell from the sky and blocked the deity's destructive power. In the most extreme of collisions, light and light shattered, annihilated into nothingness. The divine might also subsequently dissipated, scattering between heaven and earth. The resentment was exhausted, and the last shackle on the Pluto's body disappeared. Just as the deities were about to attack again to end the battle, a piercing phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. In the deity's body, the last of the great righteousness left by the headmaster burst out. The two forces collided. The true yuan around the Pluto shook violently and showed signs of instability. At this moment, outside the battle, Luo Fei, who had not made a move until now, finally moved. The open heavenly book and the bright moonlight illuminated the world. Chapter 400. Luo Fei attacked, and the moonlight shone on the mortal world. In an instant, the void froze, flowers stopped blooming, birds stopped chirping, and heaven and earth seemed dead. Phoenix cries shook the sky as knowing destiny's consciousness resisted fiercely, drawing out the righteous energy from the headmaster. As the two forces clashed, Pluto's true chi stagnated and a flaw appeared in his protective true essence. Knowing destiny, Marquis, do you want to fight me to the death again? Pluto snorted. His aura fluctuated as his divine power suppressed the resistance of his consciousness. In the battle, the moonlight shone and the backlash was self-inflicted. Blood dripped from the corner of Luo Fei's mouth as her divine power was unstoppable. Every breath was a struggle for life. Z, you have the power of no scroll left by knowing destiny, Marquis, in your body. Hurry up and attack. Luo Fei urged. Xia Z's eyes trembled as he looked at Pluto, whose consciousness was constantly changing. The demonic sword in his hand was unprecedentedly heavy. One was for the people of the divine prefecture, and the other was for the life of his friend. Sacrificing one person in exchange for peace in the divine prefecture was a cruel choice. One sword to send knowing destiny to peace in the world. Xiazi, don't let down knowing destiny, Marquis. Sacrifice. The eternal night hierarch and Luan Fengchen dashed out, and the two sabers slammed into the god's protective true energy. Falling stars assisted at the same time as the star mark bow was drawn. A red arrow pierced through the air and shot towards the heart of the god. Half a day's remnant crimson moon. Mu Qianshang and Jian Er waved their swords and rushed forward. The 4 divine weapons resisted the divine power and tried to break through the god's protective true essence to open a path for the emperor. A mere human dares to defile the face of a god. Foolish! The underworld king opened his eyes, and the wings of sin appeared indistinctly. With a flip of his palm, incomparable divine might roared out, "Pluto, you can't win." A resolute look flashed across the eternal night hierarch's eyes. He raised the true origin around him to the limit and blocked the divine move head-on. With a bang, the divine might entered his body and destroyed his bones. Blood spurted out and scattered all over the sky. At the same time, the red arrow arrived and helped the sword. The god's protective true essence finally reached its limit and dissipated. Demonic sword. Xiazi suppressed the pain in his heart and concentrated his demonic qi into the demonic sword. With the power of the heavenly book, the sword reached the god's heart. Buried heaven. A sword pierced through his body. Blood gushed out and flowed down along the edge of the demonic sword. He had killed a deity and left the knowing destiny state. Ah, the Nether King snorted and sent the person in front of him flying with a flip of his palm. He took half a step back, and the aura around him flickered continuously. His divine body was destroyed. Black smoke surged out, and his feathers fell. The consciousness of a deity that had descended to the mortal world could no longer stay. He could return to the 7 extinction celestial realm at any time. Red stars converged, and the remnant soul left the body of the deity. Knowing destiny manifested to bid farewell to Yama. Jiming Marquis, you've won this time. However, there are always winners and losers in battles. I hope that when I return, the world will still be so lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of hell's body dissipated, and rays of light flew in all directions. This was the power of the origin that had been seized by the gods when they created the divine body. The phoenix origin and the ghost origin flew out in different directions. Knowing destiny moved and grabbed the ghost origin without hesitation. Finally, success. The eternal night hierarch was half kneeling on the ground, propping himself up with his blade. He was also nearing the end of his life. Father! Luo Fei rushed forward and injected her true qi, trying to save the former's life. No need. Knowing that he couldn't save himself, the eternal night hierarch waved his hand to stop Luo Fei's useless efforts. He forced himself to stand up and looked at Jiming Marquis in front of him. Boy, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, hurry up. Hierarch, may we meet again? Ning Qin calmly said. Never. The eternal night hierarch replied. At the last moment of his life, Ning Qin finally unloaded the heavy burden on his body. His figure flew out and rushed towards the direction of the Marquis mansion. Jiming Marquis mansion. Knowing destiny appeared. The state of his remnant soul became more and more unstable. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Marquis, brother. Ruo Shi and Ning Shi, who had been waiting in the mansion, unconsciously covered their mouths. Tears dripped down. I'm sorry, but in the end I still broke my promise. Ning Qin glanced at the two with a gentle look in his eyes. He had promised to live, but he couldn't do it. Ning Shi opened the secret room. I don't have much time left. I need to save Ghost Girl as soon as possible. Ning Chun whispered. Ning, she nodded with tears in her eyes and stepped into the study. She came to the bookshelf behind the desk and waved her hand to open the door of the secret room. In the center of the secret room, there was an ice coffin lying horizontally. Inside the coffin, a beautiful red figure was sleeping peacefully without the slightest pain. Ning Chen stepped forward and took out the ghost origin. He slowly pushed it into the coffin. The next moment, ghost qi filled the air and the ghost origin disappeared into the woman's dantian. The waiting process was particularly long. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the figure in the coffin never woke up. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. Can't I wait any longer? The time was up. Ning Qin sighed deeply and turned to look at the two behind him. He said goodbye. Ning Shi Ruashi goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, the remnant soul dissipated and scattered between heaven and earth. Knowing Destiny's remnant soul disappeared. At the same time in the Marquis mansion, Knowing Destiny's main body's aura quickly dissipated. In the homeland of West Buddha, a man's heart was connected to her veins. Her heart was connected to a man's heart, and the crystal flowers supporting her heart withered. Her life force also quickly dissipated. The sword rack fell, and the sad sound of the ancient swords accompanied her for many years. The sword heart had feelings. Yen Qin Wang's body trembled, and he powerlessly closed his eyes. So what if he wasn't defeated? So what if he was a legend? At this moment, there was nothing he could do. In Ascension Valley, Luan Feng Chun hugged Shantian and Jiang Hua's corpses. Without a word, he stepped into the spatial channel and bid farewell to the divine prefecture, returning to the four extreme realms. Luo Fei, I'm sorry. The sovereign apologized. His demonic qi surged, and his last consciousness was gradually annihilated. The sovereign and the devil's figures flashed and disappeared to the east. Luo Fei didn't chase after them. She silently hugged her father's corpse and walked towards the west. Mu Qianshan, Jian Er, and Luo Xingqin also took the souls of the dead and left. On this day, the strong cultivators of the divine prefecture all disappeared. After a tragic battle, the injured went into seclusion and the dead were buried. In the divine prefecture, the blood moon set in the west. The sun rose for the first time in 2 months. The warm morning light shone on the world, dispelling the darkness and the coldness. It's dawn. It's finally dawn. Countless people cried tears of joy. After experiencing despair and the divine tribulation, they finally understood the preciousness of peace. This must be the result of the Marquis risking their lives. The people of Great Xia looked at the blazing sun in the east, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. In the sky above the imperial city of Great Xia, Nu Chang appeared. Looking at the people kneeling on the ground, a faint light flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, Nu Chang disappeared and came to the Marquis residence. She waved her hand and took Ji Ming's body and left again. Oh, they succeeded. In the homeland of West Buddha, the masters of the Divine Palace and Demon Temple felt the disappearance of the Nether King's aura. They stepped out of the palace and stood in the void. In that case, it's our turn. Zi Tiangong looked at the Demon Buddha in the distance and said, That's my intention. The Demon Buddha nodded and replied. The two masters joined forces and attacked at the same time. With a boom, the space passage between the two regions opened again. The people of the Divine Prefecture, who had just survived the Divine Tribulation, were shocked again. Looking at the huge ravine in the sky, they were shocked. One figure after another walked out. Although their powerful auras were far inferior to the Nether King's, for the Divine Prefecture, who had just experienced the Divine Tribulation, it was already an irresistible force. Build the Four Corners Divine Towers as soon as possible. Don't make any mistakes, the man in the lead said. Yes. The other 3 nodded and agreed. The 4 figures rushed out in 4 directions. No one could stop them. 2 days later, the Four Corners Divine Towers were built one after another. They towered into the clouds with an imposing aura. The Northern Meng Imperial Court, the Barbarian Dynasty, Yang Hong, and the Barbarian King tried to stop them, but they failed and returned with heavy injuries. Finally, the day has come. In the Divine Palace and Demon Temple, the 2 masters of the Consummation Plane felt the origin power of heaven and earth from the Divine Prefecture of the Eastern region. Their eyes flashed with a dazzling light. The origin power of each region was limited. The more they obtained, the greater the possibility of entering the next realm. The unknown realm, the unknown power. No one had set foot in it before. The power of the 2 continued to rise. The dragon gate behind them appeared and gradually became solid. In the divine prefecture, the damage caused by the Four Corners divine towers was getting worse. Disasters occurred everywhere. However, for the sake of the Nether King's destruction of the human world, the masters of the divine prefecture had all died. They could no longer stop this foreign disaster. Demonic Buddha, Violet Heavenly Palace, your ambition has impressed me. In the old site of the academy, Nu Chang looked at the Four Corners divine towers. Her eyes were cold. It seemed that she was not the only one who wanted to see the next realm. In a temporary wooden house, the soul-suppressing orb stabilized the remaining two souls of knowing destiny. 3 fate reversal pills forcibly kept the latter's last breath, so that his vitality would not dissipate. Nu Chang wanted the tomes of arcane, especially the scroll of life. However, after several days of soul-searching, she found nothing. Knowing destiny had lost one soul. His memory and consciousness were incomplete. After the completion, no one knew what the next realm was. No one had ever set foot in it. Perhaps it existed 30,000 years ago. However, it had completely disappeared after the Nether King destroyed the world. No one knew the origin of the tomes of arcane. She guessed that it might be helpful for stepping into the next realm. The scroll of life was the beginning of the tomes of arcane. It could be integrated and transformed into any cultivation body. For her, who had been stuck in the completion realm for hundreds of years, it was very tempting. Now the trouble was that the soul-searching was fruitless. If she wanted to get the scroll of life, she had to complete the missing soul of this person and awaken him. However, it was not an easy thing to do. Since ancient times, the 3 souls and 7 spirits had been the most difficult taboo for the human body. Even Nu Chang, who was in the completion realm, could not fully understand it. Perhaps only the existence of the Nether King, who was beyond the world, could see through the secrets. She couldn't create a soul out of thin air. The only thing she could do now was to find the phoenix origin that had disappeared. There was definitely a portion of this person's soul power left there. She had to find a way to complete this incomplete soul. Judging from the aura of the numerous essences when they dispersed, Feng Yuan was flying towards the southwest. There was still a long way to go. She had to make the best use of her time. Otherwise, once this person's vitality dissipated, all her previous efforts would be in vain. Chapter 401. Around the divine prefecture, the 4 divine towers connected the sky and the earth. A strange power spread out, and the origin energy between heaven and earth was constantly sent to the other side. It plundered without any care for the consequences, causing the origin energy of this incomplete world to rapidly dry up. After the tribulation of Yama, the number of experts in the divine prefecture fell from its peak to its lowest point. The remaining top experts were too heavily injured in the tribulation, and all of them went into seclusion. It was impossible for them to appear in the near future. On the West Earth, the cultivation of the lords of the divine palace and the demon temple grew stronger and stronger. The dragon gate behind them had completely solidified, surpassing the level that ordinary peak experts could reach. As the 2 of them grew stronger, the day of the 5 regions merging was getting closer and closer. To truly take the last step, heaven and earth had to be complete, and pulling back the East region was imminent. In the divine prefecture, Great Xia, which had lost 1,000 years of fortune, was already at the end of its days. The martial marquises guarding the various regions had died in battle, and the defense of the entire empire was almost non-existent. In front of benefits that were within reach, the hearts of people became extremely terrifying. In many cities, several city lords who had troops repeatedly disobeyed the orders of the imperial court. Their intention to rebel couldn't be more obvious. A month later, the 9 city lords who had been plotting for a long time finally couldn't hide their ambitions anymore. With the excuse of saving the emperor, they sent troops up north and openly rebelled. When it rains, it pours. After the 9 cities rebelled, another 3 cities rejected the imperial court's orders to mobilize troops. In just half a month, the rebel army consecutively broke through 5 major cities and was less than 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital of Great Xia. The era of Great Xia is over. Those with discerning eyes in the divine prefecture could see that the change of dynasties was difficult to reverse. After the tribulation of Yama, Great Xia's 1,000 years of foundation had been exhausted. The once invincible empire had finally reached its end. No one could deny that in this divine tribulation, the Great Xia Empire had made the most indelible contribution to the survival of the divine prefecture. They had paid a heavy price by sacrificing all of their peak combat power to send the Lord of Hell back to the 7 ultimate heavens. However, people's hearts were fickle, and only benefits were the eternal truth. Knowing destiny saw through everything, so he would never be swayed by other people's joy, anger, hatred, or resentment. He stuck to his beliefs and had no regrets, even in death. With Evernight destroyed and Great Xia in chaos, the divine prefecture had officially entered an era of independent rule. There were no longer any invincible dynasties, and the flames of war were everywhere. The Grand Xia imperial city, after the divine tribulation, was once the #1 city under the heavens, but now it was dilapidated to the extreme. The streets were crisscrossed with huge ravines, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. This was the reality of the imperial city, and even more so, the portrayal of the entire world. Within the imperial city, more than half of the people were dead or injured. Every house was hung with white silk. The imperial army that guarded the imperial city also suffered a devastating blow from the divine tribulation. There were not many survivors. "Empress, we can't hold on any longer." In the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning looked at Zhang Sun, who was sitting on the sickbed with tears in her eyes. "Forget it, I won't fight anymore." Zhang Sun sighed deeply. Since someone wanted the throne, they would give it up. She was already tired, and the soldiers of Great Xia could no longer sacrifice themselves needlessly. Report. At this moment, an urgent report came. The general was kneeling outside the Weiyang Palace, delivering the frontline battle report. The little eunuch took the battle report and hurriedly delivered it to Zhang Sun's bedroom, not daring to tarry for even a moment. Qing Ning went forward to take it and quickly walked back, handing it to Zhang Sun, who was lying on the sickbed. The sealed letter had not been removed yet. Zhang Sun braced himself and tore open the seal. After reading it carefully, he handed it to Qing Ning. "Take a look," Zhang Sun said tiredly. Qing Ning took the letter with a puzzled expression. After reading it, her expression changed. The content of the letter was very simple, but it was indeed a shocking matter. Emperor Beimeng was personally leading a 150,000 army down south. When the letter was delivered, they had already passed Yingui City. Now, they were probably not far from Tianmen Pass. Qing Ning could not hide the shock in her heart. The Empress did not ask for help from Beimeng. Furthermore, personal feelings could not decide anything between dynasties. Since they were not reinforcements, the purpose of Beimeng's army going down south was very obvious. They were invading. Ningqin has taught an incredible emperor. Zhang Sun sighed softly. He did not look too surprised. For this little emperor to wait until today to send out his troops, he could already be considered extremely benevolent. Great Xia's luck had run out, and they could not hold on any longer. To Beimeng, this was the best opportunity, a good opportunity to pacify the world. Report. Outside Weiyang Palace, another urgent report came in. The little eunuch who delivered the letter quickly walked over and delivered the letter. The information in the letter was similar to the previous one. The barbarian dynasty had also sent out troops. The barbarian crown prince was leading a 100,000-strong army to the north and would reach the central plains of Great Xia in a few days. In the divine prefecture, other than the former Great Xia, the 2 strongest dynasties had already sent out troops. This meant that the day of Great Xia's destruction was really not far away. Qingning, the divine prefecture, is very likely to be unified, Zhang Sun said weakly. Qingning was slightly stunned when she heard this. She could not understand the deeper meaning of Zhang Xuan's words. When the world is divided for a long time, it must unite for a long time. The destruction of the Eternal Night sect and the division of Great Xia has given Beimeng and the barbarian dynasty the best opportunity. The rebel army in Great Xia will not be able to do anything. The final winner will be between Beimeng and the barbarian dynasty. After saying this, Zhang Sun took a short break and continued to explain. Beimeng and the barbarian dynasty suffered less damage than Great Xia in the calamity of Yama. It can be said that the two strongest dynasties in the divine prefecture are Beimeng and the barbarian dynasty. Comparatively, Beimeng's imperial court is obviously stronger. Therefore, they have the best chance of unifying the world. Empress, is there really no way to salvage the situation in Great Xia? Qingning's expression flashed with sadness as she asked. Zhang Sun shook her head tiredly and said, "It's very difficult, and there's no need. It's just a matter of time." Great Xia's territory was too big. After suffering such a great calamity, it was already impossible to defend it, especially after the death of the martial marquises of Great Xia. The deterrence hanging over the hearts of the various factions of Great Xia disappeared. The rebellion was already expected. Great Xia no longer had the power to unify the fragmented territory again. The day of a change of dynasty would come sooner or later. While the divine prefecture was in chaos in the homeland of West Buddha, in the divine palace and the demon temple, two unusually powerful auras were getting more and more terrifying by the day. They were very close to taking the final step. "Demon Buddha, are you ready?" In the divine palace, a cold and arrogant voice came out, crossing thousands of miles and reaching the demon temple. "We can do it at any time," the demon Buddha in the demon temple replied. "Then let's begin." As the voice fell at the highest point of the divine palace, the huge palace door opened. A figure shining with purple light walked out. The heavy pressure made all things fall. It was powerful and terrifying. At the same time, in the demon temple, the demon Buddha also walked out. His aura was not inferior to the lord of the divine palace. The demonic power of Buddha made people feel cold all over. The two venerables joined forces, and the dragon gate appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful force penetrated heaven and earth and reached the foreign domain. In the divine prefecture, heaven and earth trembled. The rumbling sound resounded through the eastern region. The Four Corners Divine Pagoda showed its divine power and pulled the ground below toward the direction of the four domains. The indescribably terrifying scene shocked the whole world. No one knew what had happened, and they could not change anything. They could only watch the ground rise and move toward an unknown direction. In the southwest territory of the divine prefecture, Nu Chang's face darkened. She looked at the homeland of West Buddha in the distance, and her eyes flashed with coldness. This was good. With the 5 regions united, she could use the power of the original body to wake up the Marquis Jiming and obtain the Book of Life and the other heavenly tomes. 500 miles south of Yangue City, the northern Meng army stopped. In front of the terrifying tremors, the war horses kept neighing and were difficult to control. In front of 90,000 cavalrymen, Mingyu, dressed in martial attire, dismounted. Looking at the divine prefecture brought by the Four Corners Divine Pagoda, her eyes were full of coldness. The foreign domain's movements were getting bigger and bigger. She also had to speed up. The situation of Great Xia was irreversible. Instead of chaos, it was better to take down Great Xia before it happened and end this war. The tremors continued for an hour. When it finally stopped, the world returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Just when everyone thought that it was over, an earth-shattering rumble shook the sky. The entire eastern domain shook, and at the end of the world, a huge piece of land crashed into the spatial barrier that separated the 5 regions. In the next moment, the most terrifying scene occurred. Space collapsed, and an endless amount of seawater poured in from the foreign domain, causing the entire eastern region to float. The 5 regions that had been separated for over 30,000 years were finally united. The southern tomb, the western earth, the central plains, and the northern plains all sensed it at the same time. Their experts all looked toward the east in shock. In the central plains, in the depths of the Zhao family's territory, the Zhao family's experts opened their eyes and looked toward the east. There's still a Bao left in the eastern region. We need to send people to retrieve it, said one of the Zhao family's grand elders. Let Donyang go. It's a good chance for him to temper himself, said another grand elder. In the northern plains, where snow filled the sky, there was a palace built on top of ice and snow. A cold voice rang out, echoing for hundreds of miles. Pass down my order. From today onwards, all disciples who are training outside must return within 10 days. There must be no delays. Yes, in the southern tomb, many mysterious ancient inheritances also took action. They sent out orders to prepare for the return of the eastern region. In the divine prefecture, the great earthquake stopped. People who had not realized what kind of earth-shattering event had happened breathed a sigh of relief. Only a few people who knew the inside story had a serious look on their faces. They understood that the real trouble had just begun. With the 5 regions united, the divine prefecture was undoubtedly the weakest region. No one knew what the future would be like. Speed up the march, ordered Mingyu coldly in the northern plains of Great Xia. The 4 generals obeyed. After the order was given, the entire army immediately moved out and sped up. The successive changes came and went quickly. Very few people knew what had happened, and most people were still in the dark. However, at this moment, the divine prefecture needed to unite as soon as possible to face the unpredictable troubles in the future more than ever. Chapter 402. The flames of war were everywhere in the divine continent. More and more cities rebelled. The barbarian dynasty and northern Ming sent out their troops from the north and south at the same time. The era of Grand Xia had come to an end. A divine tribulation had destroyed Evernight, and Grand Xia had withered away. The situation of 2 great powers standing on equal footing was now a thing of the past. The divine prefecture was now in a state of fragmentation. War raged everywhere, and the people had no way to make a living. Ming-Yu led 150,000 soldiers down south. The 90,000 cavalry were invincible, trampling over all obstacles. Neither the rebels nor the defenders could stop them. Ming-Yu was good at fighting, but not fond of fighting. As the emperor of the northern Ming dynasty, who had been taught by Fan Lingyue and Ning Qin, his understanding of war was not something ordinary people could reach. With the help of the 4 generals, the speed at which he went down south was shockingly fast. The northern Ming dynasty was different from the Great Xia in the central plains. The grasslands in the north were vast and sparsely populated. They were a nomadic fighting race. The destruction they suffered from this divine tribulation did not affect their foundation. Today, there was no dynasty in the world that could stop the powerful cavalry of the northern Ming dynasty. The barbarian dynasty also knew this fact, so they were doing their best to expand and plunder war resources to strengthen themselves. The teacher's prophecy was about to come true. The destruction of the Great Xia was close at hand. Without the appearance of the nobles, the soldiers of the Great Xia were at a disadvantage in both numbers and morale. Although Marquis Anling had the title of Martial Marquis, everyone knew that the true Martial Marquis of the Great Xia had all died in battle during the tribulation of the Underworld King. The Martial Marquis of the Great Xia that had shocked the world for 1,000 years no longer existed. It's hard to believe that such a declining dynasty could hold on for 1,000 years. In the war-torn Great Xia, merchants dressed differently from the people of the divine continent appeared one after another. The young man in the lead was wearing luxurious clothes. His eyes were a rare dark green. One could tell at a glance that he was a rich young master from a foreign country. "Young master, what you see may not be the truth," a stooped old man beside the young man warned softly. Uncle Ling is right. However, we're only here to do business. Earning enough money is the most important thing. Everything else is not important to us." Xen Liangchen laughed and said carelessly, "Only by earning money can you redeem Miss Susu of the White Knight building. Isn't that right, young master?" Beside him, a young man dressed like a servant joked, Chi, you're so young, but you're already so bad. I like Miss Jechi. I don't know Miss Susu you're talking about." Xen Liangchen deliberately pulled a long face and said softly. The young man named Chi wasn't afraid. He grinned and didn't believe a single punctuation mark of his young master's words. "Speaking of the eastern region, it's a bit messy, but there are really a lot of rare things, especially this thing called soap. It's simply shining silver." Xen Liangchen's serious expression did not last for more than 3 seconds. When it came to silver, his face was full of smiles, and he was so happy that no one knew where to go. "I heard that it was invented by a Marquis of Great Xia," Chi also said with a grin. "Marquis Jiming," the old man said calmly. "Yes, the Marquis of Jiming. Uncle Ling, how do you remember him so clearly?" A look of surprise flashed across Chi's face. Didn't Uncle Ling never care about these things? Young Master Xien was also curious about this. He turned his face and waited for the answer. However, the old man fell silent and didn't say anything more. The curiosity of the two was stuck in their throats. It was itchy, but they couldn't catch it. The two young men raised their middle fingers at the same time in their hearts, but neither of them dared to show it. They still had idiotic smiles on their faces. Their smiles were so annoying. At the same time, in the southwest territory of the Divine Land, Nu Chang had been looking for Feng Yuan for more than a month. She had almost turned the whole southwest territory upside down, but she still hadn't found it. "Has the host been found?" Nu Chang frowned. Now, this was the only explanation. Otherwise, she should have been able to find Feng Yuan's aura. Troublesome. She thought for a moment, then took a step forward and rose into the air. Her body rose to the extreme, and a terrifying aura that was close to the Xiantian full circle spread out. The powerful pressure made all living creatures within 100 miles tremble. Soul of the dead! With a cold shout, a terrifying move came crashing down. In an instant, all the creatures within 100 miles exploded. Blood rained down and dyed the sky red. Without Feng Yuan, tens of thousands of creatures were buried with it. Nu Chang's spiritual sense swept over and didn't find anything unusual. She immediately left and went to other places to search. On this day, rivers of blood flowed in the southwest territory of the Divine Land. Apart from humans, almost all the creatures were wiped out. Everywhere one looked was a dazzling red. Phoenixes were noble and prideful and hated humans. Therefore, the last host it would choose was a human. Nu Chang didn't know how Ji Ming was recognized by Feng Yuan, but this kind of exception wouldn't appear again. Found it! Just as the moon was high in the sky, a trace of golden light appeared in the rain of blood. Nu Chang narrowed her eyes and rushed forward. She waved her hand and suppressed Feng Yuan. "Ji Ming, you're not fated to die." Feeling the remnant soul in Feng Yuan, Nu Chang's heart relaxed. She took a step and flew east. With this remnant soul and the power of the soul-suppressing orb, she might be able to save him. In order to save this person, she had paid a huge price. She couldn't fail. At the old site of the academy, Nu Chang appeared. She waved her hand to disperse the restriction outside the wooden house and walked in. Under the soul-suppressing orb, Ji Ming was sleeping peacefully. In order to resist the Nether King, he sacrificed his lifespan. His white hair was dazzling. He had been running around for his entire life, and this was the only time he could stop and rest. Nu Chang walked forward and condensed her essence into Ji Ming's body. When the Feng Yuan entered the body, a rejection appeared. It wasn't that Feng Yuan didn't want to recognize its master, but the rejection from the body made it difficult to merge with the Feng Yuan. In the past, with the power of the life scroll, he could forcefully suppress the rejection. However, in the Battle of Chizhou Mountain, in order to deal with the threat of the Nether King's dual chi seas, Ning Chen used a forbidden move. Nu Chang frowned again. Trouble came one after another. She didn't know how the knowing destiny Marquis had endured this pain in the past. Vital essence entered, and a majestic aura suppressed the rejection from the Feng Yuan and the knowing destiny physique. At the same time, in the homeland of Western Buddha, Chongling, a terrifying aura, walked out. In the next moment, it headed east. Nu Chang appeared. In the homeland of Western Buddha, many perfected cultivators felt it and showed strange expressions. In the Eastern Divine Lands, an ancient sage level cultivator came in person. The terrifying pressure shocked the world and made people think that the Nether King had come again. The figure of light, whose face couldn't be seen, clearly stood at the top of the human race. Accompanied by apparitions, her peerless beauty made it hard for people to look away. The most mysterious Chongling, Nu Chang of the West Earth, rarely appeared. Today, in order to replenish knowing destiny's remnant soul, she appeared. When Nu Chang attacked, the divine lands shook. Streams of light gathered in the academy from all directions. The soul-suppressing orb was extremely bright and forcefully gathered the remnant soul of knowing destiny. Crack! A moment later, a crack appeared on the soul-suppressing orb. The act of replenishing the soul against the heavens was not tolerated by the world. The treasure of Chongling couldn't bear such a huge burden and gradually showed signs of collapse. In a bet, Nu Chang saved knowing destiny's life at all costs. No one knew the result, but in order to take the next step after perfection, the price had to be paid. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the soul-suppressing orb. Finally, with a bang, the treasure collapsed and disappeared. The number of remnant souls gathered was unknown. Nu Chang looked at knowing destiny, who was still unconscious on the bed. Light flashed in her eyes. She had tried her best. Whether he could wake up or not depended on his luck. In the next moment, the terrifying pressure that descended on the divine lands left and returned to the homeland of Western Buddha. Nu Chang appeared in the Marquis manor. After sending knowing destiny back, she disappeared again. At dawn, Ruo she came to Ning Chen's room to clean as usual. When she saw the sleeping figure on the bed, her delicate body trembled violently and the wooden basin in her hand fell with a clang. Marquis! Ruo she ignored her soaked clothes and quickly stepped forward to check on Ning Chen's condition. In the room next door, Ning she heard the movement from next door and immediately rushed over. The scene in front of her was unbelievable. Ning Chen's breath was stable and long. Although he hadn't woken up yet, his life was obviously not in danger. Outside the Marquis manor, Nu Chang quietly looked at the manor. Perhaps this person will wake up faster here. In the homeland of Western Buddha, a man who had been unconscious for a long time woke up earlier than Ning Chen. Sitting on the bed, she looked at the black medicine brought by the little monk in front of her and was unwilling to drink it. Senior, I'm already well. Can I not drink it? A man turned her small head and looked at the man in blue not far away. No. Prince Yen directly denied without thinking. Oh. A man's small face was bitter. She reluctantly responded and took the medicine in front of her. Gathering her courage, she closed her eyes and drank it all in one breath. Bitter. A man put down the medicine bowl and looked at Prince Yen again. Prince Yen helplessly stepped forward and handed over a pear. In this world, only this little girl dared to order him around. Thank you, Senior. A man took the pear and smiled sweetly. Her bright and beautiful face made the little monk on the side look dazed. After he recovered, he hurriedly chanted Amitabha. Buddha, please don't blame me. "Little benefactor, ah man, how is your recovery?" At this time, the golden light gathered and the light sage appeared. Holding the holy staff, he calmed the smoke. Stepping on the Buddhist light, he looked too young no matter when you looked at him. "I'm already well." A man replied, looking at the young light sage and the bald little monk in front of her. Her eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. Why can a monk not have a head? The little girl's thoughts were so obvious that it was difficult to not guess. The light sage smiled gently. If the hearts of the people in the world were as clean as the little girl in front of him, perhaps that Hell King would not come again. Chapter 403. Grand Xia Imperial City, Jiming Manor. Early in the morning, Ruah, she helped the unconscious Ningqin into a wheelchair and pushed him out of the room. The warm rays of the morning sun shone down on people's bodies. It was warm, dispelling the cold of the night. The sky was clear, and the responsibility of the knowing destiny state was over. The eternal night sect was destroyed, and Lord Yama was sent back. The knowing destiny state, who had been busy all his life, could finally rest. The flames of war broke the Xia dynasty apart. It was time for a change of dynasty, but the Weian Palace and the knowing destiny state were more peaceful than ever. People were tired and didn't want to fight anymore. The cavalry of the northern Meng royal court, the vanguard of the barbarian dynasty, and the rebel army of the Xia dynasty were advancing at an amazing speed. They didn't encounter much resistance and were very close to the Xia dynasty's imperial city. After a series of disasters, the people of the world hated war and prayed for peace more than ever. Maybe peace would come after the Xia dynasty was defeated. Would it be like this? No one knew. According to the headmaster's deduction, the great Xia dynasty should have perished long ago. Perhaps it was during Fan Lingyue's southern expedition, or during the Eternal Night sect's eastern expedition, or when Yama descended. It was already an incredible miracle that this 1,000-year-old dynasty could survive until today. It was impossible for any empire to last forever. Great Xia had flourished for 1,000 years, and it was the result of the efforts of generations of wise rulers and generations of marquises. Now that the wise ruler was gone, the era of Great Xia had come to an end. At the same time, a figure from a foreign land stepped into the eastern region. He was wearing blue clothes and had an extraordinary appearance. He approached the knowing destiny state step by step. The genius of the Zhao clan, the son of Dongsheng, was a peerless genius whose talent was not inferior to Luo Xingqin's. He was one of the most promising candidates for the divine Bao of the Great Sun. He came into the world today just to find a Bao left behind by the Zhao clan in the eastern region 30,000 years ago. A dynasty without fate. Ridiculous. In the royal capital of Grand Xia, 1,000 miles away, another young man walked over. His countenance was filled with arrogance and disdain. However, the aura he exuded was so powerful that it pierced the bones. Even before he got close, he could already feel the heavy pressure. The genius of the Shao clan, Yang Shao, was one of the peerless geniuses on par with Dongyang of the Zhao clan. No one knew why he appeared in the eastern region. Ding! The sound of the zither was heard, and the rain of flowers fell. In a flying sedan with a gauze curtain, a fairy was playing the zither. A beautiful girl from an unknown place also appeared in the divine land. She headed east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. One after another, extraordinary geniuses stepped onto the road of the divine lands at the same time. Surprisingly, they all had the same goal: Great Xia Imperial City, Manor of Jiming Marquis. The royal city of Grand Xia was the center of the storm. The rebel army of the 9 cities, the northern Meng Iron Cavalry, and the army of the barbarian dynasty had all arrived at the foot of the royal city. Each of them harbored different thoughts as they coldly stared at the royal city in front of them. With a single command, they would be able to end this powerful empire that had flourished for thousands of years. Within the imperial city, camp after camp of guards stood guard at the various city gates. Anling Marquis' eyes were filled with despair. Great Xia was finished. In front of the city, Mingyu got off her horse. Her delicate body seemed so extraordinary at this moment. She walked to the foot of the city and looked at the city in front of her. A hint of sadness flashed across her exquisite face. "Purple Crystal, accompany me into the city," Mingyu said softly. "Yes." Purple Crystal nodded. She waved her hand and brought along the emperor beside her. Then she turned into a stream of light and entered the city. At the same time, Crown Prince Barbarian and a Xiantian Venerate also entered the royal city. State affairs were state affairs and personal relationships were personal relationships. Before the final attack, they had to go see someone first. In front of the Jiming Marquis mansion, the gate opened wide. She pushed Ningchen out. She looked at the Barbarian dynasty and the Northern Ming dynasty's leaders. There wasn't the slightest fear on her beautiful face. Ming Yu walked forward. Her eyes glimmered with tears as she softly said, "Bad people, do you blame me?" The Grand Xia's destiny had run out. The strength of the rebel cities wasn't much different. They would definitely fight for the throne again. When that time came, the world would be in chaos. If they wanted to quell this war as soon as possible, the Northern Ming dynasty's best choice was to send troops. To the side, Crown Prince Barbarian looked at the white-clothed figure sleeping in the wheelchair and sighed. Although he was dissatisfied with this kid because of Wild's matter, he couldn't deny that the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis was the most worthy person in the world. Crown Prince Barbarian turned and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Mingyu and coldly said, "Emperor of the Northern Ming dynasty, it will soon be clear who this world belongs to. I'll accompany you to the end." Mingyu wiped away her tears. Her expression also became cold. The two left and returned to their respective armies. The siege had officially begun. The three sides had tacitly decided to first take down the Grand Xia and then have a showdown. Within the royal city, 100,000 imperial guards were desperately resisting. Thousands of miles away, reinforcements from Qinghai City, Tianfu City, Huaqing City, and the other cities of the Grand Xia were desperately rushing to the royal city. However, distant water couldn't quench the immediate thirst. The reinforcements from the various cities had arrived too late. In one day and one night, the Grand Xia's imperial guards had suffered heavy casualties. The three sides had also suffered heavy casualties. The Grand Xia's royal city, which had stood for 1,000 years, was about to be breached. How lively! Just as the Grand Xia's royal city was about to be breached, a gray-robed youth appeared in the sky. He ignored the rain of arrows and walked into the royal city. Within the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning sensed this sudden powerful aura and her expression changed. She rushed over to the Marquis Manor. Qing Ning hurried over to the backyard of the Marquis Manor. Seeing the gray-robed youth appear in the sky, her expression was incomparably grave. "Ruashi, Ningxi, quickly take him away," said Qing Ning. "Where can you go?" Space shook and blue light gathered. Another powerful aura descended. The Zhao family's Dongyang appeared in the sky above the Marquis Manor. "So the two of you are here." The sound of a zither was faint, and a rain of flowers drifted down. A flying carriage with gauze curtains appeared in the sky. The woman within spoke, her voice like a clear spring. "Wu Qingman? Ha! Who would have thought that the heavenly music pavilion, which has always thought highly of itself, would also take advantage of the situation?" Yang Shao, the prodigy of the owl race who had arrived first, sneered coldly. "Brother Yang, you're exaggerating. I'm just following my master's orders to invite this Marquis back to the heavenly music valley as a guest," said Wu Qingman with a faint smile. Hearing the former's explanation, Yang Shao coldly snorted. If he believed this nonsense, he would be a fool. Not far away, Zhao Dongyang wasn't in the mood to pay attention to their nonsense. He landed and looked at the people in the Marquis Manor. He calmly asked, "Where's the broken death bow?" "Hey, Brother Zhao, there should be a first come, first served rule. Why don't you ask after I finish asking?" As he spoke, Yang Zhao's figure flashed and landed below. He glanced at the people in front of him and smiled. "Hand over the heavenly book, and I'll try not to kill all of you." "In your dreams," said Qing Ning coldly. "I like uncooperative people." Yang Zhao sneered and took a step forward. He instantly closed in and clawed with 3 fingers. Qing Ning brandished her spear and retreated several steps with a bang. A trace of red flowed down the corner of her mouth. A 5th tribulation eminence against a 3 calamity eminence wasn't on the same level. There was no suspense in this battle from the beginning. "Brother Yang, bullying a woman doesn't seem like the conduct of a gentleman," said Wu Qingman with a chuckle. "Oh, is that so?" Yang Zhao turned his head and narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, flying feathers transformed into streams of light that shot into the sky. The poisoned hidden weapons streaked across the sky with blinding light. The curtain flashed, dodging the flying feathers. Wu Qingman suppressed the coldness in her eyes and said softly, "Brother Yang, I offended you with my words just now. Please don't take offense." Yang Zhao ignored her and turned to look at the woman in front of him. "How about it? Have you thought it through? Are you handing it over or not? If you want the heavenly book, I'll burn it for you after you die." Behind Qing Ning, Ning Shi, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't hold back her anger. Lan Jun, who had come from a dangerous building, was never someone who would swallow his anger. The gentle and kind face he showed in front of his elder brother and eldest grandson completely vanished at this moment. Ding! The sound of the zither fell from the sky. Ning Shi, who had just spoken, staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood that dyed her clothes red. "Women still need to know what propriety, justice, integrity, and shame are," said Wu Qingman coldly from behind the curtain. "Two brothers, if you want the heavenly book and broken death, bow. Why go through so much trouble? Just let them get it themselves." Before her words fell, the sound of the zither changed again. It was a devilish sound that disturbed people's minds. Ruashi, who didn't have a martial arts cultivation, immediately lost her consciousness. Qing Ning's expression changed. She reluctantly endured the dizziness in her head and rushed towards the curtain in the sky. "Did I let you pass?" Yang Zhao snorted. His feet moved and blocked her path. He turned his palm into a fist and blasted it out. The fist and spear collided. Qing Ning's clothes were dyed red, and she was forced back several steps. Behind the wheelchair, Ruashi, who was affected by the zither, lost her mind. She let go of the wheelchair and stepped towards the study. "Ruashi!" Ning, she was startled and wanted to stop her. However, she was suppressed by the zither and couldn't move half a step. "Ruashi, where are you going?" Just as Ruashi passed by the wheelchair, a warm hand stretched out and grabbed the former's arm. In the next moment, the figure lying in the wheelchair slowly stood up. The wheelchair under her body collapsed into pieces and scattered all over the sky. Then a beautiful green sword flew out and turned into a bright streamer as it swept straight out. Jiming Marquis. Yang Zhao's pupils shrank. He tried to catch the sword with his palm, but he felt a strong and unshakable sword intent closing in. He was forced back a dozen steps. "Wrong, it's Jiming Marquis." Qing Ning disappeared and instantly appeared in front of the sword. She reached out and grabbed the sword. In an instant, the sword broke through the restriction of the 2 palms and penetrated the former's chest. The sudden change made everyone present unable to react. Yang Zhao's mouth was overflowing with blood. He reached out and grabbed the sword in front of his chest. He turned his palm and forced a counterattack. Ning Chen's mouth slightly raised. The sword's momentum changed and directly sent the former flying. Ugh! Yang Zhao landed on the ground and barely managed to stabilize his body. He vomited another mouthful of blood. "Miss, my family's womenfolk have not received you well and have neglected you. However, I will discipline them for their mistakes. Can you stop playing the zither?" Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the woman on the palanquin in the sky. Inside the gauze curtain, Wu Qingman reached out and pressed the strings of the zither. Drops of blood silently dripped from the corner of her mouth. On the zither cast in black gold, a clear sword mark appeared unknowingly. It penetrated the body of the zither and was unusually dazzling. Chapter 404. Knowing destiny had awakened, and the power of the sword shocked everyone present. His robes fluttered in the wind. He had finally awakened at the most critical moment, after the divine tribulation. Most of the remaining cultivators of the divine prefecture had been in seclusion, which gave the outsiders a chance to invade. However, even a tiger who had fallen from grace could not be bullied by a dog. The murderous intent on the knowing destiny sword was so cold that it sent chills down people's spines. The divine weapon that had once been stained with the blood of the gods had appeared again. Although the original aura had not been released, it had already frightened the three present. Jiming Marquis, do you really think you can stop the three of us by yourself? Wu Qingman's expression turned cold as she spoke. Is it very difficult? Ning Chen raised his head and looked at her with a half-smile. It seemed like he was looking down on her and ignoring her. Wu Qingman's heart skipped a beat, and her face was extremely ugly. She had seen many arrogant people, but it was the first time she saw someone who dared to be so arrogant in the face of three cultivators. Zhao Dongyang narrowed his eyes. The knowing destiny Marquis of the Great Xia deserved his reputation. With a wave of his hand, the sun drew the bow. Rays of light from the arrows flew out directly toward the people in front of him. The blazing fire surged in the light of the arrows. Every inch forward, the arrows became stronger. Sword form, Nirvana. Ning Chen waved his sword, and rays of light appeared and turned into a sword flow. The majestic sword came out easily. The power of the Nirvana sword was earth-shattering. It instantly destroyed the arrows in the way and continued to fly forward. The sword was unparalleled. Zhao Dongyang and Yang Shao were enveloped by it at the same time. They had no choice but to work together to block the Nirvana sword. The two of them blocked the sword, but after a loud bang, they both took 3 steps back. Blood dripped from the corners of their mouths. After being defeated in one move, the two geniuses of the younger generation found it hard to accept. Enduring their injuries, they forcefully circulated their quintessence and gathered the wind and clouds in all directions. Immediately, the wind howled and the city walls were set ablaze. A powerful move was unleashed. The wind helped the fire. The two moves flowed together and attacked the knowing destiny sword. The powerful power could burn the sky and boil the sea. Ning Chen stood still like a mountain. The origin spread out from his sword. Endless cold qi spread out at an extremely fast speed. He blocked out the incoming attacks with his sword. The sharp sword intent shot out through the fiery light, blowing away the two warriors in front of him again. Blood dripped from their bodies. Before the knowing destiny sword, the owl could not spread its wings, and the sun could not rise from the east. In the sky, Wu Qingman saw that the situation was unfavorable. She plucked the zither strings with both hands. Wave after wave of zither waves spread out. Immediately, the earth rumbled and trembled. Yellow soil flew up and leaves fell like rain. The sound of the zither came from all directions, trapping the knowing destiny state cultivators. However, at this moment, Su-yi flashed and disappeared. In this world, there might be someone who could seal the knowing destiny state cultivator's spiritual awareness, but it was definitely not Wu Qingman. The white-clothed figure hovered in the air. The cold sword in his hand was placed beside the woman's neck. Threads of vermilion dyed the sword edge red. If it had been half an inch more, she would have died. Wu Qingman's body trembled. Her eyes flashed with disbelief. She couldn't understand why the difference in strength between them was so great. Knowing destiny, Marquis, spare her life. Consider it as giving me face. At this moment, Nu Chang arrived and appeared on the battlefield. Ningchen glanced at Nu Chang and moved his sword away. He didn't want to kill her again. Although his consciousness wasn't complete when he was unconscious, he could still sense the aura of the person who saved him. The arrival of Nu Chang shocked everyone again. The terrifying pressure from the woman in front of them wasn't something an ordinary 3-disaster stage cultivator could possess. Let's go! Zhao Dongyang and Yang Xiao knew it was impossible to gain anything today. Their feet moved and they quickly retreated. Wu Qingmen coldly snorted. With a wave of her delicate hand, the carriage flew out and also quickly went away. After the three left, Ning Chun nodded to Nu Chang. "Miss, please wait a moment. I still have some small matters to deal with." As soon as his voice fell, Ning Chun calmly looked at Ruo Shi, who was gradually waking up from her daze. "Ruo Shi, change clothes." Ruo Shi covered the tears in her eyes and nodded. She immediately walked into a side room and took out a wooden box that hadn't been touched for a long time. After opening it, a blue Marquis robe was lying inside. It symbolized the glory of the Marquis for 1,000 years. Today, it finally reappeared in the world. After taking out the robe, Ruo Shi helped the Marquis change out of his plain robe and into a blue robe. Her purple hair was tied behind her back. It was simple and plain. After changing clothes, knowing destiny didn't delay any longer and stepped away. Outside the Imperial City, the three sides were still attacking. The Imperial City was in imminent danger and had reached the final juncture. The flames of war had burned away the crowns of the Grand Xiao soldiers. Facing the attacks of three sides, it was difficult for them to hold on. Despair appeared on the faces of the soldiers. If the Grand Xiao fell, how would they face the Marquis who sacrificed their lives for the Grand Xiao in the underworld? With a rumble, the giant tree once again hit the city gate. The sound of breaking rang out, announcing the end of the Grand Xiao. The faces of the 9 city lords were filled with joy. The day they had waited for had finally arrived. At this moment, Sword Intent descended from the sky and directly cut open the land between the Imperial City and the three sides. One sword forbade martial arts, and the world stopped war. The next moment, a blue figure appeared in the sky. The most familiar face made everyone's heart tremble. "Welcome, Marquis." The guards of the Grand Xiao were the first to react. Their faces were filled with joy as they knelt down to welcome the arrival of the Marquis. The appearance of knowing destiny shocked everyone. The blue Marquis robe fluttered in the wind, affecting the hearts of everyone below. "Mingyu, Crown Prince, please withdraw your troops." The understated words didn't carry a trace of threat, but the calmness made people dare not refute. Knowing destiny, the long-disappeared Marquis of the Grand Xiao had returned today. A trace of joy appeared in Mingyu's eyes, but she immediately concealed it without leaving a trace. She raised her hand and stopped the northern Meng soldiers from continuing to attack the city. Crown Prince Barbarian narrowed his eyes and waved his halberd, blocking the soldiers behind him who were about to charge out. He hadn't thought that he would wake up at this time. On the other side, the 9 city lords saw the figure floating in the sky. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Hadn't the Marquis all died in battle? Why was the Knowing Destiny Marquis still alive? Knowing Destiny Marquis. The expressions of the soldiers behind the 9 city lords changed. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. Under the heavens, the person they were most afraid of meeting was undoubtedly the Marquis in the sky. In the Grand Xia, from the nobles to the commoners, they all respected the Marquis more than they feared him. However, there was only one exception, and that was the Knowing Destiny Marquis. Towards this Marquis, who had single-handedly slaughtered an entire city of rebels, fear had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of every citizen of the Grand Xia. It was difficult to get rid of it. Amongst the rebel army of the 9 cities, there were many young people from Great Wisdom City. When they saw the Knowing Destiny Marquis appear, their legs unconsciously trembled and they knelt down. One person knelt down, then everyone knelt down. Under fear, large groups of rebel army knelt down and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the figure in the sky. It was an unpredictable situation. Amongst the 9 city lords, one of the city lords finally wavered. His body trembled as he got off his horse and knelt down as well. Wang Qiu, you piece of trash. He's only one person. What's there to be afraid of? Beside him, a middle-aged man with a bloody scar on his face scolded angrily. The kneeling city lord didn't reply. He only lowered his head deeply. In front of his life, nothing else was important. However, anyone who had personally witnessed the hellish state of Great Wisdom City would definitely not doubt that if they continued to resist, the knowing Destiny Marquis wouldn't be ruthless enough to kill them all. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the rebel army of the 9 cities in front of the West Gate. He said indifferently, "Retreat, or all of you stay here." "Attack the city." The middle-aged man coldly snorted. He ignored him and gave the order to continue attacking the city. Under his orders, the soldiers once again carried siege weapons and ran out, continuing to attack the city. Stupid! Mingyu and Crown Prince Man looked at the commotion at the West Gate. A cold smile flashed through their eyes. Those who were blinded by power could no longer see the situation in front of them clearly. The moment the order was given, the azure-robed figure in the sky also moved. He waved the weapon in his hand. Immediately, an extremely terrifying sword light shot out. 100 zhang wide gust of wind followed like a shadow, shaking the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, thousands of heads flew up. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. On the war horse, the middle-aged man's body was directly split in 2. He fell off the horse with a bang. Such a terrifying scene scared out of the soldiers behind him. "Marquis, please spare us." There was no more luck. One by one, figures filled with fear knelt down. They lowered their heads and trembled incessantly. It was an unimaginable reversal. The situation of the 3 sides surrounding the city collapsed in an instant because of the appearance of one person. The ground was filled with corpses that were separated from their bodies. The ruthlessness of the knowing Destiny Marquis once again shocked the world. "Kong Yu, bring the city lords and generals into the city for tea. Don't neglect them." Ning Chen glanced at Kong Yu on the West Gate Tower and said calmly, "Yes." Kong Yu knelt down and respectfully accepted the order. "The show is over. You can all disperse." Ning Chen looked at Mingyu and Crown Prince Man and said, "Retreat." The 2 of them waved their hands and ordered the troops to retreat. Now that the knowing Destiny Marquis had awakened, the Great Xia would not be destroyed. Even if they forcefully attacked the city, they would only end up like the rebels of the 9 cities. "Mingyu, you did well." Ning Chen transmitted his voice. There was no blame in his words. The chaos of the Great Xia was the source of the flames of war. Mingyu was not wrong to send troops at this time. To be able to fight all the way here before the rebels of the 9 cities took down the imperial city meant that his and Fan Lingyue's teachings were not in vain. Hearing the former's voice, Mingyu's anxious heart finally relaxed. She turned around and smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Crown Prince Man led the army and left without looking back. In this war, they had obtained all the resources they should have obtained. It was enough to raise the barbarian dynasty's national strength to another level. With a tacit understanding, Ning Chen did not pursue this matter. Now that the Great Xia was weak, it was impossible for them to be as unyielding as before. After doing what he had to do, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He waved his hand and put away his sword. He took a step forward and left the horizon. With the departure of the knowing Destiny Marquis, the heavy pressure disappeared. However, the fear that suppressed the deepest part of everyone's hearts was like the headless corpses on the ground, unable to dissipate. Chapter 405. In the manor, Ning Chen returned. After washing his hands and changing into his regular clothes, he immediately came to the study where Ruo Chang was waiting. After serving the house's best tea, Ruo retreated and didn't disturb the two's conversation. "May I ask how I should address you?" Ning Chen asked with a smile on his face. "Chang Yu." Nu Chang looked at the person in front of her and said calmly. She was present at the scene of the battle to send the Nether King back. She knew very well how cold this seemingly amiable young man was. At that time, the million rays of bloodlight were real living souls, ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. Unfathomable, this was her evaluation of the young man in front of her. However, Ruo Chang also knows that although Jiming is fickle, he cherishes the people around him very much, even more important than his own life. Good name. Ning Chen smiled gently and immediately continued. In order to save this one, I've made Miss Chang you spend a lot of money. He was clearer than anyone about his situation at that time. His soul had dispersed, his cultivation was crippled, and his vitality had dried up. Practically half of his body had been buried in the earth. It was obvious what sort of enormous price Chang Yu had paid to save him. Expensive? It's quite a lot. 1 soul-suppressing pearl, 3 heaven reversal pills, and my realm's female supreme personally came to help you gather your soul and extend your life with the heaven reversal technique. As for the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I won't count them one by one. The woman picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said indifferently. Hearing the woman in front of him, Ning Chen's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. This favor seems to be a bit too big. Miss, are we friends? Ning Chen put down the tea in his hand and seriously asked. Not really. Chang Yu denied it directly with a strange smile on her face. She said, Jiming Marquis, don't think that I don't know anything about you these days. It's really not easy to be your friend. Chang Yu doesn't have this good fortune. There are a lot of people who died because of this kid. To be his friend, not only do you need to be careful, but you also need to be very lucky. Ning Chen smiled helplessly. It turns out that his reputation has become so bad. The reason I saved you is to get the heavenly book. It's a fair trade. Ruo Chang Yu didn't beat around the bush and directly said, Which scroll? Ning Chen also became serious and asked. The bright chaos scroll had already been destroyed in the final battle with the underworld king. Other than Wan Feng Chen and the others, no one knew that he had the void scroll. Thus, the heavenly tomes that Chang Yu wanted should be in the heaven, earth, and life scrolls. The heaven scroll and the life scroll, Nu Chang calmly said. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Soon after, he sighed deeply in his heart. The thing that he was most worried about had happened. Miss Chang Yu, I can silently give you the heaven scroll, but not the life scroll. This scroll was given to me by someone else. Back then, I might have promised that I wouldn't let anyone else read it. Miss, can you change your condition? Ning Chen earnestly asked. No, we can't do it without either of them, said the woman indifferently as she drank her tea. Ning Chen frowned. He thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked, May I ask why you want the life scroll? There were tens of thousands of cultivation techniques in the world, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. The heavenly tomes were not suitable for everyone. Chang Yu had paid such a huge price to save him. If it was just for one more cultivation technique, it was not worth it. There's no harm in telling you. I need to borrow the life scroll's special attribute to fuse with any cultivation technique to break through to the Great Circle realm. Nu Chang honestly replied. As for the second half of her sentence, she suppressed it in her heart. Once both of them reached the Great Circle realm, she could attempt to step into the next realm, a realm that no one had ever stepped into before. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time he said, Miss Chang Yu, since what you need is the life scroll's true essence and not a cultivation technique, then before you reach the Great Circle realm, you'll have to take the life scroll's cultivation technique from me. For the sake of a promise, You'll have to sacrifice your future freedom. Is it worth it? Nu Chang's eyes flashed. She didn't care who cultivated the life scroll. Even if she cultivated it, she would have to start from the beginning, just like him. The difference in speed wouldn't be too great. Moreover, this person had already cultivated it once. If he cultivated it again, it might be even faster. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not. Since I've promised I should do it, this is a matter of course, replied Ningqin. Nu Chang didn't try to persuade him any further. She indifferently said, then you should prepare. We'll leave tomorrow for the homeland of Western Buddha. Ningqin silently nodded. Nu Chang, you didn't say anything. She put down her teacup and walked out of the study. When she was about to leave, she paused and earnestly said, the dual transformation technique isn't omnipotent. You have too much karma on you. Each tribulation in the future will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After all, your avatar isn't as good as your main body. If it's destroyed by heavenly tribulation, I won't be able to save you. At that time, I won't hesitate to use a soul-searching technique to extract the life scroll's cultivation technique before your consciousness fades. Nu Chang, you walked out of the study and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ningqin gently sighed and walked over to the bookshelf. He pushed open the door and walked in. Within the coffin made of ice and snow, the ghost woman was still unconscious. Her beautiful face was calm and serene, as if she were sleeping. The ghost origin had returned, and the three souls were complete. But for some unknown reason, the woman in the coffin was still unable to wake up. Ningqin's eyes were filled with pain. When would he ever be able to repay the debt he owed her in this life? Inside the stone room, Su Yi stood quietly for the whole night. When dawn came the next day, Jiming walked out without saying goodbye to anyone and left with Nu Changyu. In the study, Jiming stayed behind and transformed into an avatar. As usual, he sat there quietly and thought about things. There was no difference from before. Marquis, it's time to go to the palace and pay respects to the lady. Ruah, she knocked on the door of the study and immediately pushed it open. Ningqin got up. Time stopped at this moment, turning into a microcosm of the future. Day after day, 7 years, nothing changed. Time flew by like a shuttle. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qi succeeded the throne. Zhang Sun returned to the throne. Kong Yu became a Marquis. Everything in the Grand Xia moved forward step by step, although it wasn't as prosperous as before. Due to the existence of Jiming, there were no more rebellions. Ning, she left the manor, and with the etiquette of a princess, she was betrothed to the son of Taiping Marquis, who was beaten by Ningqin. After the upheaval in his family, the former playboy matured a lot. He took the initiative to go to the border and inherit his father's will to protect the Grand Xia. In the end, Ruah, she chose to stay in the manor. 7 years were like a day, grinding ink, adding incense, serving tea and water. She never asked for anything and didn't want to change anything. In the past, Zhang Sun didn't mention the 3-year agreement he made with Zhang Sun. The position of the Marquis' mistress was always empty. Even if many officials brought up this matter, it was suppressed by Zhang Sun in the end. 7 years later, Zhang Sun's body couldn't hold on anymore and was about to reach the end of his life. Ningqin stood silently in front of Zhang Sun's sickbed. He stood there for several days and nights without leaving half a step. Outside the imperial city, lanterns and decorations were hung. A new year was coming. The atmosphere of saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new spread throughout the city. The city was very lively. When the New Year's bell rang, Zhang Sun, who had been sleeping on the sickbed, woke up. His eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Ningqin's eyes flashed with a touch of unconcealable sadness. Finally, this moment had arrived. "Help me up," Zhang Sun whispered. Ningqin nodded and immediately stepped forward to help Zhang Sun. Carefully standing up, he got off the bed and walked towards the window. Behind him, Qing Ning and Xia Sinyu's eyes were filled with tears. They slightly turned their heads away, not letting the tears affect Zhang Xuan's final mood. Inside and outside the palace, the lights were so beautiful that the night was as bright as day. With the sound of the bell echoing, a new year had come. I remember when you first entered the palace. You weren't as tall as me. You were reckless like a child. I didn't expect more than 10 years to pass in the blink of an eye. Zhang Sun whispered as she looked at the lights outside the window. I was stupid back then. I just offended the West Palace, and now I offended her ladyship. Now that I think about it, I was really lucky that I didn't get my head chopped off after causing so much trouble. Ningqian smiled. Zhang Sun smiled. Time had truly passed too quickly. Who would have thought that the child she had picked up back then would grow up to this point? Outside the window, in the starry night sky, a crescent moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was a bit cold, but it wasn't unbearable. The figure in front of the window quietly looked at the scenery outside. After a long time, his arm fell down silently. He leaned on Zhang Ming's shoulder and peacefully fell asleep. Zhang Sun had no regrets in his life. Qing Ning and Xia Xinyu could no longer hold back their tears. They dropped down and knelt down to bid farewell to their loved ones. Zhang Ming's tears soaked his red robes. The Marquis Zhang Ming, who had never wavered even in the face of the gods, trembled again and again. His heart gradually sank. You still know to come back. This one knows his wrongs. Speak, what wrongs did you do? I shouldn't have tied up Qing Ning. I shouldn't have taken the items from the palace. And I shouldn't have faked her ladyship's decree and sneaked out of the palace. I shouldn't have haggled with her ladyship and refused to return to the palace. Good, very good. If you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't have known that you had made so many mistakes. Tell me, how should I punish you? My ladyship, Ningqian, also knows his wrongs. Now that the matter of the true extreme country's envoy is more important, why don't we give him a chance to redeem himself? Since even Qing Ning has pleaded for you, I'll spare you this time. However, I can spare you the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. Since you want to leave the palace so badly, I'll ground you for half a year. You can't step out of Weiyang Palace for half a year. You can't wait to leave? My ladyship, you must know that my personality isn't suitable for the palace. As long as I stay here, I'll get into trouble sooner or later. I'm the Empress of Xia. Can't I protect you? What are you afraid of? The past flashed past Zhang Ming's eyes like smoke. It was reflected in the tears that fell down. Men don't cry easily unless they are deeply hurt. Chapter 406. Zhang Xuan's death signified the end of an era. 3 months later, in the newly built Heavenly Mandate Palace, Ningqian handed over the Marquis seal and armor, returning the title of Marquis. Couldn't stay and watched his master leave with tears in his eyes. He understood that from now on, the rise and fall of the Grand Xia would depend on themselves. In the Marquis mansion, Ningqian walked into the secret room of the study and looked at the beautiful figure sleeping in the ice coffin. Raising his right hand, a faint phoenix cry sounded and a huge phoenix shadow appeared behind him. The next moment, the phoenix opened its mouth and a majestic suction force came out. The ice coffin rose and turned into a stream of light that flew into the phoenix shadow. In a flash, it disappeared. Ruashi, let's go. After doing all this, Ningqian glanced at the woman beside him and whispered, "En." Ruashi nodded and left with him. In the Marquis mansion, figures knelt down to bid farewell to the Lord. Marquis. The old housekeeper's eyes were full of tears as he looked at the white-clothed Marquis in front of Ruashi. No matter how many rumors about the Marquis outside, everyone in the mansion knew that their Marquis was the best Marquis in the world. Ningqian stopped and looked at the figures kneeling on both sides and calmly said, "Take care." After saying his goodbyes, Ningqian turned and left, never looking back. In the imperial city, Kong Yu looked at the departing Marquis with a heavy heart. In these 7 years, the Marquis had left them with an era of peace. Great Xia had also been able to recuperate and recover. But from now on, whether or not they could maintain this peace would depend on themselves. The Divine Land was vast, more than 100,000 miles of territory. Ning Chen took Ruoshi step by step to the west like an ordinary person, walking over thousands of mountains and rivers. Ruoshi didn't know martial arts, so she walked slowly. Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry either. He walked as fast as Ruoshi walked. In this life, there was one person who was willing to accompany him. He couldn't ask for more. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. From then on, a young man in red and a charming handmaiden appeared in the westward journey of the Divine Land. They were like the most beautiful scenery that would never change. Whenever Ruoshi was tired and wanted to rest, Ning Chen would use his phoenix essence to relieve her fatigue. Day after day, year after year. Gradually, Ruoshi's pace became faster. Sometimes she would walk for 2 to 4 hours without stopping to rest. Ning Chen didn't say anything. As usual, he kept pace with the woman beside him. Ruoshi, you haven't seen the sea yet, right? After another 3 months, Ning Chen suddenly stopped and asked as he looked at the blue sky before him. What is the sea? Ruoshi's eyes flashed with a touch of puzzlement as she asked. A very, very big river. Ning Chen said softly. Due to the arrival of the Lord of the Underworld, the eastern region was forced out of the 5 regions and became a special place. As a result, the people of the Divine Prefecture had never seen an ocean, let alone know what an ocean was. Hearing the explanation, Ruoshi still didn't understand, but she didn't ask any more questions. Ning Chen didn't explain anything and continued to walk forward with the woman beside him. Half a day later, the sound of waves entered their ears, and a magnificent scene appeared in front of the two. The endless blue sea, the sound of wind, the sound of waves, and the sound of wind beating against the stone walls, gradually raised waves more than 10 feet high. The beautiful and spectacular scene was fascinating. Is this the sea? Ruoshi was fascinated by the scenery in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she asked in surprise. Yes, Ning Chen nodded and responded. Is there an end to the sea? Ruo! She looked back at the man beside her and asked. Yes, the place we are going to is at the end of the sea, Ning Chen replied. Since there was no way to wake up the ghost girl in the Divine Land, then he would go to the other 4 regions to find it. He didn't believe in fate. He only believed in human effort. Looking at the endless sea in front of her, Ruoshi's face showed a touch of embarrassment and asked, How are we going to get there? By boat, Ning Chen looked to the north and calmly said. Puzzled, Ruoshi looked around but didn't see any ships. She couldn't help but wonder, where is the ship? Before he finished speaking, a luxurious merchant ship appeared in front of the 2 of them amidst the surging waves in the north. On the ship's sail, the word Exen was embroidered in golden thread. It was so clear that under the setting sun, it emitted a dazzling golden light. On the merchant ship that just set sail, young Lord Exen stood at the head of the ship, looking at the scenery along the way with a carefree heart. The money earned from this trip to the Eastern Territory was equal to the Xian family's savings in the past few decades. At this moment, young Lord Liangqin saw 2 figures waving at him from the distant shore. His eyes froze for a moment and looked left and right. They were the only ship on the sea, so they were calling for them. Stop the ship and dock. Young lord, what's wrong? We just set sail. Qi was puzzled. Could it be that young lord's head is starting to become abnormal again? Someone wants to take the ship. Hurry up and dock. What's with all this nonsense? Young Lord Exen said in a bad mood. Yes. Qi muttered in response and immediately went down to give the order. Sure enough, young lord's head was short-circuited again. This was the first time he heard that a merchant ship needed to pull passengers along the way. As the merchant ship approached, an old man came out of the ship and looked at the man and woman in front of him. He didn't know why, but he always felt something was wrong. How could there be such a bold young lord and maid who dared to casually board a passing merchant ship? Ning Chen and Ruo Shi boarded the ship. It must be said that in the eyes of ordinary people, Hua Kuei's charm was much greater than the red-robed young lord beside her. Young Lord Xian's eyes were shining, and the only thing missing was the word infatuated written on his face. Young lord, young lord! Qi kept tugging at someone's clothes and reminded him with a face full of shame. If it weren't for the fact that this was his young lord, he would have pretended not to know him. Oh. Young Lord Xian came back to his senses and quickly put away his pig face. Cupping his fist, he asked, "This one is Xian Liangqin. How should I address you?" Ning Qin. Ning Qin calmly said, "Good name." Young Lord Xian gave a thumbs up and continued to ask, "Brother Ning is also going to the southern tomb?" "And I've been in the eastern domain for a long time, so I'm ready to go out and see the scenery of the other domains." Ning Qin replied. Brother Ning is in such a good mood. Young Lord Xian's tone was full of envy. Ning Qin smiled. He could also see that this young Master Xian was not an ordinary person. It was not because of his identity or cultivation, but because his breadth of mind and bearing was not something an ordinary person could compare with. It made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Qi, go arrange a guest room for Brother Ning and this girl to rest first. Young Lord Xian turned around and ordered. Qi nodded and stepped forward. Young Lord Ning, please. Thank you. Ning Qin thanked him and immediately walked forward with Ruo Shi. After the two left, young Lord Xian's eyes flashed with light. He said to himself, "This girl is even more beautiful than Miss Susu of the White Knight House. It's really unreasonable. Young Lord, this red-clothed young man is not an ordinary person. Be careful." The old man came over and reminded him. "Young Lord, I'm not an ordinary person either. Besides, don't I have Uncle Ling?" Young Lord Xian laughed. In the guest room, the furnishings were simple and plain. Compared with the luxurious appearance of the ship, it was much more pleasing to the eye. Young Lord Xian only arranged a guest room for them. What he was thinking in his head, even a fool could guess. Ning Qin didn't point it out, and Ruo Shi also didn't care. As usual, she did what she needed to do. After Qi left, the woman began to freshen up. She took off her hairpin in front of the bronze mirror. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Among all the women he had met in his life, Ruo Shi was absolutely not inferior to anyone in terms of appearance. In the past, she was the most beautiful woman in the entire Grand Xia dynasty. After all these years of accumulation, she had reached the most beautiful period of her life. She was even more elegant and dazzling than before. Young Lord, do you think people cannot age? Ruo, she looked at herself in the mirror and asked softly. On the side, Ning Qin, who was thinking about something, came back to his senses. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The Xiantian realm can preserve one's appearance. In addition, there should also be some rare treasures that can slow down the aging process." Speaking up to here, Ning Qin glanced at the woman's face reflected in the bronze mirror and smiled. "What's wrong? Are you afraid your young lord won't want you anymore if you're not beautiful anymore?" Ruo Shi chuckled and responded, "N. Rumor has it that dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder have the effect of preserving one's appearance. If you encounter a flood dragon, young Lord Xian will bring back a piece of dragon liver for you." Ning Qin smiled. "Okay." Ruo Shi's eyebrows curved as she nodded. "You rest first. I'll go outside for a walk. On the way, I'll ask young Lord Xian some things about the southern tomb." Ning Qin got up and said. Outside the cabin, the sun had already set and night had arrived. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, and the bright moon sprinkled down a lustrous white splendor that was reflected in the seawater, reflecting the clear and crystalline waves of light. The night on the sea was very beautiful. The sky was wide and the earth was wide, making one's heart feel unprecedentedly comfortable. Young Lord Exan sat at the bow of the ship, swaying back and forth to enjoy the scenery, but he wasn't afraid of falling off the ship. Ningchen came over and didn't disturb him. Standing on the edge of the ship, he looked at the gradually disappearing divine land with a touch of imperceptible sadness in his calm eyes. Brother Ning, it's a beautiful day with beautiful women accompanying you, but you're here enjoying the sea breeze. What a killjoy! On the bow of the ship, young Lord Exan looked back at the red-robed young man on the edge of the ship and smiled. Ah! Ningchen covered up the sadness in his eyes and smiled faintly. Young Lord Exan, aren't you also enjoying the sea breeze here? Ai, it's all tears. When I came out in a hurry, I forgot to bring along my beautiful maids. Now I can only sit here in a daze and sleep alone. Young Lord Exan's face was full of regret. Boom! At this moment, the bow of the ship suddenly shook violently as if it had hit something. Sitting at the bow of the ship, young Lord Exan staggered and almost fell into the sea. Fortunately, he had a few skills and barely managed to return to the hull. Uncle Ling, who was responsible for protecting the merchant ship, flashed out and looked around the ship. His eyes sank. Did they encounter a sea monster? Next to the bow of the ship, Ningchen looked at the huge figure surging under the water. His eyes flashed with a blazing red light. The giant figure in the sea immediately trembled as if it felt the most terrible threat and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. It's not shaking anymore. Did we hit a reef? Young Lord Exan murmured with a puzzled expression. Uncle Ling's eyes also raised doubts. What's going on? Just now, he clearly saw something around the ship. Chapter 407. The time on the sea was long and abnormally long, but surprisingly smooth. 2 months ago, the ship encountered a strange tremor, but since then they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. With the southern tomb mainland in sight, the mood of the people on the ship became more and more expectant. After being out for so long, everyone wanted to go home as soon as possible. Brother Ning, what are your plans after arriving at Southern Tomb? At the bow of the ship, young Lord Exan asked softly, Let's walk around first before making any arrangements. Ningchen calmly replied, Since Brother Ning has no specific arrangements, why don't you come to the Exan family as a guest for a few days? I can also show Brother Ning the local customs of Southern Tomb. Young Lord Exan sincerely invited. Ningchen thought for a moment and nodded. Then this one will thank young Lord Exan in advance. Oh, Brother Ning is too polite. Young Lord Exan replied with a free and easy smile. 5 days later, the merchant ship docked. The people who came to receive them were already waiting on the shore. After helping to unload the goods, batch after batch were transported to the various chambers of commerce of the Exan family. Young Lord, soap. Rua, she pointed to the boxes of goods unloaded from the ship with a smile. In the divine continent, everyone knew that this soap was actually produced by the young lord. The raw materials and manufacturing process were very simple. Who would have thought that it would become a luxury item when shipped to Southern Tomb? All merchants are profiteers. This young Lord Exan is very knowledgeable. Besides, this is not a necessity for the common people. In the end, the people who sell it are the nobles who have too much money to spend. Ningchen smiled and didn't care. Brother Ning, there are still 2 days before we reach Swallow Song City. Let's hurry. Young Lord Exan walked over and called out. Young Lord Exan, please go ahead. This one suddenly remembered that there is still a small matter to take care of. After it is done, I will go to Swallow Song City to visit. Ningchen calmly said. Young Lord Exan was startled, but quickly recovered. He didn't ask any more questions and cupped his fist to bid farewell. In that case, Liang Chen will wait for Brother Ning's arrival in Swallow Song City. The caravan set off, and Exan Liang Chen also set off with the caravan. Under the rolling wheels, The ship gradually moved away. "Young lord, where are we going now?" Ruashi's eyes showed a puzzled look. How come she didn't hear young Lord Exan mention anything else? "Do you remember 2 months ago the ship seemed to hit something and shook violently?" Ningchen asked. What's wrong?" "Didn't young Master Exan say he encountered a reef?" Ruashi was puzzled. That's not a reef. Furthermore, it's following us." Ningchen turned around and looked at the sea behind him as he replied. The sky darkened, and the people on the shore were already far away. Ningchen took Ruashi, and with a wave of his hand, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the sea. 300 miles later, a red light appeared. Ningchen sent Ruashi into the ghost palanquin he summoned. Then he immediately walked to a spot not far away from the palanquin. With a flip of his hand, the King of Hell's heavenly sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of the sword, the rumbling waves split the surface of the sea. It was a shocking scene. The phoenix body was different from the main body, or it could be said that it was different from a human's physique. With the phoenix origin as the foundation and the phoenix blood as the body after 9 years, it had basically recovered to the original 5 tribulation realm. However, it was still quite a distance away from entering the 3 calamities realm. During the Battle of Mount Chizhou, Ji Ming was forced to use the forbidden technique of the life scroll, causing his cultivation to dissipate and his vitality to overdraft. Fortunately, Nu Chang saved his life with the ability to reverse the heavens. However, the crippled cultivation had to be recultivated in the end. Ningchen didn't care too much about his own cultivation. After a brief exchange with Mu Bai 9 years ago in the Barren City, he truly realized that there was no absolute relationship between a person's strength and their cultivation. Mu Bai may not have stepped into the Xiantian realm until the last moment, but that sword of his was really not something any Xiantian or even 3 calamities realm cultivator could reach. Of course, if one's strength reached the level of Hell King, everything would be a different story. Under Ning Chen's body, the sea parted and a terrifying beast roar came out. 3,000 feet below, a huge turtle-shaped sea beast the size of an island appeared. The beast's head was short and small like a snake, and its head and tail were hundreds of feet long. It was a monster that had never been seen before. However, at this moment, the one who was more frightened was the giant sea beast. The snake's head trembled as it looked at the red-robed young man in the air. Its eyes were full of begging for mercy. The phoenix was the top existence among the mythological beasts. There are very few who could compare to it. This kind of pressure from the depths of their bloodline made the black tortoise descendant, who only had a small amount of ancestral blood, feel extreme fear in his heart. Inside the ghost palanquin, Ruashi looked at the monster below with a trace of surprise on her beautiful face. There was actually such a huge creature in the world. "Why are you following us?" Ningchen coldly asked. "Ayo." The black tortoise descendant suppressed the fear in his heart and growled. "I don't understand." Ningchen directly replied. When the 2 phoenixes called out to him, he didn't understand half a word, let alone this monster that looked like a black tortoise but didn't seem to be qualified. "Ayo." The black tortoise descendant roared again. "I don't understand you no matter how much you roar." Ningchen unhappily said, "Ayo." The black tortoise descendant refused to give up and continued to roar. "Ayo my ass. Do you believe I won't kill you and make a stew?" Ningchen's ears hurt from the roar of the monster below. He was in a bad mood. "Young master, it seems to have something to ask of you." In the ghost palanquin, Ruashi couldn't stand it anymore and reminded, "Ask? Your young master has everything." Speaking up to hear, Ningchen's voice paused as a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the monster below, he put on a fake smile and said, "You aren't thinking about the phoenix blood, are you?" In the sea, the black tortoise descendant roared and nodded his head, causing waves to rise 100 feet high. Ningchen chuckled and the brilliance of his sword revolved. Strange things happened every year, But this year was especially strange. He had seen people who weren't afraid of death, but he had never seen someone who actively sought death. Since the idea was on him, he would have an excuse to kill it and make a stew. "Young master, killing is not good." Ruah, she saw the situation wasn't right and hurriedly stopped him. "Ayo!" The black tortoise descendant felt something at this time and roared in fear. Since Ruah she had spoken, Ning Chen could only suppress the urge to cut the turtle's shell a few times. He glanced at the monster below and lightly said, "You want the phoenix blood, but I have a sword. If you want to die, I can help send you on your way." Ayo! The black tortoise descendant opened his mouth, and a drop of dark yellow blood flew out from his mouth. In an instant, a heavy aura pressed down, causing the sea to churn. When the essence blood flew out, the black tortoise descendant's aura immediately weakened a lot, and his spirit also withered. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched, and the idea of killing and making a stew once again came to his mind. This should be a black tortoise descendant without a doubt. Ruah, she had stayed with a certain someone for a long time. Naturally, she could see the change in her young master's heart. She quickly reminded him again, "Young master, it's getting dark. We need to find a place to rest." Ning Chen withdrew his thoughts and understood that with Ruashi here, it was impossible to make a stew. He unwillingly looked at the black tortoise descendant and said, "You want a drop of your heart's blood for a drop of phoenix blood?" Ayo! The black tortoise descendant nodded and responded, "You can think of anything, but I won't exchange." Ning Chen snorted and said, "Your drop of heart's blood is of no use to me. You should keep it for yourself. Ruashi, let's go back." After saying that, Ning Chen stepped in front of the ghost sedan chair and prepared to leave. Ayo! The black tortoise descendant was anxious. Its huge body moved, and suddenly a huge wave rose to a height of 100 feet. Amidst the waves, Ning Chen was worried about Ruashi and didn't move away. With a wave of his sword, the 100 feet wave dispersed. Ruashi, the young master, is angry. Today we must kill it and make a stew. His red clothes were dyed wet, but in a flash it was restored to its original state. Ning Chen flipped his palm and pushed the ghost's sedan chair into the sky. Then, with a move of his feet, he instantly entered the sea. A sword fell from the sky, followed by a dazzling stream of light, crashed into the black tortoise's shell. In an instant, 100 miles of sea area, huge waves rolled and quickly spread in all directions. The black tortoise fell 1,000 feet. One roar of fear after another echoed in the sea as it constantly begged for mercy. Ning Chen just acted as if he didn't hear it. Standing on top of the turtle shell, he slashed it twice with his sword. Needless to say, it was really strong. Without using all his strength, he probably couldn't break it. The black tortoise was frightened, but its extreme desire for phoenix blood forced it to try to communicate with the human on its back again. Ayo! With a bestial roar, a blue turtle shell on the black tortoise's back cracked open. The heart-protecting armor flew up and quickly shrank, falling into the former's hand. Ning Chen looked at the turtle shell in his hand and narrowed his eyes. This was to make him feel embarrassed. The heart-protecting armor fell off, and a blue light flashed on the black tortoise's back. The turtle's shell quickly recovered, but the color was different from before. It was unknown how long it would take for the heart-protecting armor to grow again. Knowing that these creatures' cultivation wasn't easy, Ning Chen no longer made things difficult for the big guy under him. He waved his hand and put away the turtle shell. Then he turned his palm and urged his phoenix chi. In a burst of blood, a drop of blood flew out. It was a looming golden color, showing signs of ancestral reversion. The black tortoise's body shook, and then it nodded fiercely. Its eyes showed endless gratitude. "For the sake of your cultivation, I'll help you this time. Be careful in the future. Don't meet human warriors casually. Not everyone is like this young master who is not interested in turtle soup." As soon as his voice fell, Ning Chun waved his hand and sent the phoenix blood to the black tortoise. Then his figure flashed and flew to the sea. He put away the black tortoise's blood, floating in the air with a look of disgust. This big guy has lived for so long, but it still hasn't cultivated to the point of ancestral reversion. How stupid! Ruashi, let's go. Ning Chin stepped to the side of the ghost palanquin and said, Ruashi smiled and said, Ao. The black tortoise roared and gratefully bid farewell to the two in the air. I don't understand. Don't roar any more. Ning Chun waved his hand casually. After 2 steps, he took Ruashi beside him and turned into a red light. Under the moonlight, 2 voices came out from the red light. Young master, did you suffer a loss? I can't say. That turtle shell is a bit useful. Although this creature has a long life, its cultivation speed is too slow. If I can help, I'll help. Oh, Ruashi doesn't understand these things. But it's good that you didn't suffer a loss. Oh, of course. Chapter 408. Nanling, a divine land no smaller than the divine land. Dynasties, sects, ancient lands, great religions, and other legacies were like stars in the sky, taking root in this territory. For the past 30,000 years, it has been extremely prosperous. Swallow Song City, as the largest city on the northeast coast of Nanling, was endlessly visited by caravans, making this big city the most lively place within 1,000 miles. The Xian family started out as a merchant. 300 years of history wasn't too long, but it has already developed into a big family that spans more than 10 cities. Shops were everywhere, and it was unusually prosperous. Eldest young Master Xian was born in the Xian family, but he wasn't the son of the first wife nor the eldest son. Instead, he was the second son of a concubine. However, the real eldest young master, whether it was his talent in business or contribution to the family, was far behind Xian Liangchen. Not to mention, the Xian family's patriarch was a man of his word. In recent years, intentionally or unintentionally, he had revealed the intention of passing the patriarch's position to the second young master. When Ning Chen learned of the situation, he just sneered and didn't say anything. Schemes that don't appear on the surface are extremely boring. On the street, eldest young Master Xian was full of interest as he took the two to browse the local customs of Swallow Song City. Along the way, he was chattering away with excessive enthusiasm. Ning Chen was easy to talk to, but Ruashi's personality was a quiet one. She couldn't stand the buzzing chatter around her like a fly and couldn't wait to slap him to death. This is Lu Xianlu. This young master opened it with his private money. Come in and have a seat. In front of an elegantly decorated tea house, eldest young Master Xian stopped and looked at the 2 people beside him. Ning Chen nodded and walked in with Ruashi. Lu wasn't small and had 2 floors. Eldest young Master Xian led the 2 directly to the 2nd floor and sat down in front of a table near the window. Ruashi stood behind her young master and didn't take a seat. Although her young master didn't care about the red tape, she did. Ding! The sound of a pipa echoed in the pavilion. The light sound directly reached people's hearts. Simple, but so beautiful. Ning Chun followed the voice and looked to the other side of the 2nd floor. He saw a plainly dressed young lady sitting there, quietly playing the pipa for every customer. From the way the girl was dressed, it could be seen that she was the daughter of a poor family. Her appearance could not be said to be very beautiful, but she was unusually delicate and pretty. Her eyes were clean and firm, without the slightest trace of self-pity. Ning Chen turned around and looked at young Master Xian's unprecedentedly calm demeanor. He smiled faintly. Since ancient times, heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. Although this young Master Xian was not a hero, he was indeed a good person. Young Master Xian, didn't you just say that you opened Lucian Restaurant with your own money? Ning Chen asked while drinking the tea in his hand. Not bad, right? Young Master Xan came back to his senses and replied, "You have an ulterior motive." Ning Qin smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Young Master Xan was startled, not understanding the meaning of the former's words. Ruo Shi, on the other hand, understood the meaning behind his words. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of surprise as she slightly changed her view of this seemingly sloppy playboy. "Smash it!" It was at this moment a huge commotion rang out from the first floor. A large group of people broke into the tea house and smashed everything in sight. The guests were so frightened that they immediately fled in panic. Xian Liangqin's face turned cold as he stood up and quickly walked downstairs. "Second young Master Xan, I trust you have been well since we last met." A cold female voice came from behind. Surrounded by the crowd, a woman in a purple dress walked up to the second floor. Her slightly raised eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness, making people not dare to look directly at her. "Zhao Ling er." Seeing the person who came, Xian Liangqin's face immediately turned ugly. "Why is she here? What are you still standing there for? Continue to smash." Zhao Ling glanced at the group of people behind her and coldly said. As soon as her voice fell, a group of burly men came out, lifted the tables and chairs, and began to smash them. Loud bangs rang out one after another, shaking the entire Lucian restaurant. "Miss Zhao, you and I have no grievances in the past, nor do we have any enmity today. Don't you think you have gone too far?" Xian Liangqin calmed down and said, "So what if I'm bullying you?" Zhao Ling ridiculed. Her gaze shifted and noticed a woman holding a pipa not far away. She sneered and said, "Take her away!" Two burly men stepped forward, grabbed the pipa, and were about to take the woman away. At this moment, Xian Liangqin, who had been restraining himself, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Stamping his foot, he leaped out and arrived at the other side of the tea house in 2 breaths. With a punch and a kick, the 2 burly men immediately flew out and fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Xian Liangqin looked at the woman behind him, his face full of concern. "I'm fine. Thank you, young Master Xian." Jia Qi recovered from the panic and softly thanked him. A hero saves a beauty, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect pair. Ning Chen reviewed all the words he could think of in his mind. The days of fighting and killing were too long, and his literary talent of the past was almost all gone. Young Master. Seeing her young master's mind running off to who knows where, Ruo, she gently pulled his clothes and called out. Ning Qin came back to his senses and drank the tea in his hand while watching the show. Fortunately, these people hadn't hit him yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a cup of tea to drink. "Young Master, aren't you going to help?" Ruo, she whispered. "Help? What help? It's just a fight. The hero saves the beauty. Your young master goes up and does not have any justification." Ning Qin decisively shook his head. He hated fighting now. After so many years of fighting, he was tired of it. Moreover, this young Master Xian's martial arts foundation wasn't bad. Among ordinary people, he was a powerful figure who could fight against dozens of people. Against these people, one hand was enough. "Xian Liangqin, you dare to touch this princess's people? Are you tired of living?" Zhao Ling, Ari's expression sank. Picking up a teacup, she directly threw it out of the window. With a loud bang, the teacup that had fallen out of the window shattered into pieces. Along with the clanging of footsteps, groups of armored soldiers quickly rushed over from not far away and surrounded the entire Lucian restaurant. "Princess!" A young general came upstairs with more than 10 blue-armored soldiers and respectfully saluted. "Seal the Lucian restaurant. In addition, put this woman in prison." Zhao Ling coldly ordered. Yes, the general accepted the order and led the soldiers behind him to arrest the woman. Zhao Ling, what crime did Miss Jechi commit? In your eyes, is there any law? Xian Liangqin blocked the front with a gloomy expression. In Swallow Song City, this princess's words are the law. Take her away. Zhao Ling coldly shouted. The general no longer hesitated and immediately moved to arrest the woman. Xian Liangchen's anger couldn't be suppressed. Encountering such a disaster for no reason, he couldn't stand it anymore. Stepping forward, he grabbed a soldier and directly threw him out. With a bang, the soldier who was thrown out hit 4 or 5 people. Suddenly, everyone was thrown into a mess. Ruashi, do you think this Zhao family is the same Zhao family that always wants to rob my things? Ning Chen looked back at the woman beside him and asked. Ruashi can't tell. Did young master see anything? Ruashi shook her head and replied. In her opinion, it shouldn't be. There were so many surnames in the world. How could there be such a coincidence? No. Ning Chen simply replied, I also can't tell. I just heard that a woman's sixth sense is more accurate, so I was just casually asking. According to Luo Xingqian, the people of the central region's Zhao family were overbearing and unreasonable. Today, seeing this princess, surnamed Zhao, it was very similar. At this time, Zhao Ling finally noticed the 2 people sitting by the window and watching the play. She frowned. Who were these 2 people? Although Zhao Ling was overbearing, she wasn't a fool. The red-robed young man and the maid beside him were too calm. It was really abnormal for a maid to have such courage. See, do it. Zhao Ling was worried about new problems and didn't want to delay any longer. She said to a skinny old man behind her, Yes. The old man stepped forward and his body shot forward. His right hand turned into a claw and grabbed at Xian Liangchen. Bang! Xian Liangchen's fist met the attack head-on. A powerful shockwave spread out around the 2 people. The broken table and chairs were immediately sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. Sen, you also go. Zhao Ling said. Yes. A middle-aged man walked out. His figure flashed, and a cold sword drew a dazzling light as it pierced toward Xian Liangchen's chest. This merciless sword showed its master's heartlessness. It also showed Zhao Ling's ruthlessness. This was a premeditated scheme that made it impossible for people to retreat. Princess, you've already established your power. There's no need to kill him. Where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. As he spoke, his red robes flashed. Zhao Ling only saw a blur in front of her. When she came back to her senses, the red-robed young man was already in the middle of the battle. He held a tortoise shell in his hand and blocked Xian Liangchen's sword. Her black hair cascaded down her back. Zhao Ling's expression changed as she looked at the red-robed young man's other hand. In that instant, she had removed the hairpin from his head. An expert. The same thought flashed through everyone's minds. San's expression also changed. His sword changed direction and pressed toward the young man in front of him. However, the tortoise shell blocked the sword, making it so that the sword in the swordsman's hand was unable to pass even half a step. Back down! Ning Chen waved his hand and forced Sen back. Then he helped young master Xian to the side. He condensed Yuan with his sword finger to help him suppress the true qi in his body. Brother Ning, you actually have such a powerful expert. You really hid it from me for a long time. Xian Liangchen bitterly smiled. I thought you could beat them. I didn't expect you to be beaten so miserably. Ningchen smiled. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Moreover, they have swords in their hands. Xian Liangchen helplessly said, This girl is not bad. She's much stronger than those in your manor. Ningchen glanced at the worried girl beside young master Xian. Brother Ning, don't talk nonsense. I still haven't married. How could there be anyone in my manor? Xian Liangchen hurriedly explained. What are you in such a hurry for? What I said was that she's much better than those maids in your manor. Ningchen smiled. Xian Liangchen's expression froze. He glanced at the girl beside him. His eyes flashed with uneasiness. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Ning Qin didn't say anything more. As for whether or not young Master Xan could seize the opportunity, that was up to him. Princess, you dropped your hairpin. After finishing his business, Ning Chen turned his head and looked at the purple-robed girl. He extended his hand and handed over the hairpin. Chapter 409. The second floor of Lucian Building was filled with broken tables, chairs, and broken porcelain. Zhao Ling, Oi's side had many people and many blades, but at this moment they were abnormally nervous. The red-clothed youth in front of them was a bit too strong. It was no longer something that could be solved with many people and blades. A hairpin was in the hands of the red-clothed youth, but no one dared to take it. Expert Concubine Chao Tianji asks for guidance. At this moment, a ray of light flashed and entered the battle. A 3-foot-long sword swallowed the red-clothed youth like a poisonous snake. With a clang, the silver hairpin blocked the sword. Before they could even turn their eyes, another extraordinary figure appeared, joining hands to fight knowing destiny. Father! Seeing the man appear beside her, Zhao Ling was startled and bowed. Watch the battle first. The city lord of Swallow Song said calmly. Concubine Chao Tianji and Bai Shaoran, the two strongest generals under the city lord of Swallow Song, were joining hands to fight knowing destiny. Xian Liangqin grabbed Jia Qi's arm and retreated to the side. He looked at the city lord of Swallow Song, who had appeared in Lucian Building. His expression became heavy. Even a relative of the imperial family had come. It seemed that today's matter was more complicated than he had imagined. In one battle, 2 swords were so extraordinary. Every move and style was the pinnacle of strength. On the other hand, the red-clothed youth in the sword stepped on flowing light and swam among the sword shadows. The sword didn't touch his body, which shocked everyone present. The city lord's expression froze. What a powerful youth! Concubine Chao Tianji and Bai Shaoran couldn't even test his strength. This is a meaningless battle. Stop! Ning Qin stopped in his tracks. The silver hairpin in his hand stopped the wind and clouds. With a clanging sound, 2 swords and 2 shadows were sent flying out of the room. The battle stopped. Concubine Chao Tianji and Bai Shaoran retreated several steps. After stabilizing themselves, they didn't attack again. They knew that the youth in front of them had already held back. If they continued to force him, it would be unwise. I am the city lord of Swallow Song. May I ask for your name? The city lord walked out and asked seriously. I wouldn't dare to ask for your name. I am Ning Qin. Greetings, city lord, Ning Qin said politely. Ah, heroes come from the young. Since we're fortunate enough to meet, why don't you come to my residence? The city lord invited. City lord is too kind. It's just that it's getting late. I'll definitely pay you a visit another day, Ning Chen said with a smile. In that case, this Zhao will wait for little brother Ning in the mansion. City Lord Yen Gu responded. Then he glanced at the group of people behind him and said indifferently, let's go. After saying that, everyone left. Before they left, they looked at the red-clothed young man with dread in their eyes. Since when did such a terrifying figure appear in Swallow Song City? No one could figure him out. He was probably on par with the young geniuses from the eastern border. Princess, I'll return the hairpin to you. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the hairpin flew out towards Zhao Ling, who was about to leave. Zhao Ling stopped and smiled. Then, with a wave of her delicate hand, she sent the hairpin back. I'll leave it to young master as a souvenir. The beautiful figure gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving behind her final words. The hairpin in his hand was exceptionally cold. Brother Ning, this vicious and merciless princess seems to have taken a fancy to you. Eldest young Master Xan came over and said with a smile, Oh, I don't know if she likes me or not, but I do know that you're in big trouble right now. Ning Chen handed the hairpin to Ruoshi, then looked at eldest young Master Xan and said with a slight smile. Xan Liangqin smiled bitterly. This unprovoked disaster came too suddenly. He rarely had any dealings with the Zhao family and had never offended this princess. Today's matter was too outrageous. Ning Chen guessed a few things, but he didn't say anything. Today's martial arts show, whether it was true or not, the result would soon be clear. Eldest young Master Xan arranged the follow-up arrangements for Lu Xianlu. Then, he sent someone to send Miss Jechi back. His calm mind was very different from the usual spoiled brat. By the time everything was settled, the sun was already setting in the west. Eldest young Master Xan looked apologetically at Ning Chen, who was sitting on the first floor and drinking tea. Brother Ning, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It wasn't a long wait. The tea was good, so it was worth it. Ning Chen got up and put down the tea in his hand. Next, he would have to face the real master of the Xan family. Visiting someone else's house, it would be unreasonable to not pay a visit. With eldest young Master Xan leading the way, the three set off for the Xan mansion. Today's big commotion must have been received by the Xan family. Once they return, there will be a lot of excitement. Along the way, no one knew what eldest young Master Xan was thinking. His eyebrows were heavy with worry. Perhaps he was worried about the consequences of today's matter. Since ancient times, merchants have never fought with officials. It's just that Zhao Ling was too much of a bully. At the entrance of the Xan mansion, as soon as the three stepped through the gate, a servant quickly came over and respectfully bowed. Second young master, the Lord is holding a banquet in the back hall. You're the only one waiting for you. I know, I'll go there now. Eldest young Master Xan's face showed a smile again. When the servant received the news, he bowed again and immediately turned to leave. In the back hall, the lord of the Xan family was holding a banquet. Sitting down were more than a dozen figures, all of whom were direct descendants of the Xan family. Everyone was silent with different thoughts, waiting for the same person. Not long after, Xan Liangqin walked into the hall. Behind him, a young man in red followed with a maid. In an instant, he became the focus of everyone. Liangqin greets father. Xan Liangqin bowed respectfully. I am Ning Chen. Greetings to the lord of the Xan family. Ning Chen's mouth showed an incomprehensible smile as he cupped his hands and bowed. Your presence brings light to the Xan family's humble dwelling. Liangchen, lead the guests to their seats, said the lord of the Xan family. Yes. Xan Liangchen straightened up and led Ning Chen to the seats on the left. The seating arrangements of the Xan family were very particular. Every seat was fixed. Xan Liangchen and his mother's seats were basically at the end of the table. In a large aristocratic family, the difference in birth was always an insurmountable gap. There were several elders of the Xan family and the branch of the Xan family sitting in order. Among them, there was a young man with a slightly pale face who was particularly eye-catching. He wore a light blue brocade robe and was quiet and dignified. He was the eldest son of the Xan family, Xan Hongwen. Ning Qin glanced at the people seated. After pausing for a moment on the lord of the Xan family and the eldest son of the Xan family, he immediately looked away and did not look at them anymore. Liangqin, you have made great contributions to the development of the Xan family in these 4 trips to the eastern region. Do you have any requests? I will definitely satisfy them. The lord of the Xan family did not mention the conflict at Lucian restaurant at all. Instead, he changed the topic to rewards. There was a rare smile on his dignified face as he spoke. What I have done is what I should do. I dare not make any more requests. Xan Liangqin stood up and said respectfully, You should be rewarded for your contributions. The west loft where you and your mother live should also be repaired. How about this? Third brother, you give the empty Donghua pavilion to Liangqin and his mother to live in. The lord of the Xan family looked away and said calmly. Below the seat, a middle-aged man frowned when he heard this. However, He did not dare to disobey the lord of the Xan family. He stood up and said, "It's all up to you." Huh. During the banquet, Ning Chun chuckled. Such an arrangement was meaningful. Xian Liangchen wanted to refuse, but was stopped by the lord of the Xian family. He said, "No need to say more. This is what you and your mother deserve." "Liangchen, why don't you thank your father?" On the side, a delicate woman with a delicate face showed joy on her face and reminded softly. Xian Liangchen sighed in his heart. Knowing that he could no longer object, he respectfully replied, "Thank you, father." The atmosphere at the banquet was much better than expected. At least on the surface, the father was kind, the son was filial, and the brothers were respectful. Each branch also got along well with each other. There was no hidden sarcasm. Every time the lord of the Xan family asked, Ning Chen would politely reply with a few words. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. At the end of the banquet, the lord of the Xan family seemed to finally remember what happened at Lucien restaurant today. After a brief inquiry, he did not say much. After a few words of comfort, he did not continue. In the usual and harmonious family banquet, everyone played their role. Before the big interests were affected, no one would fall out face to face. When the moon was high in the east, the banquet ended and each branch returned. Ning Chen was arranged to stay in a guest room not far from the Xan family's residence. As usual, Ruo she accompanied him to take care of his daily life. "Young master, this lord of the Xan family seems to be good to young master Xan." "Ruo," she said casually while tidying up the room. "Perhaps." Ning Chen recovered from his thoughts and responded. "Ruo," she heard the hidden meaning in her young master's words. Puzzled, she asked, "Did Ruo she see wrongly?" "Ruo she didn't see wrongly. It's just that there are too many sides to a person. Ruo she has a kind heart, so she sees the good side." Ning Chen replied, "Young master is also a good person. It's just that young master is smarter than Ruo shi. That's why you see more than Ruo shi." Ruo shi whispered. "Huh." Ning Chen smiled. In the end, she was still his maid. No matter what, she would always think her young master was the best. The candlelight flickered, reflecting a charming face. After tidying up the room, Ruo she returned to her room to rest. Her young master liked peace and quiet. At this time, she couldn't disturb him anymore. The night was deep and the moon was cold. In the room, the candlelight illuminated the red dress. It was slightly dazzling. In the quiet of the night, it always made one's mind too clear. But at the same time, it also made one more able to experience pain. Ning Chen got up, pushed open the door, and came outside. Looking at the moon in the sky, his eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. The human heart was so terrible. Perhaps he never understood this cold and heartless human heart. In the city lord's mansion, the city lord of Swallow Song looked at the secret letter on the table. His eyes flashed. He didn't expect the second young master of the Xan family to have made friends with such an extraordinary young powerhouse. It seems that he can't touch the second young master again before finding out his true ability and purpose. "Father," Zhao Ling walked over and respectfully said, "Has the letter been sent?" The city lord asked. "Yes, their people should be here soon." Zhao Ling replied, "Ling, you must be prepared for both eventualities. If the person they send fails, then this young man can't be provoked anymore. Try your best to win him over." The city lord slowly said, "Father, don't worry. The person who's sent this time is a top powerhouse from the sect of life extermination, Hongwule. It's impossible for him to fail." Zhao Ling calmly said, "I hope so." The city lord narrowed his eyes. Chapter 410. In the Xian residence, the city lord of Swallow Song City sent an invitation to the second young master and Ning Chen to the city lord's mansion. He didn't mention the previous incident at 6 Envy Restaurant. When the lord of the Xan residence saw the invitation, he didn't say anything and directly sent it to the West Pavilion. In the West Pavilion, Exayan Liangchen saw the invitation and immediately got up and walked towards the guest room. This Swallow Song City lord is really an impatient person. In the guest room, Ning Chen casually glanced at the invitation card handed over by young Master Exayan and slowly said, "Brother Ning's strength is outstanding. Liangchen has benefited a lot from it." Exayan Liangchen smiled. "For you, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse." Ning Chen told the truth. That day, if it wasn't for that princess surnamed Zhao being so ruthless, he really didn't plan to make a move. After the incident at 6 Envy Restaurant, if anyone wanted to make a move against Exayan Liangchen in the future, they would have to use a completely different level of power than before. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it's unavoidable. Since someone is inviting, it's not a waste to not go. Exayan Liangchen said freely, "That makes sense." Ning Chen got up. "Ruah!" She walked in from outside the room. She had been busy since dawn, so when she saw her young master was about to go out, she put down the things in her hands and stood there waiting. Seeing this, Ning Chen chuckled and said, "Ruah, she also wants to go. Let's go." After getting permission, Ruah, she immediately smiled sweetly. Her smile was so bright that it was intoxicating. Exayan Liangchen was dazzled by her smile and quickly calmed his mind. This girl is too beautiful. It's better not to think of her as indecent. Not long after, the three left the Exayan residence together and walked towards the city lord's mansion to accept the city lord's invitation. The fragrance of flowers drifted in the air as thousands of golden lotuses bloomed in the pond. It was an elegant and extraordinary place for a banquet. Today, the city lord of Swallow Song had invited all the heroes of the world. Talents, beauties, princes, and geniuses gathered to enjoy the rare scene of golden lotuses blooming. Originally, with the status of the Exayan family, it was impossible for them to be invited, let alone the second son of a concubine of the Exayan family. However, everyone knew that the city lord of Yango had an ulterior motive. What happened in Lu Xian restaurant a few days ago had already spread to all the big families. Many people came to see who this strange young expert was. "They're here." The eyes of a young man in silver robes moved as he spoke. Before he finished speaking, 3 figures slowly walked over from afar. They were dressed in red, and there was no aura of a cultivator. Every step they took was steady, but there was an indescribable feeling rising in the hearts of the crowd. The rumors are true. "This person isn't simple," said one of the disciples. "Greetings, city lord." Ning Chen and eldest young master Exayan bowed respectfully. "You're too polite. Men, bring the 2 young masters to their seats," said Swallow Song City lord calmly. The maidservant stepped forward and led the 2 to their seats. They were seated to the right of the silver-clothed youth who had spoken earlier. The scale of the banquet wasn't small. From the looks of it, there were at least 100 people present. Many of the children of aristocratic families had never seen the Exayan family's first young master before. Beside each seat, there was a maid kneeling to serve them. However, with Ruah Shi's arrival, Ning Chen naturally no longer needed her by his side. The former top courtesan of the Grand Xiao Imperial City had shed all her glamour and put on light makeup. However, her peerless beauty still made it hard for people to keep their eyes on her. It was difficult for them to control themselves. As for the gazes coming from all directions, Ruah, she didn't care. Her entire heart was focused on her young master, pouring tea and wine. She never looked at anyone else. To the side, eldest young Master Exayan was extremely envious, but when he thought of his beautiful lady, he couldn't help but laugh like an idiot. On the main seat, Swallow Song City lord looked at the red-clothed youth. A light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Everyone had a weakness. If this person's weakness was women, then it would be much easier to deal with him. Today, I've invited everyone here to admire the scene of the golden lotus blooming. The second reason is to make friends through martial arts. I presume everyone already knows that the 100 Empire competition is about to begin. My dynasty's imperial emperor has issued a decree a few days ago, ordering each city to quickly select their 3 strongest representatives. For months from now, they will be chosen in front of the Hall of Literature, said Swallow Song City Lord. As soon as his words fell, Swallow Song City Lord looked at everyone present. He was very clear that this was an opportunity that every family valued very much. Even if they couldn't get the qualification to enter the 100 Empire competition, as long as they could get a good ranking in the competition, they would still be rewarded by the Imperial Emperor. Today's Shu Dynasty City Lord was in existence infinitely close to perfect perfection. Sitting on top of the central dragon vein, he sat on top of the dynasty's fortune. His strength didn't lose to any perfect perfection cultivator. If he could get the Imperial Emperor's recognition, then it would be a great opportunity for him to ascend to the heavens. Of course, not everyone was interested in this. For example, eldest young Master Xan and Ning Qin next to him. Eldest young Master Xan knew he had no chance at all. Ning Chen, on the other hand, was really tired of it. In the past, he had no choice but to fight. He fought for half his life, from Hotian to God. Now, he really didn't want to fight anymore. Try it. It tastes really different from the lotus seeds at home. At the banquet, Ning Chen peeled the golden lotus seeds one by one and placed them in front of Ruoshi. She picked up one and tasted it. She immediately nodded. It's not quite the same. The taste was cool, sweet, and slightly bitter. However, it wasn't the kind of unbearable bitterness. The sweetness in the bitterness was very unique. If you like it, I'll also bring over eldest young Master Xian's plate. Ning Qin smiled. Although the two's voices were very low, but the eldest young Master Xian on the side also had some martial arts foundation. He heard it clearly. At this moment, his heart was filled with infinite contempt. He finally understood why the phrase valuing love over friendship came to be. The person next to him was the best portrayal. The eldest young Master Xan carefully moved his lotus seed plate to the other side. He had a feeling that someone was really capable of doing such a thing. It was better to be on guard. Hearing her young master's words, Ruoshi smiled and said, "Just try one. How can a girl eat and let her young master serve her? This thing is good for maintaining one's appearance." Ning Qin didn't say much. The corner of his mouth slightly curved, and he directly used his big move. Ruoshi was taken aback. After a slight struggle, she immediately whispered, "Give it to me." Women, Ning Qin chuckled in his heart. With a flip of his hand, a gentle force swept out. The lotus seeds on the eldest young Master Xian's plate fell from the table and flew into the plate in front of Ruo. The eldest young Master Xian was dumbfounded. Can it be like this? Young Master, is this thing really good for maintaining one's appearance? Ruoshi looked at the golden lotus seeds on the plate and confirmed again. Of course. When has your young master ever lied to you? Ning Qin responded. Ruoshi nodded with half belief and half doubt. Young masters' words should be trustworthy. On the banquet table, the city lord of Swallowtown and the young masters of the aristocratic families exchanged pleasantries. The atmosphere was very lively. Sitting down, Ning Qin acted as if he didn't hear anything. In any case, he was only here to support the eldest young Master Xian. It wasn't easy to trick his own maid into eating something. As for whether this golden lotus was good for maintaining one's appearance, only the devil would know. Young Master Ning, I heard your skills are good. Why don't you come down and try out your fists and feet? On the opposite side of the banquet table, a slightly immature young man stood up and said, the newborn calf wasn't afraid of the tiger, so he always wanted to let everyone see how different he was. Kind laughter came from the banquet table. This young master wasn't even at the 8th grade natal stage. Challenging such a powerhouse, the gap was indeed too big. The young man's tone was polite, so Ning Qin didn't want to embarrass him. Smiling, he said, "Young master, we are both at the peak of the 7th grade natal stage. I'm certainly not your opponent. Fists and feet have no eyes. It's best not to ruin the banquet's atmosphere." When the young man stood up, he was a little anxious, now that he heard the praise of a recognized powerhouse. He was so happy that the corners of his eyes almost narrowed into a line. No longer insisting on exchanging pointers, he sat back in his seat in satisfaction. "Nan Mingjin, I can't tell that he's just being perfunctory. He doesn't care about your little skills at all." At this moment, an ear-piercing voice came from the banquet table. Looking towards the source of the voice, a cold-looking young man was drinking from a cup of wine and mocking him. The young man named Nan Mingjin was provoked by the former's words. He immediately stood up and said angrily, "Chu Huai Jing, don't try to sow discord here. If you have the ability, come out and fight. We'll see who's the real deal. You're too weak. I'm not interested. Let your brother come." Chu Huai Jing was unmoved. Nan Mingjin's face turned red. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. "As you wish." At this moment, a calm voice came from the distance. Everyone focused. Outside when Mo Jingluan, a man in golden clothes, walked over. He was handsome but not arrogant. Step by step, he walked into the banquet table. Nan Mingtian was a peerless genius from Yenga City's Nanming family. He and Beigong Yu from the Beigong family were called the twin prodigies of Yenga. They were true geniuses. Even in the 100 cities of the Tian Shu dynasty, they were rarely seen. "How dazzling!" murmured Prince Xian to Nan Mingtian, who was wearing golden clothes. "Brother!" Nan Mingjin's face lit up with joy. His strongest opponent had appeared. Chu Huai Jing's expression turned cold. He stood up and said, "Nan Mingtian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Water Hook Sword, please advise me." There was a flash of azure light. Chu Huai Jing stood between the two tables and waved his sword. His battle-intent sword. "Golden Dawn, I'll let you understand the etiquette of the sword." Nan Mingtian took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. In an instant, an endless amount of golden light shone out. It was like a rising sun dazzling people's minds. The young geniuses were going to fight. Everybody was astonished. They also wanted to see how strong one of the twin prodigies of Yenga could be. On his seat, the mayor of Yenga City didn't stop the battle. There were 3 candidates from Yenga City. Of the 2 people in front of him, at least one of them would win. The winner of this battle would determine how high Yenga City could reach in the competition. The swords hummed softly as the 2 swords clashed. With a clang, boundless turbulence was created. Chao Tianji and Bai Shaoran moved to the front of the 2 seats. They activated their true essence to block the scattered shockwaves. In the battle, the golden light was blazing and the water hook sword was condensed. They kept crossing each other. The 2 swords had been opposing each other since they were made. Today, they would finally decide who was stronger and who was weaker. Chapter 411. 1 Mo and Jingluan. The 2 swords clashed, their sharpness blossoming. These 2 geniuses of the younger generation used the sword to prove their martial prowess. This battle of the peak attracted the attention of everyone present. Nan Mingtian's golden sword was dazzling, like the rising sun, its light illuminating the world. It was a proud sword cultivator, shocking everyone. The hooked water sword was gentle and soft, dispersing the power of the rising sun. An ice-cold chill circulated, opposing each other. The battle between the 2 geniuses was difficult to determine. Every move was top-notch, intoxicating everyone watching. "Brother Ning, who will win?" Xian Chen turned his head and asked, only to find that someone was still focused on peeling the lotus seeds for his maid. He couldn't help but have a headache. Shouldn't masters appreciate each other? How come this brother Ning doesn't seem to be paying attention? I don't know, don't ask me about the fight. Ning Chen didn't raise his head as he put the peeled lotus seeds on the plate in front of Roshi. He didn't seem to care about the battle at all. Young Master Ning, is this battle not enough to enter your eyes? At this moment, a silver-robed young man on the left side of the table softly asked, Young Master Beigongs, words are too serious. I'm just not interested in fighting, nothing else. Ning Chen put the last lotus seed on the plate and calmly said, hearing the two words Beigong, young Master Xen looked away in surprise. Could this young man be the other one of the twin prides of Yen and Go, who stood side by side with Nan Mingtian? He had never seen him before, so how did Brother Ning know? Young Master Ning's eyesight is extraordinary. Beigong Yu admires it. But there's something I don't understand. The 100 Dynasties competition is a rare opportunity for every cultivator to prove their martial prowess. If young Master has such ability, why don't you want to show it? Beigong Yu sternly asked. I'm tired of it. Everyone has their own ambitions, so I can't force them, right? Ning Chen smiled and replied, Unfortunately, Beigong Yu had always wanted to compete with young Master Ning. It seems I won't have this chance. Beigong Yu sighed with regret. Huh. Ning Chen chuckled and glanced at the two people in the battle. Young Master Beigong, you won't be lonely. Before he finished speaking, the stalemate finally changed. Nan Mingtian's body shone with golden light as the sun rose from his sword. The sun illuminated the 9 heavens and shocked everyone present. With a pung sound, the two swords clashed, and a waterfall of blood sprayed out. Chu Huaijing had been defeated. Thanks for letting me win. Returning Jean Shi to its scabbard, Nan Mingtian turned around and walked to the side of the table. The battle isn't over yet. Where are you going? Right at this moment, the hooked water rose again, streaking across the air like a cold blade, pressing towards his life. Chu Huaijing, you've crossed the line. A silver light flashed as the long and narrow silver blade blocked the hooked water sword radiance. Bei Gongyu appeared on the battlefield and said indifferently. Behind Nan Mingtian, Jean Shi paused and turned around to look at the silver-robed young man. Beigong, when shall we fight? Let's talk about it later. Right now, I want to fight with that young Master Ning. You have to line up. Bei Gongyu's silver blade moved, forcing Chu Huaijing back. Nan Mingtian looked over at the red-robed young man and nodded. He really is an expert. However, it won't be easy for you to get what you want. The red-robed young man no longer had any battle intent. It was clear that he hadn't truly fought in a long time. People who liked to fight but didn't like to fight were the hardest to challenge. Let's leave it to fate. Didn't you go to the Sea God Palace at the bottom of the South Sea? Why did you come back so quickly? I ran into a peak sword expert. I couldn't get past him, so I came back. Nan Mingtian didn't hide anything. Oh, even you couldn't get past him? It seems the Sea God Palace is even more mysterious than we thought, said Bei Gongyu gravely. The two most dazzling heavenly geniuses of Swallow Song City chatted as they returned to their seats. Chu Huaijing's expression changed again and again. He snorted coldly and suppressed his urge to attack again. He returned to his seat. Brother. Seeing his brother return, Nan Mingjin was in an extremely good mood. Little brother, don't always be so impetuous. Before, young Master Ning didn't care about your impudence because you were young. But with your little bit of cultivation, you still dare to challenge him without knowing your limits, lectured Nan Mingtian. I know I was wrong, Nan Mingjin said in a low voice with a bitter expression after being reprimanded. This interlude didn't affect the atmosphere of the banquet. 1,000 lotuses bloomed, and the beautiful scenery was intoxicating. Talented women played zither, and beautiful women danced, making the banquet even livelier. Just at this moment, an arrow shot through the air. It was silent and sharp, and it was aimed directly at young Master Xen. Everyone's expressions changed. They were all startled by this arrow. However, whether or not they wanted to help, it was already too late. In that moment of crisis, the red-robed young man flashed over and blocked the arrow with his finger. The black arrow shattered. What shocking reaction speed! Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu narrowed their eyes. They took him even more seriously. On the main seat, Swallow Song City's city lord's eyes flashed. Had it begun? After one arrow failed, the attacker quickly retreated without any hesitation. From beginning to end, he didn't leave a trace. "Men, chase after him," said the city lord. Yes. One soldier after another came out and quickly chased after Wen Mo Jingluan. That was close. During the banquet, eldest young master Xan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just now he thought he was dead for sure. In front of him, Ning Chen looked in the direction the aura had disappeared. His eyes flashed coldly. He was very clear that this arrow had most likely been aimed at him. Young Master Xan had only been dragged down by him. "City Lord, I suddenly remembered that I still have something important to do, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first." Ning Chen turned around and cupped his fists towards the city Lord of Yengo, who was seated on the main seat, before he excused himself. Young Master Xan was startled. When he recovered, he also stood up. If Brother Ning left, there was no point in him staying. Swallow Song City's city lord nodded. "Since little Brother Ning has something to do, then I won't stay any longer. See you later." "See you later," Ning Chen replied. Then he led the two people by his side and left. "Do you want to see what's going on?" Bei Gongyu looked at Nan Mingtian and transmitted his voice to him. "Not interested," said Nan Mingtian indifferently. "Ha! With your personality, you won't have any friends," Bei Gongyu chuckled. Nan Mingtian didn't reply. He drank the wine in his cup and pondered. Outside Wen Mo, Ning Chen took the two back the way they came. After a while, a cold wind suddenly blew on a deserted street. It was bone-chilling. "She's finally here." Ning Chen stopped and said softly as he looked ahead. At the end of the street, white mist filled the air. A reddish-brown figure slowly walked over. On the blade a bell rang. It was like the sound of the Yellow Springs. The newcomer was the top assassin of the Luo life extermination sect, Hong Wulei. Her beautiful face was emotionless like a machine. She was the most ruthless assassin. Today, she blocked the path to knowing Destiny's State. Without saying anything, the reddish-brown figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the three people. Her cold blade flashed and chased after their souls. With a clang, Ning Chen blocked the blade with his sword. Looking at the woman in front of him, Ning Chen frowned and said, "Who sent you?" "The Xan family, or the city Lord of Yenga." Hearing this, young Master Xan's heart sank. "What's going on?" Hong Wulei didn't answer. She turned her blade and slashed. The blade was fast and extremely tricky. She had never seen such a strange martial art before. It was difficult to catch her movements. Ning Chen still didn't use his sword. He condensed Yuan into a sword with his two fingers. He fought speed with speed and strangeness with strangeness. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen moves were exchanged. The blade and the sword collided. Hong Wulei, who was as still as a mountain, didn't move at all. Hong Wulei also saw that the person in front of her was extraordinary. She took a step and jumped into the air. She drew the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to her body and turned it into thousands of blade lights. Clang! With a soft sound, two fingers met the blade. It was an unbelievable scene. The deadly blade was completely restrained. It couldn't move half a step. What an amazing power control. It seems that our evaluation of him is low again. Outside the battle, two figures appeared. In the end, it was Bei Gongyu who persuaded Nan Mingtian to join them. Extraordinary warrior. Nan Mingtian nodded. This person's strength was beyond their expectations. In the battle, Hong Wulei saw the two fingers holding the blade. Her left hand moved and a short blade appeared. She slashed at Ning Chen's throat. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He flicked the blade and leaned to the side to avoid the short blade. "Aren't you worried?" Young Master Xian looked at the unusually calm woman beside him and was puzzled. This master and servant, one was more strange than the other. How big of a heart did they have to be indifferent to the situation in front of them? "It's just a small matter," Ruoshi replied softly. Compared to the monsters that appeared in the divine great land in the past, this small matter was not even a trouble. "Back off." The sword came again. Ning Chen didn't want to fight anymore. Sword intent spread out from his fingers, and the woman in front of him retreated. Hong Wulei's eyes narrowed. She no longer needlessly attacked. She moved her feet and quickly retreated. "You let her go so easily." Young Master Xian was surprised. Young Master is a good person. He doesn't kill. Ruoshi said, "It's getting late. Let's go back." Ning Chen glanced at Duan Feng on the ground and memorized the words Yu Luo extermination. N. Ruoshi followed and walked forward together. Young Master Xian also smacked his lips. He didn't take trouble seriously at all. His dogshit luck was really good. He randomly picked up a person who turned out to be such a powerful expert. After the three left, Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu walked out. When they saw the 4 words engraved on the broken blade, their eyes flashed. It was actually them. "Nan Mingtian, if it were you facing that woman, could you do it without moving a step?" Bei Gongyu asked solemnly. "I can't." Nan Mingtian honestly said. The woman just now wasn't weak. Her moves were tricky and ruthless. He could retreat, but he couldn't do it without moving a step. "Oh, I can't do it either." It seems this young Master Ning's control of power has reached an unimaginable level. I want to fight with him more and more. Bei Gongyu couldn't hide the hope in his eyes. It would be a pity if such a powerhouse was missing on the road ahead. Chapter 412. In the Xian family study, the candlelight flickered, illuminating 2 figures. They sat across from each other, calm and tranquil. The Xian family's head and Ning Chen were people who shouldn't have interacted with each other. But because of the Xian family's second young master's existence, they sat across from each other. They were polite and courteous, just like ordinary seniors and juniors. The tea was very hot, and steam rose up, blurring the already blurry vision. The steady silence gradually became abnormal, but it was hard to say what was wrong. I heard from Liangchen that it was nephew who saved him today. For Liangchen to consider you as a friend is truly a great honor. The Xian family's head revealed a warm expression. Family head praises me too much. But Junior doesn't understand one thing. Brother Liangchen is open-minded and magnanimous. He's not the kind of person who would easily make enemies, just who would want to kill him. Ning Chen picked up the tea on the table and softly asked, "As a merchant, it's inevitable for them to have business rivals. In a moment of impulse, it's not strange for them to hire assassins." The Xian family's head sighed. "That makes sense. If that's the case, then family head and eldest young master should be careful. This kind of person can do anything once they go crazy." Ning Chen kindly reminded. The Xian family's head narrowed his eyes. "Thank you, nephew, for your reminder. I will send more people to strengthen the security of the Xian family's residence. I won't let my enemies take advantage of this. That would be for the best." Previously, Brother Liangchen and Princess Zhao had a small misunderstanding. If something happens to Brother Liangchen now, it will more or less cause rumors to spread. That won't be a good thing for the Xian family to build a good relationship with the city lord. After all, if the Xian family wants to do business, we can't offend the city lord. At this point, Ning Chen changed the topic, and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. He said, "Of course, if something happens to Brother Liangchen, I will be very unhappy. Although I don't really like killing recently, there are always exceptions to everything. No matter if it's the person who hired the murderer, the person who sold the murderer, or the person who added fuel to the fire, I alone am enough to kill them all. Hearing this, the Exan family's eyelids twitched. An indescribable chill unconsciously rose up in his heart. But after many years of cultivation, he was able to suppress this bone-chilling cold. He forced a smile and said, "As Liangchen's father, I'm really happy to hear nephew cares so much for him. What I should do?" Ning Chun smiled faintly, and then he put down the teacup before standing up and bowing politely. "It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first." With that, Ning Chin turned and left the study, leaving the head of the Exan family alone. He looked at the 2 cups of tea on the table that were gradually cooling down and fell into deep thought. Heaven's will! The Exan clan lord sighed heavily in his heart. Without a doubt, this young man had already seen through something. Such intelligence was truly terrifying. Who would have thought that such a variable would appear at the final juncture? Man proposes, God disposes. In the guest room, Ning Chun returned. Ruoshi stepped forward and whispered, "Young master, how did the discussion go?" It was a pleasant conversation. The corners of Ning Chen's mouth curled up as he said, "Lord, please don't bully Ruoshi for her stupidity. Although Ruoshi can't see through the Exan Lord's thoughts, but Lord, I followed you for a long time, so I can still see some of your thoughts." Ruoshi's tone revealed a rare trace of dissatisfaction. Ning Chen chuckled. Ruoshi is smarter than before, but today's conversation was indeed peaceful. We didn't tear into each other's faces. While speaking, Ning Chen walked to the table and sat down. He poured himself a cup of water. Just now, he was so focused on talking that he didn't even have time to take a sip of the tea. The situation of the Exan family was actually very clear. Of the 2 young masters, the eldest belonged to the type of ordinary person who was good at keeping things, but lacking in development. As for the second young master, he had shown extraordinary talent in business since childhood. The Exan clan lord wanted the second young master to become a whetstone for the eldest young master's growth. Unfortunately, in the end, things didn't go as planned. Now that Exan Liangchen's wings were growing, he brought more and more benefits to the Exan family. Especially after several trips to the eastern domain, the Exan family status in Swallow Song City had advanced by leaps and bounds. The second young master of the Exan family had become the most convincing successor in the entire Exan family. The whetstone failed to sharpen the blade, but on the contrary, it was more likely to break the blade of the eldest young master. The matter of Zhao Ling, or smashing Lu Xianlu, was simple and violent but very effective. The crime of offending a princess was enough to throw Exan Liangchen into the abyss of eternal damnation. Just as Zhao Ling are said in Swallow Song City, her words were the law. As long as no one dared to testify, it was a one-sided story. For a merchant family like the Exan family, how could they dare to offend an official family? The time and place Zhao Ling chose were also very thought-provoking. Lu Xianlu was Exan Liangchen's private property and didn't have much to do with the Exan family. And when Zhao Ling appeared, it just so happened that they had just entered the building. Zhao Ling smashed Lu Xianlu and ordered people to capture Miss Jiechi. Undoubtedly, she wanted to provoke Exan Liangchen. It wasn't a clever arrangement, but it pressed them step by step, leaving them with no way to retreat. In this world, there was only one person who could know Exan Liangchen's whereabouts, character, and even the person he liked so well, the head of the Exan family. That night, when they came back, the head of the Exan family seemed to be magnanimous. He didn't blame them and even rewarded Exan Liangchen and his mother. It was because of this that he was really sure that the head of the Exan family had something to do with what happened at Lu Xianlu. Under normal circumstances, whether what happened at Lu Xianlu was Exan Liangchen's fault or not, the Exan family would suffer the most terrible suppression for offending a princess. The head of the Exan family was too calm. Thinking about it from his perspective, if he did such a thing, no matter who was right or wrong, the result would be Zhang scolding him. This was not only for outsiders to see, but also for his own people in the mansion to see. Moreover, the head of the Exan family gave Exan Liangqin and his mother to live in Donghua Pavilion, which was under the third master's name. Obviously, he was making enemies for them. If it wasn't intentional with the head of the Exan family, how could he do such a stupid thing? One thing might be a coincidence, but when one thing after another was added together, it could only be inevitable. Sir, do you really think young Master Exan can't see it at all? Ruoshi asked, puzzled. Exan Liangqin is not a fool. He can more or less see his father's thoughts. However, as a person involved, he will inevitably be affected by feelings. The affection between father and son always makes people think of everything on the bright side. Fortunately, the current situation hasn't reached the point of no return. Since the head of the Exan family still maintains the mask of a loving father, then don't take it off for the rest of your life. At the end of his words, a touch of coldness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. In tonight's conversation, he had said all that needed to be said. If the head of the Exan family still insisted on taking off his mask and made a move on Exan Liangqin again, then the Exan family would have to be prepared to bear all the consequences. City, Lord Manor. City, Lord Yen Gus stood in his room with his brows furrowed. His mind was extremely irritable. The assassins from the sect of life extermination failed, and they didn't even manage to hurt the young man. This was really beyond his expectations. Now it seems he really needs to reconsider his partnership with the Exan family. City Lord, a letter from the Exan family. At this moment, a guard came in and handed over a letter. City Lord Yin Ge's eyes narrowed. After opening the letter and reading it, his expression immediately changed. This young man actually guessed it so quickly and even issued a warning. I can't hesitate anymore. City Lord Yin Ge's heart sank. He didn't care who would be the head of the Exan family in the future. There was no need to provoke such a terrifying powerhouse. It wasn't too late to salvage the situation before they shed all pretense of cordiality. In this world, there were no eternal enemies and no eternal friends. Merchants pursued profit, and so did everyone else. Thinking of this, City Lord Yin Gu went to the table and quickly wrote 2 letters. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Come, summon the princess." Yes, a guard obeyed. Not long after, a purple-robed Jiaoling came in. She respectfully bowed and said, "Father, here are 2 letters. One is for the head of the Exan family. Send someone to deliver it. The other is for Ning Qin. Personally deliver it," City Lord Yin Gu said sternly. Zhao Ling took the letter and frowned. She said, "Father, are you trying to rope this person in?" "Yes." City Lord Yin Gu nodded and said seriously, "This is different from the past. If you can avoid provoking this kind of person, you can't become his enemy." Zhao Ling didn't refute. She nodded and left. Under the moonlight, there were people who were unable to sleep in each of the 2 manors. In the silent night, a cold wind blew, causing many people to be worried. The night deepened and the moon moved west. In the courtyard, the spiritual qi around Hong Yi's body revolved and merged with the world. It became more and more hazy, as if it would break through the sky at any moment. Suddenly, a silver blade descended from the sky. It was as fast as a gust of wind, heading straight for her. In the next moment, an afterimage wearing a strange mask appeared. His silver clothes fluttered, and the blade swept past in an instant. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. His figure flashed, dodging one blade after another. Then, he condensed Yuan into a sword finger. With a clang, he met the silver blade head-on. The surging sword qi and blade intent scattered in all directions. However, in an instant, it was blocked by the surrounding spiritual qi and disappeared without a trace. "Young Master Beigong, Isn't this greeting a bit too much? Ning Chen released the silver blade in his finger and said calmly, "Ha, you even saw through this." The person who came took off his mask. Under the moonlight, a familiar face was reflected. It was one of the twin geniuses of Yen Ge Beigongyu. There are many people who use the blade in Yenge City, but only you have such mastery, Ning Chen said honestly. Can't we fight? Beigongyu asked seriously. Young Master Beigong should be able to see that I haven't really fought with anyone in a long time. I've almost forgotten how to hold a sword. Sorry, Ning Chen replied. What a pity. Beigongyu sighed softly. He turned his silver blade and returned it to its sheath. Since Brother Ning doesn't want to fight, I won't force you. I just hope that if Brother Ning wants to fight again, you can seriously finish today's unfinished battle with me, Beigongyu said seriously. If that day really comes, I'll definitely accompany you, Ning Chen said calmly. Chapter 413. Ning Chen had sealed his sword and hadn't used it for 9 years. As he said, he didn't like to kill. Ridiculous and even somewhat ironic words, but they were the most serious words. After fighting for half of his life, he was tired of it. As the sun rose, she got up early and began to pack her things. Yesterday, her young master said he might leave today. Young master, will the city lord really send someone? She doubtfully asked. Well, if there are no accidents, it will be today. Ning Chen replied. After what happened yesterday, the city lord should have made a decision. No matter how late it is, it can't be delayed past today. Not long after, Xian Liangchen arrived. When he saw the packed things on the table, he couldn't help but be surprised. Looking at the red figure in the room, he was puzzled. Brother Ning is leaving. Well, I've disturbed you for a long time. It's time to leave. Ning Chen nodded. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you stay for a few more days? Liangchen can also show Brother Ning the different customs of the southern tomb. Xian Liangchen sincerely urged him to stay. Brother Liangchen, you've shown us a lot of things these days. Shi and I are very grateful for that. However, there are still some things that have been delayed for a long time. We can't stay here any longer. Ning Chen said honestly. Xian Liangchen saw that he couldn't persuade him to stay, so he didn't force him. He sighed softly and said, In that case, Liangchen won't force you to stay. I hope Brother Ning can come back to the Xian family after you finish your business. Certainly, Ning Chen nodded. Second young master, Princess Zhao has come to visit. She said she wants to see you and young Master Ning. Outside the guest room, a servant came in and respectfully reported. Xian Liangchen frowned. Why is she here? She finally came. Ning Chen wasn't too surprised. He left Shi to continue packing and immediately went to the front hall with Xian Liangchen. The reason he hadn't left yet was to wait for the city lord's reply. Now that he was waiting, he could leave with peace of mind. In the front hall, Zhao Ling was sitting in the hall. When she saw the two coming, a faint light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that a profit transaction at 6 Envy Building would lead to such a terrifying young man. Even a top assassin like Hong Wulei couldn't hurt him. Your Highness! Xian Liangchen saluted and said respectfully. No need for formalities, second young master, Zhao Ling said softly. Princess Zhao, who was sitting in the middle of the hall, looked as gentle as water, as if she was a real lady from a noble family. There was not the slightest trace of impoliteness on her face. When Ning Chen saw this, admiration flashed through his heart. Putting aside personal grudges, this Zhao Linger was indeed not an ordinary person. She knew better than anyone when to advance or retreat. When it was time to be ruthless, she would not show the slightest bit of mercy. When it was time to retreat, she would not hesitate. Young Master Ning, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't refuse it. Zhao Ling stood up and handed over a letter. Ning Chen took the letter and glanced at it. He laughed softly and said, Ning Chen accepts the city, Lord's good intentions. Please thank the city, Lord, on Ning Chen's behalf when you return. I will, Zhao Ling replied. After the business, it was polite greetings. Zhao Ling are intended to ease the grievances of that day with the two, and Xan Liangchen did not want to offend a princess of the royal family. Therefore, the three of them talked harmoniously. Those who did not know might think that the three of them were old friends. After staying for half an hour, Zhao Ling left. The two saw her off at the gate of the Xan mansion. Brother Ning, thank you. Xan Liangchen turned around and looked at the person in front of him. He was not a fool. Naturally, he could see that the reason why Zhao Ling had personally come to ease the grudge between them was because she was afraid of the young man beside him, whose cultivation was unfathomable. Brother Liangchen, this time I really have to go. Take care. Ning Chen replied, Take care. Xan Liangchen sighed. In the guest room, she came out and looked at the young master waiting in front of her. She smiled sweetly and quickly walked up. The two left and headed west. The road ahead was long. No one knew when they would reach the place they wanted to reach. Young master, why did Princess Zhao come? She asked curiously. To apologize. Ning Chen replied. What is the apology? She continued to ask. The quota for the Tian Shu dynasty's competition. Ning Chen replied. Oh. She suddenly lost interest. Such a thing, if the young master wanted, he could get it himself anywhere. Moreover, the young master had no interest in it. He might not even go. Where are we going now? She asked softly. To the Jadeite Holy Land to find the method of resurrection. Ning Chen replied. These days he more or less understood the general situation of Nanling from Xan Liangchen. This Jadeite Holy Land was as famous as the Tian Shu dynasty, but it was an inheritance that existed in the form of a sect. It sat on the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, the Jadeite cauldron. Its attainments in the art of resurrection were extraordinary. He did not know why the ghost girl had not woken up. If he wanted to find the answer, he must go to the Jadeite Holy Land. However, the somewhat troublesome thing was that the old ancestor of the Jadeite Holy Land was a top powerhouse close to the perfect realm. Such an existence was not to be provoked at present. Since he couldn't take it by force, he could only choose to find a way to enter the Jadeite Holy Land. It wasn't too difficult to enter the Jadeite Holy Land. Such a famous Holy Land would recruit a large number of outer disciples. Although it was not easy to go one step further, the identity of an outer disciple was enough for him for the time being. He owed the ghost girl too much, so he could only try to wake her up. She didn't say anything. She knew that the ghost girl's matter was a hurdle in the young master's heart. As long as the ghost girl didn't wake up, the young master would not give up. Although she didn't understand cultivation, she also knew how difficult it was to resurrect a person who could be said to be dead. Perhaps it was impossible. However, she didn't dare to say such words, because the young master could ignore everything. But this was his reverse scale that couldn't be touched. The Jadeite Holy Land was very far away, almost across half of Nanling. Ning Chen walked with Shi while looking for other feasible methods, as usual. There were countless strange methods in the world, and the Jadeite Holy Land was not necessarily the only inheritance that had mastered the art of resurrection. Clang, kill! As the two moved forward, the sound of fighting in the distance was deafening. Chaotic sword shadows surged and scattered. There were no less than 10 Xiantian powerhouses fighting. One of them was dressed in brown and red. Her face was cold and elegant. She swung her blade and swayed the sword light that was constantly threatening her life. Rip! Her clothes were torn apart, and her clothes were dyed red. Hong Wulei blocked the fatal sword for her companion behind her. She turned her blade and blocked the sword light from all directions. However, at this moment, behind Hong Wulei, the woman who was being protected flipped her palm and pressed it on her back. With a bang, several feet of red gradually faded. Ah. Hong Wulei's figure staggered. She turned her head in disbelief and looked at her companion, who took the opportunity to retreat. Her eyes flashed with sadness. Why? She really didn't hesitate to betray her own people. The leader of the 11 Xiantian powerhouses, a middle-aged man with a cold expression, sneered. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with her. Since that one escaped, send this one to the Western Paradise. Not far from the middle-aged man, a man with a slightly weaker cultivation coldly said. Hong Wulei didn't say a word. Her feet moved strangely, and she no longer wanted to fight. She wanted to break out. You want to leave? It's too late. In the midst of the ridicule, the 11 Xiantian powerhouses moved together to seal the way forward, one sword light after another, not leaving the slightest chance of survival. Hong Wulei's right shoulder was dyed red again. In the rain of swords, her body was like duckweed. One more step and she would die. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Yesterday's cause, today's effect. Since she chose to live on the edge of the sword, life and death were no longer in her own hands. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the distance. Two figures slowly walked past. One was calm, and the other was gentle. Young master, do you need help? Ruo, she asked. Life and death are up to fate. Ning Qin calmly said. Ruo, she didn't say anything and continued to move forward with the young master beside her. The sudden appearance of two people in the distance attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone present was a Xiantian. Although they were far away, they could still perceive the existence of the two. Meeting again and passing by far without stopping, it showed that although their masters no longer cared about that day's matter, they also wouldn't help. Under the situation of certain death, Hong Wulei's eyes flashed with a touch of decisiveness. Regardless of the sword light behind her, she swung her Xiantian sword away from the 3 swords in front of her and immediately rushed forward. 2 Xiantian swords entered her body, bringing a big waterfall of blood. One of the swords even penetrated her heart. However, in front of the desire to survive, the woman's footsteps didn't stop and continued to rush forward. Chase! Knowing that Hong Wulei was seriously injured, the 11 people quickly followed. They were determined to eliminate the source of the trouble and not give her any chance to survive. The distance of less than 1,000 feet was so far at this moment. Blood dripped from her chest and dyed her clothes red again and again. The seriously injured Hong Wulei's consciousness became more and more blurred and was close to the moment of confusion. In front of the 2 people, Hong Wulei finally couldn't hold on. In her last glance, there was only hope and pleading for survival. The next moment, she fainted. Ruo! She subconsciously reached out to catch the falling woman. When she reacted, she looked at the young master in front of her and flashed a difficult expression. Put down this woman and get out of here quickly. Among the 11 people, the weakest young man looked impatient and shouted. He hated these playboys the most. If it weren't for his elder brother's order to not stir up trouble outside, he really wouldn't have bothered to speak and would have just killed them. You want to save her? Ning Qin ignored her and asked softly while looking at his maid's embarrassed expression. Yes. Ruo, she nodded. Looking at the unconscious woman in her arms, she couldn't help but say, Ruo, she misses Miss Shi. At that time, Miss She also took a step into the dangerous building and turned into Lord Lon. Her situation was very similar to this woman. It's just that Miss She was protected by the young master and was forcibly pulled out of the dangerous building. However, the woman in front of them wasn't so lucky. If they didn't care, she really wouldn't survive today. Since you want to save her, then save her. As soon as his words fell, Ning Qin didn't say anything more. He took a step forward and his red clothes fluttered wildly. Chapter 414. With one step, her aura changed abruptly. The surging sword intent spread out in all directions. The 11 Xiantian masters were shocked. Before they could react, they were sent flying. A powerful but murderous sword intent flowed around Hong Yi's body. After 9 years of being sealed, it had melted away her previous murderous intent. If she didn't make a move, it would be hard to believe that the person in front of them was also a martial artist. The 11 people landed on the ground and took several steps back with a dignified expression. Strong. A completely different sword intent. It was different from any sword they had seen before. They didn't know if it was because they were too inexperienced or because the sword above the sword was beyond their comprehension. Your Excellency, are you trying to make an enemy out of our 9 Heaven Sword sect? The middle-aged man in the lead said in a deep voice. Ning Qin narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it serious?" Arrogant, the young man who had spoken rudely earlier became furious. He brandished his sword and charged forward. The sharp edge of the sword forced its way into his mind. 1 sword was followed by 10 swords. The cold light on the swords sealed every major acupoint of the human body. It was a killing move that left no way out. The swords in the hands of the 11 Xiantian masters streaked across the cold light and arrived in front of the 2 in an instant. Ning Chen raised his hand and released a wave of sword intent. Using his sword to block the swords, the broken swords quickly turned back and stopped the moment they reached the throat. The 11 Xiantian masters were shocked. They watched the 2 walk past them, but they didn't dare to move half a step. After the 2 left, the broken swords fell and stabbed into the ground. A cold wind blew by. However, at this moment, the hearts of the 11 Xiantian masters were even colder. Their legs, that were fortunately stopped in front of the gates of hell, kept trembling. 10 miles away, beside a clear stream, Ruoshi was cleaning Hong Wulei's wound. Not far away, Ning Chen had his back to the 2. He was roasting the fish in his hand with a calm and focused expression. In the clear stream, a trace of red drifted into the distance. The sword that hurt the heart almost took the woman's life. Fortunately, Hong Wulei had some medicine on her and barely saved her life. "Young master, come and help." Ruoshi couldn't help but shout to the young master, not far away. "And I'm coming," Ning Qin responded. He immediately put the fish that was almost ready on the fire and got up to walk to the stream. "Here." Ruoshi covered the exposed view of the woman beside her and reached out to tear a piece of cloth from her clothes. She handed it over and whispered, "Cover your eyes. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't look around." "Huh." Ning Qin chuckled and didn't say much. He took the cloth and blindfolded his eyes. He did everything according to his maid's instructions. "You just need to support her." Ruoshi grabbed the former's hand and guided him to support Hong Wulei. Then she carefully applied the ointment and bandaged the wound. "Young master, when will she wake up?" Ruoshi asked softly while bandaging the wound. "Let's do it tonight. It's just a small injury. It won't get in the way," Ning Chen said casually. "How is this a small injury? She's a woman. If she heard your words, she would die from anger. Young master, you must learn to have tender feelings for the fairer sex." Ruoshi's tone carried a trace of dissatisfaction. Ning Qin smiled. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend this girl on this topic, so he didn't continue the conversation. Not long after, Ruoshi bandaged the wound and carefully put on Hong Wulei's clothes. Then she said, "Okay, you can take the cloth off your eyes." Ning Qin took off the cloth and opened his eyes. He looked at Ruoshi in front of him and said, "The fish is almost done roasting. Let's rest here today." Ruoshi nodded. This woman's injury was not light. It was indeed inappropriate to take her on the road. Waiting for a night might be the best choice. Simply tidying up a place to lie down, Ning Qin helped Hong Wulei to the top. Then he walked to the fire and sat there with Ruoshi, quietly watching her eat. Ruoshi tore the fish bit by bit and ate it in small bites. Although the young master's tea-making skills were not good, his roasting skills were definitely not comparable to anyone. In the beginning, Little Mingyu was picky and often unwilling to eat. The young master's skill in roasting fish was basically ground by Mingyu bit by bit. The sky gradually darkened and the night was cold and humid. Ning Qin stoked the bonfire even more to dispel the surrounding cold air for the woman beside him. After a tiring day, she lay down next to the bonfire and fell asleep after a while. Under the light of the fire, her face was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Ning Chen sat quietly to the side, using his phoenix energy to comb the former's body. Right now, the only person left beside him was Ruoshi. Although she was only his maiden name, in reality, she was the one he couldn't bear to part with. Once the phoenix energy entered her body, the fatigue between Ruoshi's eyebrows eased slightly and gradually relaxed. The night was getting deeper and deeper. When the moon was high in the sky, the unconscious Hong Wulei's fingers moved slightly. The next moment, her eyes slowly opened. After a trace of confusion, she quickly recovered her clarity. A strange breath, not far away, startled Hong Wulei. She hurriedly got up and grabbed the dagger at her waist. Quiet. Ning Qin glanced at the former and whispered. Only then did Hong Wulei react. After seeing the woman sleeping next to the red-clothed young man, she immediately quieted down. Ning Qin didn't speak anymore and sat there quietly, guarding the most important person around him. Hong Wulei also wanted to understand what was going on. Her eyes looked at the bonfire in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. At dawn, Ruoshi woke up. After seeing the young master beside her, she smiled sweetly. Young master. Before she finished speaking, Ruoshi's eyes caught sight of Hong Wulei, who woke up not far away. Her face showed surprise. Ignoring her young master, she got up and walked forward. She whispered, "You're awake. How do you feel?" Looking at the woman in front of her, a smile flashed across Hong Wulei's face. There was gratitude, but she still didn't speak. Ruoshi frowned slightly. What's going on? She can't speak. Ning Qin said. When he checked her injuries, he found that this woman was mute. No wonder he didn't see her say a word in their 2 encounters. Can it be cured? Ruoshi's eyes flashed with a touch of pity and asked. Her veins were sealed by herself. Whether it can be cured or not, it's not up to others. Ning Qin replied. Hong Wulei looked at Ruoshi and shook her head with a smile, meaning it's fine. Ruoshi sighed in her heart and whispered, "What's your name?" Hong Wulei picked up a branch and wrote her name in front of her. Her name was like her person, Hong Wulei. Hong Wulei. Ruoshi whispered. The name was very pleasant to hear, but it always gave people a sad feeling. It's dawn, let's go. Ning Qin got up, waved his hand to summon the ghost palanquin, and calmly said. Hong Wulei glanced at the ghost palanquin, filled with ghost energy, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. After returning to her senses, she pointed to herself, then to the palanquin, and gently shook her head, indicating that she could go on her own. Ning Qin didn't force her. He put away the palanquin, extinguished the bonfire on the ground, and immediately prepared to continue on their journey. Ruoshi helped Hong Wulei up and followed him. They weren't far from the nearest city, but with a wounded person, their speed was a lot slower. Ning Qin didn't care. He walked as fast as the 2 behind him. Along the way, Ruoshi and Hong Wulei whispered something. Although Hong Wulei couldn't speak, her gestures and writing were something Ruoshi could barely understand. Hong Wulei was a little afraid of Ning Qin, but she liked Ruoshi very much. After talking along the way, the relationship between the 2 quickly got closer. When the sky was about to turn dark, the 3 finally arrived at the nearest Qi city. They found a nearby inn and booked 2 rooms to rest. Ruoshi said she wanted to take care of Hong Wulei, so she didn't ask for a separate room. Ning Qin wasn't worried that Hong Wulei would harm Ruoshi. His room was next door. This distance couldn't stop him. Young master, the bed is ready. Please rest early. Ruoshi turned her head and said, N. Ning Qin nodded. Young master, let's stop here for a few days. Miss Wu Lei's injury is not light. She needs to rest. Ruoshi stepped forward and asked. Okay, whatever you say. Ning Chen whispered. Young master is the best. Ruoshi smiled and said, Oh, you really know how to talk. Ning Chen laughed. Please rest early. I won't talk with you anymore. Miss Wu Lei still needs someone to take care of her. After speaking, Ruoshi didn't stay any longer. She walked out of the room, gently closed the door, and walked to the room next door. In the next room, Hong Wulei was sitting on the bed. After seeing Ruoshi walk in, a smile appeared on her face. I've already sent young master to rest. In fact, you don't have to be so afraid of him. Young master is very easy to talk to. Ruoshi stepped forward and raised the pillow behind the woman and whispered. Hong Wulei chuckled and pointed to the former and then to herself. What she meant was that, for that young master, the two of them were different. Although it was that young master who saved her, the one who really made the difference was Ruoshi. She knew very well that young master was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Wulei, we will stay here for a few days. After your injury is almost healed, we will continue on our journey. However, the place I and young master are going to is a bit far. Do you want to go together? Speaking of this, Ruoshi hesitated for a moment and whispered, I heard from young master what kind of organization Luo Life Extermination Gate is. If possible, you'd better not go back. Such a life is too dangerous after all. Revenge. Hong Wulei stretched out her hand and gently wrote a word on the quilt. The secret hidden in her heart for many years was revealed for the first time today. In the next room, Ning Chen stood in front of the window and quietly looked at the night scene outside. His eyes flashed with thoughts. This Hong Wulei is not simple. She sealed her ability to speak with the meridian sealing technique. If it's not a big conspiracy, then it's a big enmity. Luo Life Extermination Gate was the top assassin organization in the entire Southern Tomb. It was rumored that the three sect masters were each more terrifying than the other. The major sects and dynasties were very afraid of them. Hong Wulei's aptitude was also first class among the people he had seen. It's just that she lacked the guidance of a strong master. That's why she was inferior to young geniuses like Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu. In the next room, she looked at the life story written by Hong Wulei. Her eyes reddened and flashed with unbearable tears. Can I let young master teach you? She whispered. Although she didn't know how powerful young master was, he should be much more powerful than many people. Hong Wulei was slightly startled when she heard this. She subconsciously looked at the side room with fear in her eyes. Chapter 415. At dawn, she knocked on the door next door. After hearing the young master's reply, she gently pushed the door open and entered. Young master, she greets you. She said with a smile on her face. Ning Chen glanced at Ruoshi who came in, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. This girl most likely has something to ask of him. Young master, can Ruoshi ask you for a favor? Sure enough, Ruoshi stepped forward and gently massaged his shoulders. Say it. Ning Chen smiled. Can you give some pointers to Wu Lei's cultivation? Just a few days will do. She used some strength in her hands and requested. Ning Chen turned his head slightly and looked at Ruoshi, who was close at hand. He teased, It seems that you too are getting along well. You sold your young master out so quickly. Young master, did you agree? Ruoshi's eyes flashed with expectation. Ning Chen nodded gently. He didn't care about Hong Wulei, but he didn't want to refuse Ruoshi's request. Thank you, young master. Ruoshi smiled and immediately called the woman who had been waiting outside the room. Wu Lei, the young master, has agreed. Hurry up and come over. As soon as her voice fell, Hong Wu Lei walked into the room with a bit of nervousness and gratitude on her beautiful face. She respectfully bowed. These 2 days, you should recuperate first. 2 days later, we will set off. Before we reach the Yuhan, Holy Land, You can learn as much as you can." Ning Qin said calmly. Hong Wu Lei nodded silently. She knew that this was her best opportunity. Whether she could truly become a powerhouse or not depended on how much she could comprehend along the way. 2 days wasn't a long time. For a cultivator, it was a blink of an eye. Although Hong Wu Lei's injuries hadn't healed yet, she had no problem walking like an ordinary person. 2 days later, Ning Chen took the two to continue their journey. Ruwa she intended to give Hong Wu Lei more opportunities to receive guidance, so every once in a while she would pretend to be tired and ask for a rest. Ning Chen clearly saw through his maid's thoughts, but he didn't point it out. According to the agreement, he seriously guided Hong Wu Lei's cultivation. No matter how the world tries to beautify the essence of swords and sabers, they are still killing weapons in the end. How you use the weapons in your hands will have a decisive impact on your strength. Your foundation isn't bad, but you're overly focused on your moves. Although your opponent might be temporarily at a disadvantage because they're not familiar with your style, the more experienced a person is, the faster they'll be able to adapt. Your advantage will quickly disappear, and it might even become a disadvantage. As he spoke, Ning Chen's figure flashed and dodged the blade. He condensed his sword finger and attacked Ning Chen's heart meridian. Hong Wu Lei wanted to block, but his saber was tied to itself. It was too late for him to block. Can you see why? In front of his chest, Ning Chen stopped moving his fingers and said calmly, "The more complicated a move is, the more flaws it will have, and the slower it will be to counterattack. Unless you have an overwhelming amount of true origin, if you pursue complicated moves too much, you'll just be spinning a cocoon around yourself." After saying all this, Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He walked away, leaving her to practice on her own. "Is that all?" When Ruwa she saw her young master coming over, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "He only gave a few words of advice. Isn't that too fast? It's already a lot. Everything has to be done step by step." "There's no need to rush," Ning Chen replied. Ruwa she didn't quite understand, but if her young master said it was a lot, then it really was a lot. Looking at the woman practicing hard in front of her, Ruwa she sighed and said softly, "Young master, after your guidance with Wu Lei's current cultivation, is it possible for him to defeat a 3-disaster powerhouse?" "It's very difficult," Ning Chen said honestly. Hong Wu Lei's cultivation was at the 3rd Xiantian tribulation, far from the 3 disasters. Although it wasn't impossible for him to go against the flow, the premise was that he had an absolutely powerful trump card. In the past, Senior was able to fight against the invincible martial monarch with a 4th tribulation, cultivation. That was because Senior's sword was incomparably accurate. The martial monarch's moves were blocked, making it difficult for him to display his full strength. The other person was Mu Bai. In this world, Mu Bai was probably the person closest to the Sword of Origin. It was difficult to measure him with his realm. In addition to these two, there were several others. Although they were a bit lacking in height, they could still barely fight across realms. For example, Luan Fengchen, Mu Qianshang, Barbarian King, and so on. Such people were very rare. Hong Wu Lei obviously hadn't reached this level yet, so he could only do his best. The southern tomb was much bigger than expected. The 3 walked and stopped for more than a month, but they had only covered less than a third of the distance. They were still far from the Jade Holy Land. For more than a month, Hong Wu Lei abandoned his previous tricky habits and simplified the complicated. Starting from the most basic, he honed his own moves and styles. Ning Chen didn't teach him much. Occasionally, he would point out the deviation in his moves, but he didn't teach him any techniques or moves. Hong Wu Lei didn't have any dissatisfaction and improved his habits, little by little. He was diligent but not greedy. The woman's perseverance was impressive. Although Ning Chen didn't ask, he could more or less guess that the woman in front of him, who was practicing hard, should have a great hatred buried deep in her heart. Ning Chen had always regarded the Buddhist saying of repaying grievances as nonsense. If any hatred could be forgiven, then what was the use of morality and law in the world? Whether or not Hong Wulei could take revenge in the future, he didn't have the qualifications to care. Because of Ruo Shi's soft-heartedness, their fate was only on this road. When the road ended, their fate would end. As for how much she could improve, it would depend on her own good fortune. No one could decide the fate of others, and he was the same. The road had to be walked by oneself. If Hong Wulei chose to take revenge, then she must be prepared to bear all the consequences. Living was luck, dying was fate. More than a month later, the Jade Holy Land was getting closer and closer. It was no longer as unreachable as before. Ruo Shi's eyes flashed with worry. She knew that the Jade Holy Land wasn't far away, which meant that the young master's time to guide Hong Wulei was getting less and less. Young master, she no longer has any relatives. Please help her again. Ruo Shi couldn't bear it and begged again. She understood how difficult it was for a lonely woman to live in this world. If she hadn't been brought back to the Marquis mansion by the young master, perhaps she wouldn't have had the courage to continue living. Hong Wulei was stronger than her. For so many years, she had silently endured too much suffering. In order to hide her identity, she didn't hesitate to seal her meridians and make herself lose the ability to speak. For more than 10 years, she couldn't speak a word. What kind of perseverance was needed to bear such suffering? Ning Chen was silent for a moment. Then he picked up a branch from the ground and looked at Hong Wulei in front of him. He calmly said, "Tak." Hong Wulei nodded and stepped forward. The long sword in her hand swept out. It was a simple move, but it was more difficult to resist than before. Hong Wulei's strange movement technique flashed across the water. When the sword fell, Hong Wulei's figure dissipated. It was just an afterimage. Hong Wulei was startled. Without thinking, he changed the direction of his saber and held it in a reverse grip, slashing behind him. Good reaction. Behind Hong Wulei's figure condensed, but the moment the sword approached, it dissipated again. Hong Wulei had never seen such a movement technique before. The more she fought, the more shocked she became. She never thought that there was such an exquisite movement technique in the world. Pa! The branch was knocked down. Hong Wulei's right hand went numb. She couldn't hold the cold sword in her hand, and it fell to the ground. Red light flashed. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the woman in front of him. He said seriously, "There are traces of my footsteps on the ground. Remember it carefully and practice seriously. This is for you to save your life." Hong Wulei was startled. She quickly recovered and respectfully bowed. She would never forget the kindness of teaching her. In the last month or so, Ning Chen didn't teach her anything. Most of the time, Hong Wulei practiced silently. Occasionally, she would ask for advice if she couldn't figure it out. The 4-month journey had finally come to an end. The Jadeite Holy Land was close at hand. For the first time, Hong Wulei took the initiative to challenge her benefactor to verify the results of the past 4 months. Ning Chen didn't refuse. Although he sealed his sword and replaced it with a dry branch, he met the cold sword he taught. There was no surprise in the outcome of the battle. Hong Wulei was still defeated. There was an absolute gap in the combat experience between the two. It was not something that could be erased with 4 months of hard work. However, Hong Wulei's improvement was very obvious. At least, it was impossible for him to break the weapon in his hand like he did 4 months ago without taking a step back. At the end of the battle, Hong Wulei put away her sword and respectfully bowed to her benefactor in front of her. Parting was imminent. Ruo Shi's eyes were filled with tears. In the past 4 months, the two had almost become friends who talked about everything. However, they both had their own things to do. It was impossible for them to always walk the same path. Ruo Shi stepped forward and hugged her goodbye. She whispered, "Don't force yourself too much. If you encounter trouble that you can't deal with, come to us." Hong Wulei nodded. Although she was reluctant, she still hardened her heart and turned away. a cold wind blew past, and the dark red figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Not long after, she disappeared. "Let's go too." Ning Chen looked at Ruoxi and said, "En." Ruoxi put away her thoughts and responded. Half a day later, the two stepped into the territory of the Yuheng Holy Land. As an inheritance that was on an equal footing with the Tianshu dynasty, there were countless powerhouses in the Yuheng Holy Land. Xiantian masters could be seen everywhere. The deacon elders were at least above the fifth tribulation. Ning Chen came to find the art of resurrection. Therefore, he deliberately chose the identity of an outer disciple. First, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Second, it was to stay as far away as possible from the old ancestor in the Yuheng Holy Land who was close to the perfect realm. The art of resurrection was a secret art of the Yuheng Holy Land. The difficulty of obtaining it was not ordinary, especially when there was a top powerhouse who was close to the perfect realm in charge here. It was even more difficult. The majestic Holy Land was like a fairyland on earth. Under the fairyland, thousands of peaks surrounded and guarded. Tens of thousands of outer disciples lived here, practicing martial arts. They hoped that one day they could enter the mountain and become the most glorious inner disciple. The desire for longevity drove countless people to worship the mountain day and night. Some gave up wealth, and some gave up power. Ning Chen lived at the foot of the mountain, looking at the mountain in the distance. He waited for several months. Chapter 416. At the top of the mountain, a decree was issued. The triennial inner sect disciple competition had begun. The ban on the mountain was temporarily lifted, and the outer sect disciples were allowed to attend the competition. Within the sacred grounds, experts were as numerous as the clouds, and the inner core disciples were even the backbone of Jade Hall. There were innumerable congenital realm experts, and there were even some outstanding figures that weren't inferior to the deacon elders. At the top of the mountain, the iron chains pierced through the clouds. The waves wriggled as the 16 black iron chains locked onto the battling platform at the top of the sky. Sabers and swords clashed. The chi of the sabers and swords dispersed, interweaving into a dazzling martial art that captured one's mind. The strongest disciples of the inner sect had officially faced off against each other. This time, the grand competition would not only determine the ranking of the inner sect disciples, but also the qualifications to participate in the 100 Empire competition. As an inheritance that was equally famous as the Tianshu dynasty, the Yuheng sacred ground was similarly ranked in the 100 dynasties. The top 3 that were determined this time would represent the Yuheng sacred ground to participate in the 100 dynasty competition that was about to arrive. The 2 strongest people in Alioth were without a doubt. The first was the top inner court disciple that had successively won 3 competitions, Yinixuan, and the second was a woman called Lian Hongzhu. Her strength might not be inferior to Yinixuan, but she kept a slightly lower profile and very rarely used her full strength. Their strength had already reached half a step into the 3 disasters realm, or even the 3 disasters realm, far surpassing the others. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely obtain the qualifications to participate in the 100 Empire competition. The real suspense was who among the 300 inner disciples would be able to obtain the last spot. Deacon Elder, we are also disciples of the Holy Land. Shouldn't we also have the qualifications to compete for the 100 Empire competition? Among the tens of thousands of Outer Sanctum disciples, there was no lack of Xiantian realm experts. Naturally, they were unwilling to give up the opportunity that all the martial artists in the world wanted. They looked at the 5 deacon elders sitting outside the martial arts sparring platform and argued with reason. "Elders, please give us a chance." Another few inborn experts stood out and bowed respectfully. With someone taking the lead, at this moment, the tens of thousands of outer court disciples at the peak of the mountain were no longer willing to just be spectators. Their voices were like a huge wave that shook the entire mountain, causing the expressions of the 5 deacon elders to change. "Qing Wei, as they wish," As long as someone can defeat the top 10 inner disciples, we'll give them a chance. Just as the 5 deacon elders were unable to make a decision, a calm voice rang out from the depths of the mountain. Yes. In the middle of the 5, a gray-robed, white-haired old man respectfully accepted the order. At the foot of the mountain, Ning Chen gazed at the top of the mountain. The light in his eyes kept flickering. He was not interested in the 100 Empire competition, but this was indeed the best time to go up the mountain to look for the art of rebirth. Red clothes moved. Flowing light flashed in an instant, so fast that it was hard to see clearly. The competition at the peak of the mountain was still ongoing. The selection of tens of thousands of outer disciples took up most of the Holy Land's attention. No one noticed that at the foot of the mountain, a red shadow flashed past and directly entered the depths of the mountain. The red light rushed into the profound pavilion, and the mechanisms were activated one after another. However, the speed of the red light was so fast that all the mechanisms in the pavilion were rendered useless. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen arrived on the last floor of the profound secrets pavilion. He scanned the floor with his divine sense, then took a step forward and appeared in front of a shrine. He flipped his palm over and looked at the jade slip inside, his eyes narrowing. Is this it? Sir, don't you think it's a bit rude for you to barge into the Alioth Forbidden Land? A white-robed man walked out. He had a sword on his back, and his aura was extremely powerful. I had no choice. I'm sorry. Ning Chen looked at him warily. This was the first time he had encountered a true expert since coming to Nanling. This art of rebirth requires the Alioth Divine Cauldron to be effective. Sir, you've come here for nothing. In addition, this art of rebirth is a secret of the Alioth Holy Land. Anyone who sees it will have to leave behind their life. You should think carefully about whether you want to see it, said the man calmly. Ning Chen sighed and took the jade slip. He had already come this far. How could he give up now? The man didn't stop him. He calmly waited for him to finish. This young man in front of him was not ordinary. He couldn't easily defeat him. After Ning Chen finished looking through the jade slip, he put it back. This person hadn't lied to him. This art of rebirth truly did require the Alioth Divine Cauldron to be effective. The profound secrets pavilion is too small. Let's go outside and fight. The man didn't say anything else. He turned and walked away. Ning Chen followed. The ceremony was over. All that was left was a true life and death battle. Below the profound secrets pavilion, for grand elders of the Alioth Holy Land appeared. They were all experts of the second calamity. When they saw the azure-robed man walk out, they courteously bowed. Greetings, enforcement elder. Within the Alioth Holy Land, aside from the sect master and patriarch, the person with the highest status was this enforcement elder. Behind him was Ning Chen. He was wearing red robes, and his expression was calm. He didn't seem the slightest bit timid. The 4 grand elders frowned. They had thought that the intruder was some old monster from a large power. They hadn't expected him to be so young. Xiao Wuming, please advise me. Nameless sword, Xiao Wuming said calmly as he looked at the young man before him. Please. Ning Chen raised his index and middle finger. Sword intent began to revolve around him. Outside the battle, the 4 grand elders stood guard, blocking all paths of retreat to prevent the red-robed young man from leaving. Xiao Wuming's body moved. His sword flashed, and the wind and clouds changed. An extremely powerful sword intent slashed down, illuminating the entire mountain. The red-robed young man also moved, dodging the attack. His finger condensed yuan, and spiritual qi filled the sky. With a slash of his sword, the earth shook and mountains collapsed. Heaven and earth trembled. As soon as the 2 experts clashed, they knew that their opponents weren't ordinary. One was powerful, while the other was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed paths several times. The battle had reached a shocking level. Master, Sensing her master's sword intent, Bai Hongzhu's expression changed slightly. With a graceful step, she disappeared from her original spot. Yin Yishuan also sensed the aura of the battle in the distance. His figure flickered, and he quickly rushed over. In front of the profound secrets pavilion, two swords were clashing. The strongest sword was unleashed to its peak, causing the four grand elders to become more and more shocked. They really couldn't imagine that such a young man could fight the enforcement elder to a standstill. It was too inconceivable. For thousands of years, there had been countless geniuses, but any genius needed time to grow. This generation's Yin Yishuan and Bai Hongzhu were already incredible geniuses. But compared to the young man in front of them, they were clearly not on the same level. What the four of them didn't know was that comparing the current generation with a red-robed young man was unfair to Yin Yishuan and the others. That was because the environment they grew up in was different, and the tribulations they experienced were also different. There was simply no comparison. In the chaotic times of the divine prefecture, great tribulations came one after another, and the people who fought with the knowing destiny realm were never from the younger generation. Talking about it was meaningless. When the battle reached its climax, a purple-robed, middle-aged man walked out. Looking at the two people fighting, the light in his eyes kept flickering. "Sect Master." The four grand elders bowed. "Have you found out who this person is?" asked Sect Master Yuhen. "I've already sent people to investigate, but it'll take some time," said one of the grand elders respectfully. Sect Master Yuhen nodded and didn't say anything else. He calmly watched the rarely seen battle of swords. Sword style heavenly fall. In the battle, Hong Yi flipped his palm to block the attack. Immediately, he took advantage of the momentum to retreat. He leaped into the air and pointed his finger at the sword. Thousands of sword intents spread out. In the next moment, the sword intents fell from the sky. The terrifying sword aura was as if the 9 heavens had fallen. Xiao Wuming's expression became serious. His true Yuan sword, and his sword left his hand and turned into a shield to block the heavenly fall. The two attacks collided. Heaven and earth changed color, and the mountain was unable to bear the huge impact. It immediately began to shake violently. Sect Master Yuhen narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. His true Yuan spread out, stabilizing the shaking mountain. What a terrifying young man! This kind of height had far surpassed the younger generation. It was unheard of. Not far away, Yin Yishuan and Bai Hongzhu arrived. When they saw the battle, their expressions changed. "The two of you should watch carefully. This young man's martial cultivation base might not be as high as the enforcement elders, or even the two of you, but the height of his sword is truly shocking. Even the enforcement elder is a bit inferior," said Sect Master Yuheng seriously. All the experts of the world, from Xiantian to the 3 calamities, walked the same path. But the 3,000 paths of the Grand Tao all led to the same destination. Sometimes cultivation base wasn't the only factor that determined strength. This young man's sword was truly shocking. Adding on his speed, it wasn't strange for him to be able to fight the enforcement elder to this extent. However, what he cared about the most was that this person still hadn't pulled out his sword. That meant this person still wasn't at his strongest state. Sword style Nirvana. The Nirvana sword appeared once more. Scarlet swords appeared one after another, transforming into a stream of swords that shot out. Xiao Wuming's eyes narrowed. His left hand pointed forward, drawing in Yuan energy to assist his sword. Azure light illuminated the night sky. His sword collided with the Nirvana sword. The sword wills collided, and the aftershocks cut open one huge ravine after another on the ground. The unimaginable battle of swords caused the ground to collapse. Even with the protection of Sect Master Yuheng and the 4 Grand Elders, it was difficult to stop the fact that the mountain's appearance was rapidly changing. Outside the battle, Yin Yishuan and Bai Hongzhu were watching with rapt attention. Seeing this terrifying battle, they felt an unprecedented shock. So there was already someone in the younger generation who had reached such a height. Reporting to Sect Master, we've already investigated this person's origin. He's an outer disciple that Crimson Lotus Peak only recruited 3 months ago. He comes from the Eastern Tian Shu dynasty. His background and status are ordinary. He should be intentionally hiding something, said a deacon elder respectfully. Sect Master Yuheng nodded. Knowing this was enough. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this person should have come from the other 4 regions. He wasn't someone from the southern tomb. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not have heard of such a powerful young expert. Wu Ming, there's no need to continue fighting. Stop. Sect Master Yuheng moved and arrived beside Xiao Wuming. He extended his hand and pressed down on the sword he was about to unsheath. Xiao Wuming nodded and did not attack again. He sheathed his sword and stopped fighting. Friend, why don't we talk inside? Sect Master Yuheng looked at the young man in front of him. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Ning Qin nodded and restrained his sword insight as he spoke calmly.